I have news, Toaster. Welcome back. It's been almost 3 months.
Yeah, it's been a while. Things have been busy
so far.
The thing is that I actually remember the Orlando route like more than any other route we've done, I think. Just because it's so mundane. But of all the things I hate about the Orlando route, it has a rote, if functional, structure.
Oh no,
which
like,
is
Orlando's route actively made the most sense so far.
Yeah. Like actually progressed.
Weird.
Yeah.
Remember the beginning with the choices?
Yeah, it's crazy how front-loaded all these choices are and how little they fucking matter.
They're incredibly frequent at the beginning of the game. I've been coding in RenPy because I've been making my own visual novel. That's the fucking arc of this playthrough, apparently. It is satisfying. It's interesting to see how easy it is to make a choice. Like, you straight up just do, like, I won't be able to recite it perfectly, but you basically type, like, menu, and then in parentheses, in quotes, you type one of the choices texts, and then under that you type, like, jump, then the name of the header you want to jump to, basically, if they pick that one, and the other one you type another dialogue choice by name, and then under that in parentheses, you type, like, jump other header, and that's it. It's literally... like
it's all if-then statements, basically.
Yeah, like it's the fucking Java equivalent of like a choose your own adventure book as far as how it's coded. It's like, oh, okay, this is extremely straightforward. Like literally 90% of my work making a visual novel, besides the actual writing, like 90% of my coding or messing with RenPy stuff has just been me like fiddling with like, what kind of transition should this have? And like, what about, how big should the outline be on the text? And having to like fucking close and reload your game over and over again every time you change the code and see like, okay, well, how does it look now? Like that's been way more work than like actually programming to go. Yep. This was probably a lot more work because it has a bunch of like, oh, and then if you're in this route, do this line. And that's like so many conditional things because of how complicated it is. But it is shockingly easy. Like the RenPy is just a thing. So it's an engine so specifically made for one job that it's just so equipped for that. And the tools are so simple because it's the only thing it can do.
Yeah, it's obviously it's like very conditional and RenPy is structured in such a way that it often makes just like organizing your writing the hardest part, where it's like keeping track of like what is flagged, what isn't flagged, what's conditional, what's not, what scenes everyone is gonna see versus what scenes aren't. Like, it's very easy to like spaghetti code a RenPy novel and just like have stuff be disorganized and then rely on the fact that it can jump around more easily. Because in my experience, that was always the most difficult part, was just figuring out how to organize my writing.
I have a 12,000 word story with 4 endings, so it has one part that splits into 2 groups, then each of those then splits into 2 more. And immediately I'm like, okay, how do you logically organize this? Do you logically do an entire half of the story first and then the other half of the story next in the document, or do you like do both of the first splits, then jump to all 4 of the second splits? And with only 12,000 words, I'm already like, this is a lot to scroll through linearly in one document. So when I think about like something the scale of like Echo or Remember the Flowers or something, I'm like, that's all in one document, huh? That sounds like and I say that, but I think some of these programs have figured out how to like literally just jump to different script files just out of necessity. They just figured out how to like have the story transition to a different file instead of having it all be in one thing, because at some point you lose your fucking mind just trying to code the Odyssey.
Yeah. And
you're like, where the fuck is that part of, like, where do I scroll to?
Yeah.
Hello, Roswell. On my approach, Roswell looked up and sat upright as I got closer, flashing me a smile. Mind if I sit here, Roswell?
Please, be my guest. It'll be just like old times.
I smiled.
Is
as I
that the
sat
Roswell
down.
voice? Yes, it is. Okay, sorry. I had to remember for a second if I was doing the right character or not.
I smiled as I sat down, wondering why he phrased it as if he was recalling when we had dinner together as kids.
I hope they bring pudding out afterwards.
Isn't it a little early to be thinking about dessert?
Never.
I looked over to what Roswell had loaded up on his plate with, and it seemed, for the most part, fine. Honey glazed carrots, some peas, meat. Seemed like a better mix than just eating candy. Still, it's been a while since you were over at mine for dinner. Why'd that stop anyway?
You just never invite me over anymore.
Oops. Oh. Right.
Still, maybe there's something we can look forward to after if everything else lines up now that we don't have to worry about school.
Yeah.
Lying.
Lying.
But you better have pudding.
I laughed, shaking my head. Roswell loved his sweets, almost to the point that when he was snacking, he normally had something in his pockets. That's a confusing statement. It wasn't just candy, though. He typically had all the best junk food, having gone so far as to recommend what each of us should be eating when we study for finals. As I ate, I occasionally looked over to Roswell, who seemed to be just pushing things around his plate, looking thoughtful. It almost makes me wonder if he's supposed to be like L. Is that they're going? Is the super genius? Is that the starting point for Roswell? Oh, everything okay?
Mm-hmm.
No sooner than he'd flashed me a smile and replied, he went back to looking thoughtful, almost troubled by something. And you're sure?
Positive.
I kept watching him as he started eating his carrots, seeming more chipper as he went. Before long, the both of us were finished, and Roswell pushed his plate forward as if making space for the dessert he was hopefully going to come his way. That's enough of you, get out. Oh no.
Oh boy, pudding!
I look over to Roswell, who was looking cheerful at the dessert before him. It looked to be 3 flavors all layered in a glass, topped with some whipped cream and a small cookie. Whoa, Orlando must have gone all out for yours, Roswell. I'm only half sure what I got.
It's tiramisu, at least based on the chocolate dusted on top.
I had like half a mouthful of water when I said that, so that was real weird sounding. Sorry about that.
I thought I could smell coffee. Still.
I thought you were saying that to me. I was like, it wasn't coffee, it was just water.
I
What
could
are you
smell
talking
the
about?
coffee through Discord.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing, just... I compared our desserts, and at a glance, his seemed much fancier than mine. It's pudding with a cookie on it. Maybe Orlando likes you more than me? Isn't tiramisu much harder to make?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe putting from scratch might be difficult. I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. I guess not. I guess pudding is probably...
On some level,
Easy.
tiramisu already feels pudding adjacent, but with more things. Coffee and bread and stuff. I don't like tiramisu. We've been over this,
Oh.
though.
Yeah, I think tiramisu is kind of more complicated, I guess. I guess, again, it depends on what you're making. Yeah, I don't know. I think it probably just needs more ingredients, so it's probably more complicated to make. Yeah, tiramisu is probably more complicated.
I doubt that. It could be any number of things. Perhaps a peace offering after what happened on the bus, or as a thank you for organizing the trip. Or maybe he poisoned it as revenge,
Roswell, that's mean.
which is why...
Roswell, unflinching, took a spoonful of the pudding and put it into his mouth, sighing out after he'd swallowed.
I'm confident it's not poisoned.
Roswell flashed me a smile, digging into his pudding, almost writhing in joy after each spoonful.
My Roswell voice, sorry, I've been thinking about this because it was a little bit off still until I got it to where it needed to be, is if you took Lisa Simpson and then made her mash up with Homestar Runner. That's how you get to Roswell, I think. It's Lisa Simpson and Homestar Runner. And that's how you get there. That I had to re-find it. It's okay, I got it now.
Oh no, Roswell misses Apu. It must have tasted great. He's jizzing through his shorts right now. Turning to the desert made for me. Turning to the desert made for me. It's a desert of choices. I took my spoon in hand and gave it a taste. Bye. Day 2. Go to the vault. Yeah. The day 2 password. Totally know this one. Anyway. Did it. It wouldn't let me just leave. Roswell. Roswell's probably the right one to speak to. If there was anything funny going on, he would, or should, know. Best case scenario, he'd be able to reassure me that there was nothing going wrong. Worst case scenario, he might know some sort of ghost bargaining strategy. I shot him a message and got a reply almost instantly. It was rare for Roswell to be awake this early. Normally he'd sleep in due to a sugar crash from the night before. I sent him another one, asking if he was free to talk. Not even a minute ticked by before the door to my room opened, with Roswell peering in.
I came as quick as I could.
That was fast. Come in, Roswell. He stepped around the door, closing it behind him and wandering over to me in bed.
So, the house has you worried? Have you seen a ghost?
No, but it feels like this place is haunted. If not that, something's making me feel off.
Well, I haven't noticed any normal paranormal activity, or any signs to say there's a malicious spirit lingering about. Trust me, I know.
I mean, I know it's a hobby, but if things were to go down, you'd be able to, do something about it?
Would that make you feel better?
All right. 2 bullets. You first. I nodded quickly, a smile forming on Roswell's face.
So long as it's something like a ghost, yeah. I've read a bunch of books. More likely to find something to help in one of those than lugging around some fancy ray gun.
What, like that old movie?
Well, yeah. I just prefer more traditional exorcism methods. If you're that worried, just go grab some salt from the kitchen and throw it at anything that spooks you.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. Either you'll banish the ghost or blind whatever assailant is looking to do you harm so you can run away.
We both laughed, the tension falling away from our discussion and a lot of my worries fading away. Roswell flashed me a smile, and I took the chance to ask him something else that had been bothering me. There's something else, too. Not nearly as important, but something I've noticed.
What's that?
This place is very big for just one butler, right? Shouldn't there be more staff?
I was thinking about that too. To be honest, I don't really know much about the place, but I do remember hearing that it played host to a bunch of people on and off, as opposed to having a huge family staying here on a permanent basis. Then something happened, and the people stopped coming. If people aren't using the space, I guess it doesn't take a lot to clean if you don't have to clean every room. Even then, I get the impression the owner must still be loaded.
So basically everything, this like all irrelevant information, right? Like it's just not true.
Yeah.
Or they're always just referring to the family. Like when they were much younger, and then they just grew up and fucked off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess if you're keeping a property though or something, or like maintaining, that stuff costs money too. So.
Yeah. I mean the reference to there being like a bunch of people once and now they're all gone, and I'm like, I guess all that might just refer to the fact that there was once a family. But
yeah. I'm just saying, like, the house is big. There's probably, like, it implies that there's also a staff working here that is on payroll. That, that part means that there's people in and out as well.
Yeah, like in Bly Manor and stuff.
Yeah,
Where it's
exactly.
like most of the cast is the people that work there, and it's just a house. What a bizarre thing to think about. I can't even. At least completely unrelatable content would not do well on TikTok. Well, good to know we can rule you out as the owner then.
Hey, I could be the owner.
After another brief laughing interlude, Roswell looked me over.
So feeling a little better now?
I think so.
I doubt there's anything bad going on, and even if there was, we'll have options. Just put it down to an unfamiliar bed for now, and I guess we'll take it a day at a time.
Right.
I think I'm going back to my room for a bit to rest up. You should probably use the time to do the same before breakfast.
All right, I'll see you downstairs. Thanks again, Roswell. Roswell left and I got dressed. Taking his advice, I rested up before it was time to head down for breakfast. Doop-a-doop. Sit next to Dean or Tyson. Yeah, this is the weird Dean-Tyson dichotomy. It's so weird that there's a Dean-Tyson dichotomy in a game that has 6 dating grounds.
Yeah.
Roswell, what happened?
We were just talking, and then he just snapped all of a sudden.
Wait, what? What did you say to set him off? He called me a puppy. A fucking puppy.
I feel like this is weird that we can't skip this.
Because I clicked on Roswell instead of I've clicked on Tyson every single time as far as who to ask about what happened.
Yeah, the conversation is just the same so far, is what's weird to me.
Yeah. In particular because it's like inevitably they both give their input, so it's like I don't know how much it changes who you ask about what happened. Wait, really?
Maybe.
You bet he did. How many times have I got to say it? Lupus, lupus, wolf. Roswell stepped out from behind Sal, stomping his feet at Tyson and kunk, kunk. Objection! Pointing at him, trying to stare him down.
And I told you, it's Canis lupus lupus. You're still a canine.
Arguably the most canine. Tyson started to snarl, Roswell backing down with a yelp and ducking behind Sal again while holding his ears. I couldn't tell if it was a big deal or not. It was something Tyson had always been touchy about, but I had no idea why.
I still don't remember why. Why is it a big deal? Does it ever get explained that why he doesn't like being called a puppy? Or is he just dumb? I think he's just dumb.
Yeah, I was waiting for it to come up and somewhere in the background of his the background of like his abuse storyline and stuff like that, and his father and things. But now that we've already played Tyson, and also like 2 other routes since then, I don't know if I can remember any specific details about his familial abuse, or even if it was ever explained or just implied.
Mm-hmm.
I've like fully lost track of it. I don't know. Huh. I looked between Tyson and Roswell, struggling to find the line that had diffused the situation, but that's when Sal spoke up.
Is this an important thing to argue about?
Of all the things you could be fighting about, that's it. Honestly.
Ty was staring daggers at anyone that addressed him while Roswell was clinging to the back of Sal's shirt, sneaking peeks around him every chance he got. I watched as Tyson balled up his fists, shooting me a look. He was pissed, and I don't think I did any favors by asking Roswell over him. I don't... What a fake choice.
Yeah.
Any normal person would just be like, guys, what's going on? The idea that it has to be a choice, and then that's like, and it's gonna be like held against you that you chose someone over the other one as far as who to ask about what's going on between 2 people. It's a very strange interaction. As he stomped out of the room, he bumped me on the way past, nearly toppling me over. Orlando caught me and catch me on my feet while the others checked in with Roswell. Me, on the other hand, looked over my shoulder to see Tyson disappearing in the direction of the basement. When Ty was out of the picture, Roswell stepped out proper from behind Sal with a sigh.
So,
mind catching the rest of us up?
you should be more careful. He could have hurt you. I was fine. I was just caught off guard. That's all.
I don't know. That seems, well...
Really? I would have been fine.
Says the guy who, the second that Tyson says anything, like, out of line at all, he's like, do you remember what he did to us? I'll be fine in a combat situation, even though I crumple under very minor verbal conflict.
But why call him a puppy, though? That's just asking for trouble.
Well, you might have come up.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh god, he told you about the mask?
You came up in conversation, you looked happy and started spacing out, and then... Well, that might have been a poor choice of words. Still, you shouldn't have overreacted to being corrected like that. It's alright to be wrong sometimes.
There's one thing to just be wrong and another to have someone correct you, though.
Be more careful in the future.
Right, nothing bad happened this time before we arrived, but...
Okay, I'll be more careful.
You feeling good about your choice to bring your brother or whatever on this trip right now, Dave? When you're telling people to be more careful around him. What a good social dynamic for this friend group. Roswell was my best friend, so he was a solid choice.
Wait, I thought Orlando was your best friend.
What does it say when I click on Orlando? Wait, what does it say when I click Sal? Sal and I could do with hanging out more.
Wow.
Dean seemed like a potentially good choice. Now it's gonna say that I...
It's so weird that it says Dean was a potentially good choice when he's the guy who's supposed to be courting us.
Yeah, Orlando was my best friend. Roswell was my best friend. That's not what best means, Dave.
Fucking unbelievable.
Maybe he means it in the new Zoomer way where people call each other bestie on TikTok. I said TikTok again. Oh, I dropped my phone. Ugh. I wasn't holding my phone. I knocked my phone off of my desk by fucking with the charging cable with my foot because I can't sit still. Roswell was my best friend, so he was a solid choice. Plus, given he helped arrange this thing, maybe that'd give me an edge? Who didn't like winning after all? But still, Roswell moved away when we were young, and moved back only a couple years back. This would be a chance to catch up properly and reminisce about the old days. Yeah, I choose Roswell.
So long as you don't think this'll make things easier just because I arranged things, then I accept.
I laughed, wondering if it was that transparent.
But alright, that's assorted. How about everyone else? I'll team up with Orlando.
Works for me. Orlando beamed at Sal, leaving Sal looking a little confused as to what he was so happy about. That said, it seemed as though their team was set. Feels like character-wise, they should have had Orlando say that he's going to team up with Sal. Like, excitedly, and then they'd be like, okay. Not sure what's up here, but okay. But it's like, because the thing is that Orlando wants that, so it being just a coincidence that he let happen is a little funnier. It's just strange. Then there were 3 left.
How about you, me, and Big Guy?
Me? Well, alright, sure. That left Tyson by himself, but from how he was sulking, it seemed as though he wasn't all that keen on playing. If he wanted in, he would have spoken up by now. What a damning inner monologue for Dave. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, It's just assuming that the person that's being left out and looks sad, they're like, they don't seem like they even want to play anyway. Who cares? Also, I'm the only person that brought them here and his only social point of contact, and I've abandoned him.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna interrogate any of this. That sounds so bad for Dave.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be. Think we've gotten a shot given we're the last ones in?
Good question. I would assume so, right? I don't think any of us have been in the maze before, so we should be all just wandering around with the same level of insight on its layout.
Is that why you decided to choose the hedge maze?
Benson gave me the clue, remember?
Oh, right.
It just happened to work out that the one he knew of was somewhere that we could all go, and hopefully a place none of us had really checked.
I got horrible news for you guys. If we were here, day one, I would have checked out the hedge maze.
Mm-mm.
And just start wandering around. You'd be cooked. It does make me wonder about where the others could be. They're in the maze!
Why is that?
Well, if they're lost, they should just be, like, around the mansion, right? What? They're in the maze!
Sure.
So it'd just be, like, spring cleaning? What is he saying?
I don't know.
I don't understand anything Dave says.
Well, when you put it that way, it seems a lot less fun. But at the same time, why would one be in the hedge maze of all things?
I don't know. Oh, the others are the metals, not the group of people. Got it. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're in the maze.
I guess it doesn't matter, does it? May as well try and see if we can find it.
Right. Shall we?
Let's.
The pair of us entered and began wandering. At every branch, we went over our last few turns, and to make sure we weren't going around in circles needlessly.
Why didn't they put signs up? This place is poorly signposted.
Why would you signpost a maze, though?
Fair point. But imagine that, like, you got lost in your own maze for hours.
I guess if you got one installed, you'd know the layout pretty well? Or have a map?
Or leave it up to your butler to come and find you.
Yeah, I wouldn't turn down that offer.
I don't think Benson is going to be coming to get us if anyone gets lost. Not only would someone need to make it out, they'd need to find Benson, and Benson would need to know that layout enough to retrieve us.
You don't think he'd know how to navigate this?
I wouldn't think it's a safe assumption. He works outside the inside. He works around the inside of the mansion after all, not necessarily around the outside.
Then who does the gardening?
Don't really know. Even with the greenhouse, I assume someone around here would mow the lawns, but...
I thought about it as Roswell trailed off. Given the size of the grounds, it'd be a lot of work unless you had one of those ride-on mowers. Maybe Benson has one of those mower cars, you know, that you can just sort of drive around on.
Maybe. Or maybe they just hire a gardener to come out every now and again. If you have the money, you could always outsource it.
Or maybe you can get Dean to do it.
Or maybe they have a pact with nature spirits to just keep the place well groomed.
That's a thing?
Probably not, but it'd be pretty magical if you could ask some spirits to do your yard work for you. Wouldn't you go that route if you could?
Yeah, ghosts. If there was someone else willing to do my chores, why wouldn't I?
But that's so lazy.
Hey, I like to think that that'd be efficient. Imagine all the things I could do if all my chores magically did themselves.
Well, I am a fan of magic.
We continued wandering around for a bit, chatting about old times. Roswell and I have had these conversations. I had always had these conversations. I don't know why there's an ellipses. Random thoughts that would seem like constant tangents from the original topic, but somehow we're able to follow whatever logic strung the topics together in our head. I know what friends are. Somehow we'd ended up back at the entrance before everyone else, though. Isn't that bad? You don't have the medal.
Oops.
Huh. Did we just do a circuit and... I looked back the way we'd come, wondering how that was even possible.
Well, we could always go back in. To be honest, though, I'm a little tired. You're welcome to go in without me if you want, though.
Everything okay?
Oh, yes. Just been restless lately. Maybe with school over, it's all just catching up with me. I crammed so hard in the last couple of months that it's probably all it is.
I kind of feel like when people say restless, they don't mean literally lacking in rest. No kidding. You were holed up so much, Orlando and I were starting to worry. But I don't have to ever invite you over.
I just wanted to make sure I did well. If I pride myself on anything, it's my knowledge. Without that... Well, to be honest, I don't have much else going for me. I'm small, not very strong, younger than the rest of the group, and chances are I don't think I'd be able to run very far without getting tired. But research, deduction, random facts, I have those covered easily.
As long as you don't start putting yourself down, Roswell. I shuffled uncomfortably, not really sure how I should handle him making light of what he can do by highlighting all the things he's not good at.
Oh, it's not like that. I just know my limits and play to my strengths. You play to yours passively, though, Dave.
I do?
Of course.
You're very passive.
Without trying, you've managed to befriend so many different people, and you hold them together like glue.
And you know so much about their lives? And what they're up to. And you definitely hang out with them all the time, and you're their best friends?
Well, at least until they get to meet each other. Maybe you're just good at finding decent people. Plus, Tyson.
You're making this point poorly, Roswell. I frowned back at Roswell, crossing my arms.
And before you go getting on the defensive, I'm well aware. But that doesn't mean I have to like him or forgive him. Wounds like that don't just heal, Dave, no matter what may have happened in the time I was gone. What if it helps? I'll try and keep an open mind, even after yesterday.
The fact that you're willing to talk to him at all means a lot. Just, I don't know, maybe let me be the buffer next time?
What? Think I wouldn't be able to take care of myself if it happened again?
I mean, you did kinda hide behind Sal for a bit, and if Tyson got his hands on you, he's a lot stronger, so yeah, maybe just be more careful.
Right.
She's constantly saying be more careful. Like Tyson's just actually on, like it's actually on the table that Tyson will hurt people. It was like, that's not,
Yeah.
that's so damning, Dave. It is, this is an actually effective bit of foreshadowing that's lost by the game just being so fucking long and verbose that there's too many details that for you to ever remember this later in the game. But Roswell does get too tired in every timeline and quit the maze early, which makes sense because he is dying, and that is like, it kind of confirms that that is like a pre-planned element of the story. Oh god, I just saw the stock word again. The fact that there's so much work put into censoring everything and then just the word stock just sticks out in the middle of the screen.
Yeah, there's like another spot on here too that like has some kind of watermark on it that I can't fully make out, but it's right above, like right in the black darker square on the right side of the screen.
Yeah,
It looks like it says RIG something, maybe. Like maybe that's the name of the website that it comes from, but
it throws me off. It's most of it's covered just well enough that your eyes will like not look at them directly and not register.
Yeah.
And you'll just wonder why the screen looks kind of like it's wet.
That's what I was saying. Is like it for a long time.
There's another one on the far left of the screen in the middle too.
Yep.
Roswell and I figured with the amount of time we'd spent not searching for the metal, we may as well call it here instead of waiting for everyone else to exit the maze. You don't understand how long people can be lost in one of these mazes and not make progress. It's a fair competition the whole time. You can still get in there.
Oh, he went inside, I think. I caught him leaving the maze and went right back without stopping. You were checking your phone, I think.
Really? Seems odd I would have noticed him.
Promise, he's not still in there, otherwise we'd hear him calling for help.
Well, alright.
We could even go over our game plan given we didn't find this one.
Sure.
Great.
No game plan. Or at least no new text, apparently. I don't know how that didn't generate new text, actually.
Yeah.
Do-do-do. As far as why did I try again?
Give me just one moment. I need to take care of something really quick.
Okay. And give up. Fast forward.
Here's an idea. It's a pretty good one if I don't say so myself.
Oh, yeah?
Isn't the thing if I do say so myself?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he is saying it himself. It's one of those things where like idioms get used so often that they're misheard, and then people constantly say them right. So they'd like, what's the really insufferable one is fuck. There's one that's really annoyingly common that people always get.
I could care less.
Yeah,
that one drives me fucking insane.
I could care less. It's like that's not.
You couldn't care less because there's no way you could
point.
care.
Yes.
What you're saying is that you care too much.
Yeah, it's like literally the words are just it's not a hard to define fucking phrase. It's just what the words literally mean in that order. How are you fucking it up?
The other one that drives me insane is when people. This is just me being a nitpick, but when people say like, "He is bias," I am bias. Bias is a noun. You have it.
Bias.
You are biased. It is use it in past tense because it is a thing that has happened to you. You are not bias. A bias is a curve. You are biased. You are curved. That is what that is. Just drives me insane.
Yeah. The museum upstairs. We could start researching where the other metals could be.
Wait, really?
Sure. That courtyard where Orlando found the first one was pretty neat, and like, why would it be there?
I guess that's true.
Also, we were only given one clue. Wouldn't hurt to see if we can't find something else, right?
Remember when this game, at the very start of it, had this weird thing about like Greek gods and hypnos and stuff like that? Remember when that happened? Remember when we thought that there was going to be some sort of like otherworldly aspect to this that just turns out was completely non sequitur?
They just kind of had the idea that they should latch onto certain things thematically because that's what other stories do, and it kind of ended up just feeling like the equivalent of like the fucking Mummy in 999. Like, oh, we were just wasting our time. This just never comes up. Got it. I think to be charitable, I think Hypnos is. This is not that charitable because it still isn't that good. But I think Hypnos was the original name of the rat.
Yeah, Hypnos was the name of the rat who became Thanatos.
It just says so little though. It's just like this one rat is just named after big ideas a lot. Like all of them. All of the big ideas are names for the same rat.
But the thing that's kind of weird though is that it's like originally Hypnos was like the name itself was like positioned in the text, not like a reveal, but like this is something that will mean something and you'll understand, and like the Hypnos's identity will be meaningful. But it's not. It's just like, oh no, Hypnos was just like another name this character had. It's like, oh, okay. Well, oh well. and it was introduced during a time when a character was sleepwalking, so it was like, is it meaningful here? But no, it's not.
It's so strange to me that as a mystery story, this game doesn't know that the catharsis of mystery stories is, you know, having your I'm just an old-fashioned chicken lawyer go around and actually fucking say what the answers were at some point. Like, I'm like Sherlock, or the fucking, who's the guy, the little like the English, I'm blanking on all detective names as a concept. I literally can't remember the guy with the funny mustache. I can't remember the little guy that has a really
Poirot.
Poirot. There's the Daniel Craig guy. And
Benoit Blanc.
Benoit Blanc, and then there's the little guy. There's the little guy that's like, let me just follow up on that. Like, well, let me just ask you a little question about that. Like, there's like a
in what?
This is like a classic one, long running mystery series, more akin to like, well, I guess we're kind of like Poirot and Sherlock, but fuck.
A little detective man? That was your description of what this guy was, so I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Detective Conan? Like, what?
No, he's a live action guy. He's known for latching on, like, getting the person to really hang themselves by just saying a particular thing. And then he acts like he doesn't get it. He always acts dumber than he is to lure them into this false sense of security. He's like one of the famous detectives, but I'm just so hopeless with names apparently right now that I've just created an episode for you.
Yeah, I have trying to understand what you are referencing right now is...
He has a funny name.
Impossible for me. Are you talking about the...
Columbo.
Gotcha. That is not how you would ever describe Columbo to anyone.
Yeah, I had to give up. I just Googled famous detectives, and he's like the third on the list.
I need you to understand how far from Columbo he is a tiny detective man with a catchphrase like, let's follow up on that. That is unbelievable. Just so the audience understands, Columbo's catchphrase is, and just one more thing.
Just one more thing. Yes, I just Googled.
That is
literally
so far.
You literally search Columbo quotes. The first thing you get is just one more thing.
I am.
Which is like, that's like literally like that's like the.
Oh my god!
It's like even further than objection, because in Phoenix Wright, he says that all the time, and then it doesn't amount to shit. But when he says just one more thing, that's like the plot ending moment. Like, here it comes. Like, this is how fucked you are. He just said the thing.
I guess he is short, and like his height does come up. But when you said tiny little detective man, I need you to understand that I went to like a tiny cartoon man and not not Peter Falk. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
This is the hardest that I've laughed in like 2 months.
Oh my god. I just truly had nowhere to go with that. I'm sure someone else could have gotten it faster than I could have, but like going through the fucking rotary in my head of just trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about was impossible. Oh my god. Fuck.
I love committing when I realize I have nothing to say and I cannot in any way express the thought, and I just try harder with no fuel.
Glad we made it 5 lines into password.
A problem for me.
Glad we made it 5 more lines into password before we came completely off the rails again. Because right before this, the thing the audience doesn't know is that Keith and I had an hour-long conversation about completely unrelated things in between this section and the previous one.
We had a heart-to-heart about where our lives are and where Let's Plays and YouTube videos are going as a concept and so on for like an hour. And like...
we were like, all right, let's get back to business. Anyway, this tiny little detective man.
The brain really rejects password.
it slides right off.
Like when I have tangents with Stephanie and Echo, it's because it makes us think about those things all the time. But with password, we're like fleeing like a burning building.
The audience needs to understand that this happened because I needed to get up to answer the door, to take a phone call. And I got back from that.
You had to get up again.
Yes, I got up and then came back. We talked for so long and I was like, all right, I'm going to get up and pee and then I'll be ready. And like I have my water done and stuff like that, like get my water filled. And then I came back and we got 5 lines through this. We talked about Columbo and now I have to pee again. So
do you really? Also, I've been listening to this
back.
fucking song the entire time we've been talking.
God damn. Just... this game is so it's something else, man. It does something to you.
Yeah. All right, we're back. I'm gonna take that as a win. I'm just so fucking funny that I made Toaster pee himself. That's why I had to get up after only like 7 minutes.
Yeah, I got up and Keith just killed me. So
yeah, classic. Do you know what to start looking up?
Nope.
You type most famous detectives.
Tiny little detective man catchphrase. It's like maybe the Google search.
Tiny little detective man catchphrase. Tiny Detective Tuesday Live.
Wow.
The first result I have is Peter Sellers as Sidney Wang in Murder by Death, 1976.
Oh, that's an interesting... Yeah, sure. I can see that.
Sidney Wang, have admired you ever since I was a tiny little detective.
Let's just wing it.
Oops.
That's not what he meant when he said that.
Roswell then forcibly dragged me to the museum.
Okay, so there's a whole lot of books and records and stuff here.
But of what, though, and why?
The family that used to live here. Maybe they were just really into documenting their family history.
I guess,
As in
but...
your family, Roswell?
He doesn't know that.
He knows that.
I'm trying to remember if he knows that. How much did he know?
Roswell knows.
I thought he didn't know about, Daddy. What's his name? Fuck, what's his name?
Oswin?
Oswin.
I don't think he knows Oswin is his dad. He knows Oswin is his uncle because he's been here.
It does feel like a plot hole to open up to be like, this family's really into documenting their history. It's like, wouldn't that give away a lot?
Yeah, well, no, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Is like,
read
about their family history.
Roswell is lying to everyone about being related to the owner of this house and saying that his parents just set it up and he's never been here before. But he's now just sitting here in the library like, wow, the family here sure does document literally everything. You can probably learn a lot about all the people who lived here, Dave. As if that's not going to like just let Dave know that Roswell is lying.
Wild.
The proper response here, if you're trying to lie about your relationship to these people, is, these books seem kind of boring, Dave. Nothing seems related. Guess we should go somewhere else.
Yeah, I wonder if that was fully planned. It must have been, because it's just like... It's just... the connection's just too obvious. That's just like, red boar man. Red boar child. Their family. What a surprise!
Yeah,
like,
yep.
You know,
exactly.
It's hard to retcon that later.
Yeah.
I guess, but isn't the whole museum kind of overkill?
What else would you do when you've got that much money, though? Maybe it's just what you do. Take pride in the lineage and stuff.
I don't think I'd be doing that if I won the lottery tomorrow.
No? What would you do with that sort of money?
I would commission a lot of furry comics.
I would buy extremely nice stationery.
For the furry comics.
I just really like pens and paper. This is actually a thing about me that people don't know. Even though I don't do crafts, I don't do scrapbooking, I don't even particularly like to draw very much. I actually do really
you just like paper.
Yeah, I like stationery a lot. Pens, pencils, office supplies, notebooks. I love notebooks.
Just the moment that all of my actual needs were taken care of and I had a place to live and things were going well, I would just become Togepi.
Yeah.
The macro Falco guy that keeps commissioning giant Falco art everywhere. I'd be like,
yeah.
I would just be like, okay, everyone I've ever wanted to make a comic, here we go. it's like a prohibitively expensive concept. It's like it's so much to get a comic made, and they're so much more appealing to me than anything else as far as like getting art goes, because you can like do stories and do stuff with that and express things, sequentially. And so I'd be a problem, and by a problem I mean a bunch of artists would be able to make rent. Oh no.
Yeah, I think if I
would be just commissioning thumbnails for every single fucking thing I make.
Yes, yeah, there would be a lot of commissioned thumbnails. I would put a lot of money into GPG, and
I actively think about like if I could draw better, it's actually like an incentive for my job to be able to draw better, because my videos would do better if I could draw fucking thumbnails for all of them.
Yeah, if I had the ability to. If I just had better graphic design understanding, like I could definitely, I would use that to my advantage.
Yep.
I think the word, sorry, this is unrelated, but I think it's on topic and fun. It's more fun than reading password. I've been watching a lot of Nerd Forge lately, and I'm not going to go off on a tangent on them. They're just a really cool arts and crafts channel that I like a lot, and they're just very fun. It's just easy to watch. What is very interesting to me, though, is, and I think that this is something that cooking videos also touch on, is sort of the smug internal feeling you get when you watch videos about like arts and crafts, where the very skilled people on the screen are like, and this is how you build a castle out of XPS foam. It's not actually that complicated. And you go, I could do that. What if I did that? And then you never do, but you think you can do it.
Yes.
I feel that way about a lot of arts and crafts, and I think stationery, like owning nice stationery and having a nice pencil or pen or something, like the reality doesn't matter. Like I don't have good handwriting, but feeling
draw good. You could
exactly
do good writing.
Feeling
you
that
could write the most articulate ever.
If I had a really nice pen, then maybe my handwriting would be good. And I've seen other people draw with this pen, so maybe I should get one. Like that's the.
Oh no!
It would be. I need a stapleless
stapler.
stapler.
Rabbit hole of I need to buy these things because then maybe my life will be better.
I need a stapleless stapler for all the papers I never stapled together. But if I ever need to. That could be great, and it would impress everyone. It's so easy. Look at how organized I am. Like I don't know.
For me, it's cooking horror that gives me the tinglies. I keep watching cooking horror, and it's just like these very satisfying cooking videos, and I'm like, and it's like it's very frequently stuff that I actually would probably eat instead of most cooking channels where I'm like, I don't want any of this.
I don't want a hamburger twice the size of my head.
I don't want to sear a steak. But
yeah,
like cooking haru, every single recipe almost always has eggs in it in some way. Yeah. They're just very satisfying little, often breakfast adjacent little things made with there's Japanese texture to everything. So there's like seaweed wraps and like rice paper and stuff mixed in, but it's also just like shit that I could just, if I got that tray, I could do like most of this. I could just go do this. And maybe I will, but because like they are approachable enough. I'm like, I could probably make basically any of these recipes in a day's notice. Just like commit and be like, that's a fun adventure for today, and maybe I will, but I haven't so far. But when I get depressed, I just sit there and binge cooking horror videos, and they just make me feel better. And they have like a you pump up the volume a bit because there's like almost like an ASMR quality to all of the stuff that's happening, except for when they chop cabbage, and then I want to die. But everything just sounds nice, and he keeps slapping his food. there's a tactility to the videos for some reason. Anyway, those are oddly satisfying channel recommendations, I guess.
Yeah.
You could be watching those.
If anyone wants to buy me gifts, buy me stationery, buy me a really nice pen, thanks.
Yeah. You can send gifts to Toaster in my P.O. box still until I move.
Until Keith moves.
Whenever I bring up a P.O. box, warning, if it's not the same year anymore, check if it's still my
check
P.O.
if
box.
it's there. Yeah, don't send it to the other stuff.
I've been traumatized by PR firms emailing me, saying me that they're going to send me stuff, and then I find out they sent me stuff to like the Vacaville address, and I'm like, that wasn't even my P.O. box, that was Andrew's P.O. box, and neither of us live in that city anymore. That's years out of date. We literally have newer videos titled P.O. box that feature my new P.O. God damn it. And like, there's no retrieving that mail, it's just gone. They just did it wrong, and that stuff will never arrive. That's just a message for all YouTuber, about any YouTuber you want to send stuff to their P.O. box. People do move, and also people just P.O. boxes expire and things. It is good to know if it's actually their address anymore.
That's funny. That is actually amusing.
No,
I never really thought about that. Yeah. Well, I mean, never thought about the fact that like P.O. boxes do expire, so you get them changed pretty frequently. Like that can just happen to you. You can get reassigned. That's interesting.
Yeah. I've kept my number of subscribes ever since I moved here, and it's been good. But yeah. It could just be wrong information very quickly, and you need to check. That's why every time you back anything on Kickstarter, like all these comics I've backed, it could be a year or more before they finally actually fulfill the rewards. So they ask your address again every single time, because otherwise these things will just vanish into the ether. And it confused people who receive things, just like how we kept getting weird prizes in the mail from X people. We got like a giant golden brain in the mail. That's like some kind of like tie-in for some musician or something. No, from the old tenant.
Oh, from the old tenant.
Yeah, like someone fucked up and got some expensive thing that it looks like garbage if you don't care about what it is.
I thought you were saying people sent it to like Andrew's address or something, not that it was just from a random old person.
We have had weird mail, but I mean, like, no, like because people don't update their addresses or they fuck up on these things. Like, yeah, like after we already lived here, we got like a weird golden brain in the mail that I think was a tie-in to like maybe like a rapper or something. And we had no idea what it was culturally or contextually, and it just looks like garbage if you don't care what it is. And we're like, and it probably cost a lot to ship because it was big, and it's like, I guess this guy's fucked. we don't know how to get this to him. No, we get weird things in the mail, but it's like how what is it? In Andrew's P.O. box, we had multiple dildos, including a knotted one, which is funny given the context of no one being out as a furry several years ago back then. And in my P.O. box, I got sent syrup.
Huh.
I was just sent syrup. And
that's deeply unhelpful.
It was in a strange tube that was sealed weird and had like Russian memes on it or something, if I remember correctly. Or I don't remember exactly what language it was, but it was like incomprehensible memes were like stuck to the tube. And it was the sketchiest possible way to send something with no context. And I just was worried that it was like some kind of like glitter bomb or something. I was like opening it up outside because I was worried there'd be some reason that I'd be in trouble opening this. And then it's just incomprehensibly a tube that's full of like, it's just all to protect, like it had like tennis balls and stuff, all to protect this one glass container of syrup that I have no idea why the institute would be to send it to me. I don't know the context for the syrup. I'm generally distrustful of food being sent in the mail by strangers, so I haven't used the syrup. But it did have like a nice letter that's like that contextualized it, at least that it is from a fan, so I understood that. But This is just syrup in the mail for no apparent reason. I don't know what to do with it. Sent from overseas, like expensively sent syrup. I'm like, I don't understand. I don't know. Pro tip to audience: don't send me food. I don't trust food from strangers online. That seems like a bad choice to make.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would eat food sent to me.
That was a weird experience. But anyway, password.
Password again.
So the answer, what would we do with the money? Yeah. I would commission literally entire comics.
Oh, I would pay debts. Sorry, that is actually the first. That is actually the first response, and that is actually logical. That's the best one.
Because you have still student loan debt, right?
I have $72,000 worth of student loan debt still, and I've been paying it for 10 years. And also, I have house debt, so I should pay off my house too.
That's normal.
That's healthy debt, though. Yeah, like that's not weird. That's just like
that's fine. Goals. Student loan stuff's fucked up.
It's terrible. Yeah, I would like to pay debts. If Dave picked anything other than this, I would attack him.
Yeah. No, the only reason, audience, that this channel exists is because I didn't have student loan debt. I would not have been able to make any of the choices that I have if I had to pay student loan debt on top of everything else.
If I could pay off my loans, I could just live and it wouldn't be a problem. Oh, yeah. It's so irritating.
I would be so mad having student loan debt for a degree I didn't even end up using.
Yeah, it's the worst thing. With that. Yeah, it's the worst fucking thing in the world. Let me tell you.
Yeah, no, I got fairly lucky because I went to a state college instead of a university, so it was cheaper there. I had several grants and scholarships going in.
I also went to a state college,
so I had a good start. But then for the second half, when I was about to run out of when I was kind of running out of my grants and stuff, my dad happened to marry somebody that counts as a disabled veteran. So them being married made it so I just didn't have to pay tuition ever again.
Jesus Christ!
I did not see that coming.
Seat upon which you sit.
Yeah, no, I literally just for the last like 2 years of college, I just literally didn't have to pay tuition. I just had to pay for books and like to drive there every day, which was very expensive because my car had terrible mileage.
That makes me homicidal.
Yeah, no, the world is sincerely not fair.
Yeah, no, it's not.
And people just randomly get advantages all over the place for reasons that are out of their control.
Correct. I'm not actually upset at you, but I am extremely envious. Yeah, I went to a state school while I was in America, and this is a crazy thing. Then I went to a private school when I lived in Japan, and when I went to school in Japan, and my Japanese overseas private school cost less money than the state school I went to in the U.S.
The United States is an objectively terrible country to live in.
Yes. Also, that was the juiciest swallow I've ever heard in my life.
You've said that several times this playthrough.
Yes, I know, but that one, the audience can hear that one. That was wild.
Well, if you can hear it, they can definitely hear it each time because I put a compressor on these.
Sure. Oh, wow. I heard that in my own throat. Wow.
You've heard me swallow in person. Like, this is just a thing that happens. I swallow.
You can't say stuff like that in front of the audience.
I can, and they can assume both are true. It's fine. Oh, my controller's wet. I spilled slightly.
Stop sucking your controller, Keith.
No, it's on my shirt. I was too hasty and performative on the second one and just fucking missed, and now I've just got like fucking refreshment bukkakied.
This is why we go 3 months in between playing Password
I need to
episodes.
Buy a replacement pro controller every episode. I think that you would be more up for these if we were having more chill, casual conversations throughout and less Password.
This is correct.
I would pay debts. It'd be nice to pay off all my school debts all my school debt for starters.
Oh yeah, not a bad start.
It's kind of boring, but I think it'd be nice to not have that sort of thing looming over me while I look for a job.
I hear you there.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
What school debt?
I was gonna say, did you make the connection that I made the second he said that? Because he's from like Australia. His school debt is gonna be like, I paid $3,000 to go to get a four-year degree.
But also, like, in none of the endings does Dave go to college.
Oh yeah, Dave just disagreed.
Dave's a high school graduate.
I forgot everyone's high schooler in this, sort of.
Yeah, everyone's 19 in this game. No one has been
Not
to
everyone.
college.
They're all different ages.
Yes.
But Dave.
No, the baseline is people being 19.
Yeah.
Dave isn't... There's no... I don't think it's ever mentioned that Dave will ever go to college in this game. But as far as we know, in every ending, he just, like, becomes a cop or goes to a coffee shop or something. That
is bananas, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, like, he never goes... What student debt? Like, that's just... Is that just... the author speaking in first person and not catching it? Like, he didn't write a character who has or will ever have student debt. What debt would he have? He's rich. As far as we can tell from his house, he's like really, really fucking rich. He has a 90s sitcom house.
He has his dad's life, like the pension, right? I mean, assuming the cops work the same in Australia.
Since his dad
died
he
at
probably
work.
has an inheritance too. Yeah. Yeah, that's extremely funny how little sense that option makes for the actual character, even though it makes sense for literally everyone reading it or playing it or writing it.
Yeah.
Although, I guess I'll count myself lucky. No debt for me, anyway.
Rub it in, psycho.
Wait, really? Did you get away with the scholarship or what?
No, I just had it all paid off beforehand. I just prefer doing things that way, at least.
Wait, hold on. There is one option. Let's see.
What are you doing?
I'm checking to see.
You trying to figure out if you went to a private school?
No.
That Tyson also went to?
Well,
because like they can't make his school expensive that he already went to because Tyson was there.
No, this is what it is, I think. Looking it up on Google, apparently in Australia, it is similar to Japan where high school costs money.
Is it really?
I think so. It's looking at it. I'm looking at it right now. There's lots of questions about it.
And Dave's dad just let him have the debt for his own schooling?
I don't know.
And it's just never come up in the text of the game at any point?
It might be. It looks like it's government, like part of it is government funded, but then it gets more expensive depending on what schools you go to. There's also like uniforms you have to buy, travel, things like that, public school fees. The annual school fee is about $500. Okay, so it isn't like Japan where you actually pay admission like
so
all
it's
high schools.
Nothing.
It's basically nothing. So yeah, that's insane. I have no idea. What they're talking about. What did they mean? Are they talking about prepaying for college? Because that's not how that works.
you have to reserve your copy of college. No, I have no idea. I have no idea what they're talking about. Wait. So are you loaded as well?
Roswell is my best friend. Are you loaded?
No, he doesn't know anything about any of his family. He says Orlando's his best friend in his Schrodinger's cat best friend situation when he doesn't know his own best friend is in the mafia. Is the mafia family?
Not anymore. I just like saving money and spending it on worthwhile things.
You just said you were the youngest in the group. So does he...
Saving money
he
from
can't
his
go to college
allowance?
if he's as young as Dave.
Yeah.
So what is he talking about? I'm actually baffled by this. Unless they went to some, like, we could write it off as they went to some really expensive private school that their Ohio public school that people transferred to that Tyson went to must be a really expensive private school they also went to.
Did Tyson win the lottery?
He was a diversity, like they just gave it to him, I guess.
That's
like
what I mean. Like when I say
he
lottery,
qualified for a scholarship or something.
Yeah, I mean like the equivalent of like how they have a lottery for Broadway.
This is insane, and that also makes a lot of the weird ethnic coding stuff in here like double weird if that's what we're supposed to take from this.
I'm just a living piggy bank. Oink, oink, Dave.
All right, let's crack them open. What would you do with that sort of money anyway? Like, say, $1 billion.
I have to finish chewing.
You've made poor choices.
$1 billion? That's a lot of money.
Well, yeah, but it's just an example.
But that's a lot of money.
Well, whatever. Imagine it's less.
I think if I had that much money, I'd probably fund medical research.
Really? That's very generous. Nope. What sort of research anyway?
Oh, I don't know.
Child cancer?
I just like the idea that money's just the large barrier. I just like the idea that money's just the large barrier to large leaps in medical science. That's a weird sentence, but also...
Why would you like that idea?
Yeah.
I love that money is the obstacle between all of us and being not dead.
Just imagine all the scientists and doctors that want to run trials and get bounced back because of money.
Sure, but a whole lot get bounced back because of ethics too, right?
Then I'll bribe the medical board. Yeah, he wants to...
he wants to cure himself.
Yes, obviously, but Roswell is also in this moment Andrew Ryan from BioShock.
Yeah, no, he's being Oz.
Yeah. Well, no, because Oz at least has the ethics to get disbarred and then not bribe a board and just still stay underground about it.
Well, I think he had to go really past ethics to endanger 100 children to begin with.
Sure, that he did a medical experiment, but then got disbarred, which implies that at the very least, he did a medical thing above board, and it just sucked so bad that a bunch of kids died.
Whoa, that's really intense.
Just imagine all the people that could have been saved from diseases we have the vaccines for now, because we'd focused on medical research.
And all we have to do is do it unethically.
Who's to say we couldn't cure cancer or things like dementia?
You know, a completely random not cancer thing.
There's plenty of things that I'm sure we could cure in time, but just things get in the way, right?
Roswell's looked off into the distance, eyes glassy. I didn't realize he was so passionate about things like that. As far as I could recall, he was never sick when we were kids, outside that one time he got a cold. Did something happen to your family, Roswell?
What? What would make you say that, Dave?
That's the most bizarrely, like, that's the most... Dave's never been this observant in the entire game. Mm-hmm. Like, to be that bizarrely on the right beat. Oh.
To actually be able to connect the dots here.
Yeah. I mean, since when have you ever been that hardcore into medicine?
It's been something on my mind for the past couple years, since the last time I got sick, really. I'm not smart enough for the medical field myself, but if I could help, then I totally would. He says a conversation after being like, all I have is my intelligence and my smartness. Just, I don't think that there's much street magic could do to assist it, really. Not outside cheering up patients, anyway. But I want to be more proactive than that. Winning the lottery, I think that would help more than I could alone. That's not very proactive. Winning the lottery is, by definition, praying something happens and not taking action towards it.
I wish that instead of me having to do anything, all my problems fix themselves.
Exactly. Very on point observation for Password as a whole.
Uh-huh. We shared a moment of silence while I digested what Roswell had said. You must have gotten pretty sick to suddenly be all in on supporting the medical field, huh?
Oh, I guess so.
Man,
You're my best friend, Roswell.
Yeah. One, how do they not know anything about each other? Yes, but also, like, we figured all this out just from, like, not having this information because it was already kind of hinted out enough with your genre savvy, but, like, Now they're basically just explaining the twist already.
Yeah, correct.
They're giving you so much already that's like, it is genuinely impossible to be surprised later when you find out that Roswell's dying of something when this conversation happens on day 4?
Yeah.
What? But also, once again, this is like a game-wide twist that should be important everywhere, but it's only set up exclusively in the Roswell route, and you just don't get that information outside of that, which is super weird.
Honestly, it was pretty bad, but I'm here now. Anyway, should we start researching? Remember, that's why we're here.
Roswell laughed and hurried off, calling from behind a bookshelf. There's no behind bookshelves here.
I think there's some books over there about the family tree, but there might be a book on the house itself.
Oh, sure. Maybe I can find a floor plan or something. And so began the search for information. Uh-huh. Everyone loved the green book. I pulled the green book off the shelf and began to flip through it. Seemed to be an account on the architect and designer of the mansion. I wonder if... Nothing on the vault, huh? That's odd. Then again, the rest of the building didn't go into specifics either. Maybe the vault was a later addition? But if so, how'd they pull that off without tearing up half the house? The only thing that was made clear was that it was a commission for the Hammond family. Nothing about the family itself, just the name.
Find anything interesting yet?
It wasn't really interesting, and it wasn't helpful either.
How'd you go?
How do you go?
Yeah, I've never heard that one before. I mean, there's a ton of books to go through.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to know where to start, right?
Only thing I managed to find out was that this place and the Hammond family go together.
The Hammond family?
Yeah, are they like relatives of yours or something?
Are you just assuming that because I'm a bore?
No, because you're somehow throwing this trip.
I mean, I'm only guessing. Hammond and all.
Wait, no, this is Dave dialogue. I don't know. That's weird.
Maybe.
It doesn't make any sense for...
Yeah,
it doesn't make any sense for Roswell to say that, though. Because he's accusing Dave of something and then says, here's why I'm guessing that.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you supposing about yourself?
We're saying he's saying he's guessing that that's why we're saying it, I guess.
Gotcha. That's very weird.
Well, yeah, they seem to be.
Racist.
Oh yeah, we're back with this this gimmick.
Yep.
But no, as far as I know, no relation, but who knows, maybe.
I mean, how many well-off Boer families are there?
Honestly, I don't know. I do well enough, and I guess the Hammond family did as well. That's if the house is theirs, after all. Why are you lying? What? This is the other thing that I just don't get, is why does it matter if Roswell is related?
Yeah.
This is just like another aspect of this that just like doesn't make sense.
It's like it has to be a twist because things have to be twists in stories, especially mystery stories, but like it just makes you wonder how no one's asking questions about how this trip's even happening, because the basic logistics are so incomprehensible that you have to fill in the blanks that this is somehow tied to his family, so we just did that on autopilot the moment the story was introduced, but then the game acts like that's not a fact we know for most of the story. But like, what else could it be? It has to be Roswell's family. You don't just randomly have a mansion for no reason that you don't have to pay for. Like from day one, I was like, it's either Roswell's family or this is like a fucking Make-A-Wish and he's dying.
Yeah, exactly.
Which was also probably inflicted on my brain by him having a star, because I think the star is the symbol of the Make-A-Wish Foundation, I think. Or I might be thinking of John Green's charity, This Star Won't Go Out, which is also a similar type of thing on the same note, which leads into the fault of our stars, which is a whole thing, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that was my assumption.
Aside from who owns the place, anything more concrete?
If you could find this out, Roswell, like, why are you trying to get Dave to figure it out when you could just tell him? I just don't. I don't know what being this roundabout achieves.
Nothing that we didn't already know. There are gaps here and there too, but I guess the house might have been renovated after it was originally built.
Either that or someone's been maintaining the place really well.
Like Benson?
As good a butler as he is, even that's a bit overkill for him. At least I think so.
Do you
We
just
also-
think that the owner
we
doesn't
also,
live
like,
here when there's a
5 min-
butler?
Well, it's also just like 5 minutes ago we just assumed that that Benson doesn't even mow the lawn. So
It's
being
just like-
being like as good a butler as he is, I think it's too much even for him to be renovating the entire house. And I'm like, you think he doesn't even mow the lawn?
I genuinely feel like this game just doesn't make any sense at all. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
A lot of the visual novels I've been playing, not even just Pastor, but a lot of them in general, just kind of like forget things they just wrote.
Yep.
And it's just like a struggle across the board a little bit. And you're like, huh. Like, like in Liar, interestingly, there was a bit where the characters reveal that they're gay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what? They already had a nude meet cute scene where they were clearly pressing each other's buttons a bit, but now they're surprised that each other are gay. Like in the next chapter, and you're like, wait. And then it's in Undefeated, they said something a lot along this, like it's not like I have a concussion or something. Like it's not like he headbutt me or anything. And I'm like, he literally headbutt you. That's how he knocked you out. That's literally what happened in the fight. I don't understand how that line's there. I've forgotten the exact details of that one, but it was genuinely like specifically calling out that he did not headbutt him in the fight, and that's literally exactly what happened in the fight. And I'm like, I don't know how you fucked that up. That's or how it stays there without anyone mentioning it. Just a funny thing about just the general lack of editorial or lack of editors in this entire genre, because it's like exactly the stuff that would be caught. It's like when Dan Olson points out that like in the Angry Video Game Nerd's autobiography, because there's apparently no editor to it, he just points out that like he listened to really deep cut music no one else listened to, Metallica, and like there's no one in the editorial process to tell him that that's an insane thing to write in your autobiography, and it's obviously wrong. Whoops. So where does that leave us?
Well, there's still plenty left to look at, right?
No kidding.
Well, let's get back to it then.
For the next few hours, we pored over the books, and most of it seemed to be the same sort of stuff. There were a lot of other books, too, covering a lot of other subjects like ornithology, geology, toxicology, and even hematology. Is that blood?
Hematology,
that'd be is it blood?
Yeah, that's hematology.
Because I know hemo, but not like it's that specific other spelling of like hemo.
That is the proper spelling of it. It's in other languages. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be like the archaic spelling now or something.
British English. Yeah.
Yeah. As much as we looked, still no luck. Any luck on your end?
Still nothing. Still a lot of books to go through, though.
I think it might be at my limit for now. It's just so much, you know.
Me 5 minutes after we start recording password.
I
can respect that. You never were much for the library back home, right?
Well, hey, I liked getting on the computers.
And what, play free-to-play MMO adventures?
What a way to talk about stuff,
just
as if you've never heard of anyone play an MMO before.
Just so terrified to say RuneScape.
Yeah, and play free MMO adventures. Hello, fellow kids. Like, definitely not what the way people say that.
Even just played, like a normal person that was being generic at least would say, and play free MMOs.
Yeah, exactly.
And play free to play MMO adventures. Like the double play and everything and all the awkwardness there. I've just been like, in my game, I've just been like, fuck, I'm just gonna name a bunch of things. Who cares? Just say the exact names of things. I just named the movie Melancholia. Fuck it. Just say it. Like, oh, that one thing with the day and the moon, you know. Oh. No, just say it. just gonna actually call the thing what it is. Someone literally is wearing a shirt that just has the Best Buy logo on it. Hey, I'll have you know that my internet adventures were more sophisticated than that. What does that mean?
Really now?
Really?
Well, I still want to have a look around some more. I'm certain there's something in here. I can feel it.
Dave was playing Club Penguin.
Oh, God.
Suit yourself. I might check in later after I have a nap or something. After I reached the doorway, I looked back at Roswell, who was looking back with a tired smile. I gave him a brief flash of a smile and a thumbs up before he returned the gesture, diving back into his book. He was intent on winning the contest, it seemed, or at the very least, wanted to learn more about something. I figured I'd have to leave him to it and ask him about it after a nap. Sorta. Roswell and I spent a bunch of time looking through the museum for stuff. You know, anything to get an edge on the competition.
Oh? You two making a big effort for some reason?
Because it's a competition.
Don't say things that will blow these poor characters' minds out of their heads.
Like, imagine this narrative if people were trying to do the fucking scavenger hunt at all.
I know, for real.
Imagine them having a goal each day. It was more Roswell's idea, but we did learn a few things.
Anything worth sharing?
Them not doing the scavenger hunt hurts me because it's actually kind of a genius idea to incorporate into your narrative. Not only because it's impossible and that can tie into the actual time stuff, but like it literally gives you an excuse to make your characters go to a new location every day.
Yeah.
And that can shape the narrative every day, let alone if there's like a puzzle there or whatever the fuck, or context or lore or stuff. Like that's like just the basics. Like that's the basis of what makes Zero Escape bearable, is that it has a billion timelines, but every single different timeline takes you to a new escape room. Like, oh, a new room with a thing to do in it. Like that's the point. And they did that, but then just didn't do anything with it. Oh god, I hate recognizing that the scavenger hunt is the equivalent of the escape rooms in Zero Escape, and that's why it's here. Like the timelines are here because the timelines in Zero Escape and the morphogenetic fields, but then yeah, the scavenger hunt is just like a really vestigial version of the escape rooms and the non-array game, and the choice game or whatever, and so on. Oh well. Why, looking for extra hints of where to find some more stuff?
Can you blame me for trying?
Well, really there wasn't much to go off of, is what I should say.
There was nothing in the whole museum?
Not really. A bunch of books about the family, a little about some heavy topics. Almost felt like a school library.
Sounds right up Roswell's alley for sure. Maybe I should check it out. Never know what might become useful for a future acting role. But I might save that for another night.
Probably a good idea. Roswell seemed pretty stuck in to looking up stuff. What? You'd probably need a whole day instead of just an evening to find anything useful with how little we found.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
Fuck you, man.
Yeah, because you're a piece of shit.
I just had a spark of fear in my brain, which is that maybe the reason why the scavenger hunt doesn't come up in this game, outside of the 2 times it's mentioned, is that it's all in the Roswell route.
Oh,
which
God.
would be a different kind of bad. Not that I'm afraid of doing the scavenger hunt for Roswell's route, whatever, his route has to do something, but the idea that maybe they keep bringing it up like it's important, but then it just disappears immediately because the writer's thinking, oh, the scavenger hunt is happening in Roswell's route. that's the same thing as it happening in the narrative. It's like, no, that means it's literally not happening unless you're literally in Roswell's route. It just mysteriously vanishes like they have amnesia.
I hate that.
Yeah, it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
It's exactly what they've done several times before. He wanted to stay upstairs and keep researching. I haven't seen him since I went to have a nap. Should I go take him some food later? Nah, I'm sure he'll come down eventually. I've seen him get like this a few times when it comes to really getting into stuff. Last time I saw this happen was when we learned a new magic trick and spent the whole day in his room trying to get it working. Magic trick, huh? Well, so long as he's alright. Maybe I'll check in with him later. He's all by himself given everyone else is accounted for, right? Unless Benson's keeping him company. Oh, true. I haven't seen Benson around lately, too. That's probably where he's gone. No one talks like this.
No.
We must all account for everyone's current location in this non-murder mystery.
This is plot happening at us right now. This is what's happening.
It's so weird, like, just having to point out people's absences or presences constantly. Like, the constant roll calls in this game are very strange, given that nobody has a reason to act like that's necessary. It didn't take me long to get sorted. One quick shower later and I jumped in bed, feeling my eyelids close of their own accord. Day 5 already. Fuck yeah. Put it in my veins. I had a sick feeling in my stomach. Something was wrong. I felt ill, but I couldn't place as to why. I wandered to the dining room and collapsed in the closest chair, rubbing my face. As the others piled in, I gave them each a sleepy greeting before half dozing. At some point I noticed Orlando counting us. He seemed confused before I realized who was missing. He's literally doing the roll call again. They're all just ready for it to be important.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Roswell is still in his room sleeping?
No, he's dead. You fucking moron. Haven't you played every other route in this game?
Uh-huh. Well, damn. Wish I was as settled as he was. Hope he doesn't get...
The idea of, God damn, wish I was dead too.
Hope he doesn't sleep the day away.
Most relatable thing that Dean has ever said.
Uh-huh. Why's that? He's our only in for clues from Benson, right? For those medals? Why? Benson provided that clue to the group. What are you talking about? Oh, yeah! Well, not as if we don't have our own excitement outside the scavenger hunt anyway. Oh? You got me curious now, too. Dean just flashed me a smile, a knowing smile. Oh, yeah. Something's that's bound to be a huge source of excitement. My cock. That's the joke.
Something that we all could have missed. Where?
I'm guessing it'd be somewhere that Dean would go often, so the greenhouse? Bingo! Got it in one. So there's something big growing in there. Something like that, yeah. It's a huge gourd, pumpkin or something. Haven't had a close enough look, but it'd make a killer jack-o'-lantern after a bit more growing. He actually means pumpkin.
Yes, the worst. Yeah.
Why is the foreshadowing for the pumpkin happening in Roswell's route? It's not foreshadowed in any other route. But also he was blushing and he said a huge gourd, and I'm like, it's a penis. It's still a penis. I still think it's a penis. That'd take a lot of carving, but that's a lot of pumpkin to use up. You don't know how much pumpkin it is. And it wouldn't take a lot of carving. You just carve a face. What the fuck are you talking about? Got any ideas for recipes?
This game is breaking my brain.
Uh-huh.
And I know it's breaking my brain because I was just holding a pen and I set the pen down and now I can't find the pen and I have no memory of where I put it. And I'm driving myself insane because I spent too long looking at the screen paying attention to the dialogue. Fucking A.
I heard a slap, so like maybe you've dropped it.
It very possibly fell.
Fuck up.
Yeah, I know. I'm just a fucking mess. I'm just a piece of shit.
Maybe.
I mean, whatever.
Yeah,
I have
just
a
like this.
pencil,
This
it's
is a conversation that you have when you see the fucking pumpkin. You're like, oh, that's a lot of pumpkin. It's gonna take forever to carve that. I'm gonna make so many pies. Like, no, he just hypothetically said there is a big pumpkin. So why are you making definite claims about it? It's so weird. That's an awful lot of pumpkin to work with, though. You haven't seen it. You don't know how big it is. And it also will be. It's not even the size that it will be yet. It's an incomplete growth. I don't understand. It's such a weird way to talk. Benson brought out more trays of food from the kitchen, smaller scale than the first couple of days, almost as if adjusting to quantities to what people were likely to eat. We ate our fill and began filing out of the dining room. Hey, Dave. Huh? Oh, hey, Tyson. What's up? Oh, nothing. Just looked out of it. Out of it? Dunno, you just look something. What about you? You're acting kind of strange. I'm not acting strange. Maybe just tired. Still, what's on for today? Oh, dunno. I bet Roswell's probably gonna want to do some more research on where the next clue for the metals might be. He's really that into it. Well, he's into that sort of thing. He finds it fun. Not really hurting anyone. Never understood the appeal of books. Too heavy for anything other than just clobbering nerds. Thinking back to school days? Why do those textbooks need to be so heavy anyway? Most of them are just the same thing over and over anyway. You're talking about that math textbook of mine you carried for me everywhere, right? Can't say I was ever good at it. Math? Nah. Carrying stuff? I can do that good enough. But I'm gonna complain about it. Is this devolving into how much you can bench press? I reckon I can bench you easy enough. Only thing that's going for me at the moment. If you're bragging about how much you like carrying stuff, then why are you complaining things are heavy? If there's plenty you've got going on for you. I appreciate it, pup, but don't mind me. Trust me, I'm happy where I am. So, you reckon you'll find those metals?
It's weird that... It's very weird that Tyson calls Dave pup but gets mad when people call him a dog. Because hyenas are not dogs.
And then, yes, and in the last case, puppy even. And it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, like hyenas. What is a hyena cub even called? Is it a pup? I don't know. Or a hyena kit or something?
I think it might be a kit.
Yeah,
Let's
because
see.
if he doesn't want to misname
No,
something.
they're called cubs. They're called
called
cubs
cubs.
specifically.
Okay, I can see why he doesn't constantly call him cub in this game.
Yeah.
I see why that would not happen in a furry visual novel.
About people who are of indeterminate age constantly because of the way that the narrative keeps changing. It really does feel like Dave and them started as college students, especially with the whole student debt conversation.
Yes!
Like it really does feel like they were not meant to be high schoolers or just out of high school. I don't know why the narrative has decided to do that.
Mm-hmm. Who knows? That might even explain some of the age gaps, because some of these characters are still old because they're written to be they're still like wrapped up with it, having certain like professional backgrounds and stuff like that, and so they're expected to be older to make them narratively their backstories work. So that, but then everyone else got aged down, and now there's a weird age gap where fucking Dean's hanging out with these like people, like was trying to date somebody in high school, like Scott Pilgrim and everything.
Yeah.
Who knows? So far, Orlando has the only one, so completely unknown. Who even knows what's behind the door anyway? Well, can't be anything important, that's for sure. What makes you say that? If it was cash, who would give up that much? If it was the meaning of life, who says it'd be the truth? We're just wild hypotheticals, got it. If it was some hot piece of ass, well, I can get that easy enough as is. Can you?
No.
Can you, Tyson?
Mad incel vibes.
Sure you could. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, but still. Is that why you were not too keen on taking part in this whole game? It would have been funnier if he was like, if it was some hot piece of ass, well, they're dead by now. That's what my thought was mid-sentence. There's just no point, right? Why would you go through the effort if there's no payoff? For fun, maybe? Don't get me wrong, you inviting me hasn't been forgotten. I'm gonna hold that against you forever. honestly thought it was kind of sweet you'd think of me. Beats working at the garage for a month. Oh yeah, your dad's still running the place? Of course. Can't do the words or numbers well, but I can get an engine going again. I did not remember he worked as a car mechanic. Like Leo?
Yeah, I didn't remember that either.
I don't remember that.
I don't think it came up. I don't think it comes up at all.
I don't remember Tyson having a job.
Me neither. And nor do I remember his dad being a small business owner.
Yeah. I remember his dad being so like I thought the narrative was that his dad's abusive
and poor,
like, distant and stuff.
Well,
so
I mean, I guess like small business owner could be that, but like,
yeah, but I'm saying
still.
I get the impression that they don't hang out and don't spend time together and don't interact much because he hates him.
He was never home either, right?
Yeah.
Like Tyson is never home because he avoids his dad. So what, are we supposed to think that he's never home and then goes to work with his dad?
And this doesn't come up I don't think this comes up in any of the flashbacks or endings. Obviously, he is planning on running away, but like, it's not really running away when you're an adult. You're just moving out.
You're just moving out, yeah.
But he's trying to take off. But what? That's wild that he just has Leo's background, like in its entirety, basically. On top of being like the token, like the one ethnically coded character in the cast. On top of that, or at least more explicitly, because also Jenna in Echo is Native American, basically, but doesn't come up constantly the way that, like, Leo's does.
Yeah.
Remind me to get you to look over my car next time I need a tune-up then. They're also both wolves. So long as you make it up to me.
And he's a blue wolf, and Leo's a red wolf.
Whoa, and blue wolves famously exist. As long as you make it up to me, call on me anytime. Make it up to you, huh? Like what, your homework? You both graduated. We both laughed. More often than not, I'd do Ty's homework just as a favor when he was struggling behind. There were reasons for that. The long and short of it was that I stood up for him once, and he's had my back ever since.
Wait. Is that what happened?
It's supposed to be that he somehow stopped Tyson from getting expelled?
Yeah, that is okay. That's what it was.
The confusing backstory where he doesn't know that Orlando's family is in the mafia.
Yeah,
but the mafia did come up in that story, unrelatedly somehow. And then he stood up for Tyson to the dean, which stopped him from getting expelled. Even though by the time we get to this part of the story, Tyson has been expelled. So it's the most confusing possible plot point ever. Like, he doesn't know about the mafia, but the mafia comes up, and he doesn't know about. And he prevents the expulsion that still happens anyway, but separately for a different reason later. You could not be more convoluted. It's an important thing about trying to tell a story, especially when you're trying to backfill narrative in people's backstory later, is you really want each type of like action that can happen in the plot to have happened once. And then you just move on to something else. Like, oh, there was a fire or something. Like, move on to something else for the other elements. Don't have the same thing happen multiple times in their backstory with opposite answers, because then you have to explain all of that retroactively. Like, you can do this. You can do something that complicated, like, damn, I failed the bar, but then I passed it, if it's happening in the story. But having that kind of like, oh yeah, the 7th time I took the bar, all being a backstory stuff, and you're flashing to the different instances separately. You're like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah. Well, the thing with this, the thing that confused the way he says stand up for him before made it seem like it was like he was stepping in to protect him. I mean, I know that the mafia story and all the backstory stuff like doesn't make any sense. We've been over that a million times. Yeah. Just like the constantly evolving relationship between Tyson and Dave, that seems like it is just in a million different places in every single.
Here it sounds vague, like he stood up against somebody else in like normal school terms, like somebody that was bullying him or something. Mm-hmm. And then it also like. You can sense in the text that there's a lack of indication that they actually live together or sort of live together, which is what actually is happening. because that wasn't written yet. So
Yes,
it's like,
exactly.
So they're still distant, and it's like, oh yeah, I would do his homework sometimes. And
Like, do you still have that job that you're always going to, that I always see you leaving the house for because we live in the same home? Like, it's just like, it's like very
none
weird.
of it lines up in your head. You're like, these are different characters than the ones we spend the rest of the game with.
Yeah.
Maybe I was just having an off day. Turned out to be the right decision, though, as he'd been in the right. Also worked out that one act had gotten me a pseudo bodyguard too.
What?
Well, maybe not homework, but I'm sure we can come to some sort of arrangement. So, what's the plan now? You know, I honestly have no idea. I was expecting Roswell to be up and about by now, wanting to go do something. Maybe he tired himself out with research. I'm sure he's fine. You're probably right. Wouldn't be the last time he pulled an all-nighter. Also, I guess Benson's likely keeping an eye on him, right? Probably. What good is a butler if they can't do that much? Come on, let's go for a wander. Yeah, alright. Tyson seemed torn as to which way to go first, deciding to head towards the back. Alright, there was something I was curious about. Oh yeah? What's that? Am I insane, or does this game normally fade between scenes?
I don't remember.
Oh yeah? What's that? Follow me, I'll show you. I followed Ty around to one side of the house before he wandered over the tree line. Yes, it does. Okay. Thought I was insane. Those are just two different commands. You do, when you just type in show scene and then the background image's name, and then you type with fade or with dissolve. And with dissolve makes it fade from one background to the other one, and with fade makes it fade to black, then to the new background. RenP coding for the audience. It's that straightforward. So he just forgot, I guess. All right, here. Yeah, look up. Tyson pointed towards one of the rooms in the upper level of the mansion. Up on high seemed to be Haas, reading while sitting by the window. He'd have to be so close to the window to see him from downstairs. Like, just pushed his face against it. Oh, hey, it's Haas. Yeah. You wanted to show me Haas? Nah, something else. Look here. Huh? I wanted closer to the tree line, just past it, and beckoned me to come closer. What am I looking at? Just something I noticed while I was wandering around yesterday. Someone dug something up here. Oh, what was it? How would I know? It's not here anymore, is it? Well, sure, but you must have some idea. You even pointed out Haas up there and all. Yeah, alright. So maybe I have two ideas. First idea was that maybe there was a medal buried here. What? Wait, really a medal? Or part of one? Look, I don't know. Just an idea. Seems like you might have more than just an idea, but okay. What was the other idea? Well, second idea is maybe a gun? The fucking gun that comes up in the Oz thing where they said there's a gun buried outside?
How would he know that it's a fucking gun?
I have no idea how he'd come to that conclusion, but also, like, did we ever get a clear follow-up on what the buried gun was?
Yeah, it's Oswin's rifle or something.
Why would there be a buried gun?
Because there were only two guns in the house, except for all the guns in the armory.
I guess...
That was literally the conclusion, and you're currently reliving something we've already litigated, which is that it doesn't make any sense, and it's very weird.
Yeah, but I think we're finally finding out why there was a second gun, and it barely makes sense, but
no,
I guess...
we found out before that what's-his-name had... So what's-his-name has a pistol, Benson has a pistol and a rifle. I think the rifle might actually just be Benson's, and the pistol is Oswin's, but Benson was like, it's too dangerous to have a rifle out, so instead of locking it in the armory, I'm going to bury it. And I think the logic behind it was so that he could get it if he needed it, but that it would be hidden. To which I say, put it under your mattress, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that was the logic of it.
It's nonsensical. It makes you think that maybe he's like, I'm ex-military, and like, my thing is I'm going to hide one on the edge of the property so that if I'm stuck outside, I can get a gun.
Yes.
When something goes wrong, which kind of makes sense on some level if you're anticipating fucking Memphis.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that we finally have the actual reason it's in the story, which is that I'm pretty sure it's what kills Roswell on day 5 in his route.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're finally reaching this one weird nugget, which we found the weirdest way possible, which is that we tried typing gun into Oz's questions, and he mentioned a different gun than the one we knew about, which proceeded to not be in the plot. And we're like, what? So we still don't understand. And like now we're finally getting it 100 hours later. Because of how fragmented this all gets. Well, second idea was maybe a gun. You can't be serious. Ty knelt down and rummaged around in the grass before picking something up and holding it out to me. Wait, this is... Yep, that's a bullet, all right. What sort of gun would use a bullet like this? Hell if I know. Doesn't look like the shotgun rounds that Pops uses as part of the garage security. So, someone might have a gun? That's... well... Wait, how do we know this was dug up recently? Just trust me on this. He was grinding his teeth, digits twitching ever so slightly. Maybe this was a dog and digging thing that he didn't want brought up. Look, if you want to grab that bear who knows dirt, maybe he can confirm it. No, it's all right, but why point out Haas? Oh yeah. But like, if it's a gun, it wouldn't be hard to just snipe someone from here, right? Tyson mimed the action.
What a thought.
Extreme school shooter vibes. Look how easy it would be to shoot Haas from here. I think it wouldn't be easy, actually. What kind of gun do you think it is? Tyson mimed the action of Haas shooting with a pistol with his thumb and index fingers. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? You're not turning into Orlando, are you? What does that mean? Nah, it just seems like a weird place to bury a gun. Like,
wait. What does that mean?
No, I have no idea.
Go back. I want to reread that. Hold on. It would be hard to snipe some from here, yeah. Forward.
Is it a mafia thing or a gamer thing?
Tyson on the action shooting Haas pistol, so index fingers. Next. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Next. You're not turning into Orlando, are you? Okay, the thing that I got confused about was I thought he was saying Orlando is the kind of person who would bury a gun. And I was really trying to parse.
Yeah, no,
that.
It's the strangest of thinking that you could shoot somebody with that. Like,
yeah.
Orlando. Maybe it's the catastrophizing. Maybe that's the Orlando part.
Maybe he's just a gamer, you know what I mean? Got good hand-eye.
I'm just not over the fact that, like, one, we've seen that room, and that room is basically like, there's a big couch in the middle of the room, not by the window. But also the window that people walk up to all the time to look out of, which further indicates there's probably not a seat in the way. But also, given the angle that they're on the second floor, it's not just normal second floor, but a super duper mansion second floor, Haas would have to be... There's not really any sitting position where Haas could be, where he'd be visible at the window. Even if you're sitting at a couch at the window, he'd be seating. So only his head would be higher than the window's physical height from his perspective, and from down here, that angle just wouldn't work. You just wouldn't see it. It just doesn't work. Because she could have been like, oh, Orlando in the kitchen there, take him out. But no, he chose the second floor. That doesn't make sense. Like, the place is big enough to just throw it in a room somewhere, yeah? I suppose so. Still, a gun though? Not as if they don't show up every now and then. It seems like an odd thing to need right as we rock up is all. I guess you're right. I'm always right.
What does that mean?
It doesn't.
But why are they saying they need a gun right now? I guess, did we skip anything that made them think they needed a gun?
No, they don't need a gun.
Then why did he say it's a weird thing to need right now?
They're saying like somebody else needing, I think.
Right as we rock up is all? Sure.
Yeah, I don't think they're saying that they need the gun, but yeah, they're hypothesizing is strange. Because
I just can't understand.
It's a challenge to follow their thought processes with a lot of the stuff and why they're on these topics.
It's actual nonsense.
It's just like how like maybe it's a dog thing. I probably shouldn't press it. And it's like, why isn't Tyson's action just? I just didn't see this hole yesterday. It wasn't here yesterday, you know, because we've been here every day. This hole wasn't here, and now it's here. That's why I think it's stuck up recently. But that's like, no, it's my dog instincts. Don't press it. And he cyclically picks up. Oh, I shouldn't press this. It'll piss up Tyson if I talk about things. And like, well, maybe you can get Dean. He knows dirt master Dean. I'm like, just say the hole wasn't here yesterday. So what now? Had any plans for today? Immediately done with this topic. No follow-up. Not really. Was thinking I could maybe hit up the museum and go through more books and look for clues. They've had the so what now conversation 4 times now. Just them talking in this one sequence of scenes. Was helping Roswell with it yesterday. Figured I might as well keep searching. Gotta pull my weight. Well, that's fucking lame. Don't know why you find that sort of thing fun. Aw, you jealous I'm spending time with Roswell? Oi. No. Tyson mumbles something under his breath before trying to stare me down. Like hell I'd be jealous of a punk like him. Sure. Look, you're cute, Dave, but not that cute. If you say so. Ty began wandering off and I followed close behind. So you asked me what I was doing. What about you? I was gonna do some weights, and you're gonna spot me. Is that a fact? What? So it's a no? I thought about it for a second, as to whether or not I should go find Roswell and do some more research. Well... probably go find Roswell? Because this is his route? Before I could get a word in edgewise, Ty grabbed me roughly and started pushing me towards the basement. Too slow, you're keeping me company. Wait, what? Into the basement. And into the gym. Hey, alright, geez, you don't have to push. Ty stripped off and sat down on the weights bench, pulling out his phone. What do I... Just hold on, just checking something. A few more minutes passed before he threw his phone onto his discarded shirt. Phone playing some energetic music. Alright, can't work out without some good music. Should I? Should you what? Take off my shirt. Take off everything if you want. I don't care what you want to leave on or off. What, really? Sure. I mean, I ain't making a move on you.
You literally just made a move on us, dog.
Yes, that is a move. Just take off all your clothes. I don't give a fuck.
Also, you're cute. You just called us cute.
Yes, you're cute, but not that cute. Also, not unless you wanted it. Like, what? Not unless you wanted it. I doubt you'd be into the sort of things I am, though. Tyson, you're homophobic. Did you forget? What is this? This is so strangely written. Like, Tyson is like overtly homophobic. He's a mess, and he would not just be. This is actively flirting. This is the way that this is like almost accurate to how casual gay men are that are like that are open to hookups but not that like dedicated to it. Like whatever, take off any clothes you feel like. Underwear party. Who cares? like I don't. What the fuck's happening? Well, how do you know? Oh, I think I got a good read on you, pup. At least a better read on you than that bear does. Now you're talking about being a romantic rival to Dean. What the fuck is this writing? Tyson is not. This is not where Tyson is on day 5. This doesn't make sense. Well, I think Dean, he means well. And after he stuck his dick in you? Excuse me? You can't expect he's after more than that. He's what, tried to fuck you how many times now? What the fuck is this conversation? Now
has
hold
he?
on.
I thought the whole point was that he hasn't.
Yeah, Dean is, as far as this, the writing is supposed to be that Dean's trying to go on actual dates with Dave and he's trying to hit a level of romance that counts for him before he even does go that far. Like, he makes raunchy jokes, that's a character trait, but he specifically has not tried to have sex with Dave, and it's been reestablished several times, I think. So, like, this whole conversation needs to be deleted. None of it fits anything. Doesn't fit Tyson or Dean's story in it, as far as I can tell anywhere else. No, you need to wise up. You reckon he's gonna stick around until breakfast? You think he's gonna not need to go home after? At least when I make a pass on someone, I'm honest about how things are gonna go down later. No, you're literally saying you're not making a pass on Dave while making a pass on him, while also being homophobic, while also not being
Was
homophobic.
it ever established that Tyson's a virgin?
I don't know if it ever has established that.
Because he gives off really big virgin vibes.
Yeah. I mean,
But
everyone his age,
I don't mean that in a mean way. It's just when he's saying like, whenever I make a pass at someone, I'm honest about things are going to go down after. And it's like, one, no, you're not, because you make passes at people that then claim to not be gay all the time. And then also, you're honest about how things are going to go down after. Do you have the experience to know how things are going to go down after? I don't think you do.
The most accurate thing about this is that the kind of person who actively declares what kind of person they are is the kind of person who would be insecure enough to do that, but also would always be wrong about describing themselves.
Yeah.
Because I've dealt with that person several times before. The person that's always making declarations about what kind of person they are, and they're never right. They're also the kind of person that usually says that like they really value honesty, and like they're just telling it like it is, and that also isn't true.
Stop talking about your brother right now, Keith.
No, I'm talking about several people.
Air out your grievances elsewhere.
I'm talking about several housemates. Fucking, oh my god, I had a housemate that was so fucking annoying because he would always talk about how he wants people to be blunt and just say the truth and so on. I'm like, you literally can't handle any form of criticism ever, and I've learned that from the entire time I've been living with you. You don't want anyone to be blunt about anything ever. You just want people to not have a problem to begin with. That's what you mean. This whole like, I wish people would just say things. I'm like, no, you don't. You hate it every time anyone brings anything up. That person was fucking insufferable. Something in the air hung heavily. Did Ty really dislike Dean that much? Don't worry about it. I've said all I need to. I've got your back, no matter what happens. You know, back shots. You know, like a bro. Yeah. Way I see it, bro, you haven't lifted a single weight since you stepped foot in here. So, do you even lift, bro? Bitch, I'll lift the shit out of these weights. Spot me. I barely got in position before Ty started benching the weights.
It feels like the whole point of this conversation was just so they could write a meme there.
No, but they just slip in left and right. Might have been part why they went there, but it's apparently time for Tyson to confide in things, but he confides in things in the most scattershot, aimless way possible. Like, somehow it became about, I'll remind you, this is while we're in the Roswell route too, so it's unique Roswell route dialogue that's not any other route. But it became about weird gun buried out here. Anyway, dropping this topic immediately. Also, Dean's not gonna stick around after he fucks you. Dropping this topic now, you're like, where the fuck are these? What the fuck are these topics? Second one being weird that it's a Roswell route Tyson conversation. First one being weird, not because it's not weird entirely, because it's clearly it's probably setting up Roswell's death, but just the way that it's just like, it's so inorganically like, anyway, found a hole, bye. Just dragged you over here for this. To be honest, I wasn't really sure what I was supposed to be doing, but I got a good view of Ty snarling at the weights as he lifted them up and down. Come on. Ty was really working up a sweat. Being so close was doing things to me. Before I knew it, he heaved the bar up by himself and slid it away from me, sitting it at the edge of the bench. Sitting at the edge of the bench himself, right. I thought he sat it at the edge of the bench. I'm like, that's not where you put it. Gotta give me 5, just need to catch my breath. Ty got up, checking his phone and turn off the music. But he didn't return to his weights. He just started wiping himself down with his shirt. You seriously okay? Yeah, just pushed a little too hard. I'll be good. Give me 5 more. I sat down next to him after he returned back to the weight bench. watching him catch his breath. So, tell me something. What's up? How do you really feel about Roswell? Huh? What do you mean? You know what I mean. Maybe, I think. Would you pork the oinker? The oinker is one of the most funny terms until I realized that they're Australian.
Yeah.
Like I can't do an Australian accent, but like, would you point the oinker? It's like, oh, I get it why he says that. Now, like in a different accent, it doesn't sound like the most awkward word ever. Whereas when I'm saying it the way I say Tyson's line, it's the most fucking awkward line ever every time I read it. Just like, what a weird word to say if you aren't like doing the most Australian accent ever. Wait, what? Should I have beat around the bush more? I don't know why. He's your friend from way back, yeah? Figured it'd have crossed your mind at some stage. I can't say I've thought about it all really. Huh. Fair enough, I guess. Not that I care really, just making conversation. Before you go thinking, no, I ain't jealous. Well, good, I guess. I doubt anything like that'd ever happen. We're just friends, right? There's nothing more suspicious than bringing this up out of the blue and then saying you're not jealous. But it's extremely weird to how horny and gay Tyson seems to be in this scene. What is happening? Dude, friends can bang. What, are you offering all of a sudden? You wish. Now get up and spot me again. We continued past lunchtime and headed back upstairs. Apparently Ty wanted to change of clothes, although I was skeptical about that being the case. You sure smell like I needed to change, though. At the very least, have a shower. Why not use the gym showers that only exist when Orlando's being murdered? After we got upstairs, though, there seemed to be a commotion on the floor above. Orlando was waiting down the bottom of the stairs, looking distraught as he looked up at what was going on. What's going on? Oh, I don't really know. Why are you down here, then? I just came out to see what the commotion was. I only just got here. Any idea what's up? Who's upstairs, at least? I think I heard Dean, maybe Haas. Haven't seen Sal, though. He's probably swimming, right? Last I checked, yeah. Or at least that's what he said he was going to do. Clambering downstairs were suddenly Haas and Dean. Oh, hey guys, what's going on up there? They exchanged glances for a moment before... You and Roswell used to use the memory at the museum yesterday, right? Yeah, we looked up stuff about the house, why?
You didn't lock the door, did you?
Well, no, I wasn't the last one there, Roswell was. Maybe he locked it up then. So I take it the door is locked? Well, whatever's happened to it, I can't get it open.
No kidding, he basically threw himself at the door to try and get it to bud with no luck.
Well, damn, what do we do now? Probably see if Sal can break it down.
That, or see if we can find Benson.
Yes, you find Benson first. That's the normal thing to do before you break somebody's door when someone... the butler is here. I take it you've already checked with Roswell. See, the thing about that...
Can't find him. Checked his room thinking he was being a hermit. He's not inside the house as far as I can tell.
So he's in the museum. Checked outside, too. Unless he's gotten himself lost in the maze or in the woods, he's just disappeared. So he's not inside the house. Or outside? Well, there's two places he could be, right? There were some confused looks exchanged before I continued. How has nobody else come to the conclusion already? What about the vault? What? And you have to write people this dumb on purpose. You have to intentionally avoid the obvious answer. You reckon he'd make us go on a scavenger hunt when he already knows how to get in? Maybe he found all the other medals while we weren't looking? No,
God, that would save us so much more time.
I can't guarantee you that. I can guarantee that much. Oh, because he already found one of the medals We know that
Yep.
from his route. Well, the only other place would be the museum itself, right? But if he was inside, he'd have heard Dean try and break the door down, right? So he must be in the woods then?
He's just ignoring Dean.
Yeah, or he's unconscious. He's in anaphylactic shock in the middle of the museum. Can't think of where else he'd be unless he's hiding under someone else's bed for God knows what reason. So what, we go find Benson? Oh. At least I've seen him around recently. I think he was bringing things into the kitchen last I checked. Alright, well, should we split up to find Roswell? Or Benson to find out what happened to the door? Or go search the woods in the meantime? Or... I'm gonna take a shower before we do anything. That might be a good idea.
You do smell pretty bad.
I like working up a sweat too, but yeah, I agree. Not everyone doesn't have to fucking weigh in when the guy already said he's gonna take a shower while he's obviously dripping sweat. Like, we know what's happening. Everyone knows what's happening. It's a normal event. He's not like being uncouth. He's walking from the gym to his room to shower. Ty shot me a look after Dean's comment, reinforcing what he had said before. Fine, fine, I get the message. He then wandered up the stairs, flipping everyone off over his shoulder as he did so and disappeared out of sight around the corner. Okay, so Ty's going to shower, and then what are we doing?
I want to say searching for Benson might be the way to go, if only to warn him we're going to bust down a door.
Yeah, or that he could open the fucking door. Hey, I just got excited and figured I'd try it. I could have fixed it later. Probably a good idea to let Benson know that what's happening anyway. Still, seems kind of strange that it'd withstand Dean charging into the door.
I suppose we could try asking Sal for some help.
You've already said that. I'll go do that, I think. Only need one of us to run out into the pool, right? Why do you need to clarify that? Just do it. With affirmative nods all around, we split up. Sal should be in the pool, right? I mean, where else could he be? I know, Dave. You already said multiple times that's where you're going. Ah, the humans. Sal, you here? I called out, but there was no response. I wandered around to see if he wasn't just asleep somewhere. Sal? Hello?
Dave. Hello.
Oh, there you are. Were you hiding?
No, just sleeping. What's wrong?
Oh, thinking about why I was getting him was a little silly, but Dean and Haas couldn't get into the museum and, maybe bust down the door?
You shouldn't go breaking down doors. That's reckless.
Well, yeah. The others are looking for either Benson or Roswell to find out why the door won't open.
You can't find Roswell.
We think he might have gone into the woods. He's not in the house as far as we can tell.
I haven't seen him come outside.
Just these two sitting in the shallows jacking off.
Weren't you out here before?
Yeah, I came out here with Ty, although I went back inside for a while.
Unless when I was asleep.
You're like in an enclosed resort pool area, and there's at least two directions you can leave the mansion in. There's no like, oh, I would have seen him. It's a fucking huge piece of land.
He's not come outside as far as I've seen.
Oh, well, where else could he be?
Who knows? I'll come help though. I'll meet you inside.
Like I'm just obviously right on this point anyway, but like even this scene reinforces that the fact that there's no line of sight in this area. There's two separate buildings here, blocking all possible. I don't even know what the two buildings are honestly on the screen. We've been here a million times and I don't know what the other building is. It's like the small single floor building. But it just reinforces that like there is no line of sight. There is no like, I would have seen him. I left Sal to clean up and wandered back to the house. Oh hey Haas, what's happened?
Dave, glad I caught you. There's We have some bad news.
How bad?
We've searched a place no sign of Benson. He must have left.
Left where?
These nuts, Dave.
Gotta air him out.
Who knows? But he's not in the mansion. Even had Tyson watching the foyer in case he was upstairs and tried to slip away.
Well, what about Roswell? Any sign of him?
Same deal, no sign. If Orlando hadn't seen him before, just about the place, my brain had a stroke trying to parse what that meant. If Orlando hadn't seen him before just about the place, I would have expected kidnapping, abduction rather.
Really? That's serious.
Maybe not, but it would have been a reason why we haven't seen either of them, right?
Suppose so. What about the museum? Dean hasn't tried busting the door down again, has he?
Not yet, but he's been getting frustrated that it hasn't budged.
Well, I managed to get Sal to come along, so hopefully that door won't last much longer.
Hopefully we won't get in trouble for busting the door down.
Of course you will. We waited for Sal to catch up before we headed back inside, and then made the trek upstairs. With Sal here, there was little chance the door staying standing if it was going to fall at all. What? There was little chance of the door staying standing if it was going to fall at all. What? Just directly contradictory ways of expressing the thought. Like, you could be like, if anything's gonna make this door fall, Sal's gonna do it. But that implies that there's still a high chance of it not succeeding and this is your only hope. But then you're saying here, like, with Sal here, there's little chance the door staying standing, which implies the exact opposite intensity. And, like, you just put both of them together, back to back. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't work at all. Sure enough, with enough bulk behind him, Sal was able to bust the door open despite the reinforced lock. As soon as the door was open, a few things happened in quick succession. Haas and Sal were stunned, smelling the air. Tyson and Orlando seemed to do the same, but twigged that something was up. What? Tyson venturing further in with Orlando quivering by the door. It's weird writing because it's just arbitrarily grouping them into pairs, even though they're doing the same thing, just because they want to show them in pairs in the sequence visually. It's like, they smelled, and then they smelled. Like, okay. Dean seemed more preoccupied by the fact that he wasn't able to open the door. Damn door, could have busted it down eventually. Ah, well, is Dean even competitive?
Yeah.
Is that a character trait of his?
I do not remember.
Dean didn't seem to have a good read on the room, and took no more than 2 steps forward before... The fuck is this? Has text ever been bold before?
I don't think so.
In the entire game, including other death discoveries? That threw me. It's so... This game has so much of just listening to the same music and looking at the same visuals all the time that... Much like when that one room just suddenly appeared 20 hours in, I'm like, bold text? What? Tyson's outburst roused everyone to scramble towards where he'd ended up. Didn't seem to get too far in, and his response would have been delayed by initial shock. What? Shit. He's...
Gay.
You know.
Blood.
His heart sighed out.
I didn't want to think that's what I could smell.
Who?
Huh?
Who did it? You think it's one of us?
No, the room was locked from the inside, you fools!
Also, Benson's missing, so it's just like... the fact
Literally.
that if Orlando's dead, if Roswell's dead and Benson's missing, and it's locked... Literally every single sign points so obviously to Benson that there's not even a reason to hypothesize about anyone else.
For real.
Much like Much like, weird, no one's seen Roswell all day, and the room he's associated with is closed and locked. Where could he be? Like,
unbelievable.
This whole chapter is trying so hard to write everyone. It's like, I know that on a mystery you don't want everyone just to instantly get the answer, but you do need to do a better job at coming up with why they're not thinking of the answer immediately. If you're not going to do that, but in this case, the answers are so obvious that there's only one thing for people to logically think about, and they're being insane. They're actively written to be insane if you're not thinking of the obvious thing all the time. Well, who else could it be? It has to be one of us, right? I found myself wandering over to where Roswell lay on the ground. It didn't even seem real. Maybe because you didn't describe him in any way yet, so you hadn't seen him. Oh. Just the word discovery, and then his head is blown off.
Fucking one. It's basically traced over the picture of Benson being dead. The same posture, basically. Also,
I don't know if it is.
Yeah, it's very similar.
With the one bloody finger dragged over the word discovery is very funny. It's such a literal thing, but like he can't do a study in Scarlet thing where like he can't be like scratching revenge on or on the floor in German because his head exploded. So there's no dying message thing. So whoever killed him took his finger, stuck it in his exit wound, then put it on the book to underline the word discovery, which is written in the book in such big text that it's like a children's book. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is. Yeah, this is yet again a moment of me being like, and people are saying that the passwords were not obvious, that we were supposed to find them in the text. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Oh, yeah, I guess that is the password this time.
Yeah, like, fuck you. I don't know. This is insane.
Yeah, the first ones are so spoon-fed to you that it makes no sense to expect that you have to deduce the rest of them after that. It just doesn't work as a tutorial at all. But we've been over that every route. But this is a very funny death scene. Is the idea that Benson murdered Roswell and then
I love the idea of Benson icing Roswell.
Yeah, like it seems to suggest that Benson killed Roswell on purpose and then wrote the clue in his blood so that people would then use their vault to save Roswell.
But the clue wasn't written in his blood. The clue was written in pen and then underlined with his blood.
Yes.
Maybe this isn't gun wound. Maybe that's just blunt force trauma.
But like the fact that it's I figure it's a gun because it's the least painful, and because this seems
when he just fucking clobbered him with a golf club.
Because the point is that this is all on purpose for Roswell, and that's why this is the most obviously orchestrated and like
personal,
murder
obvious
scene
death.
So far.
Yeah.
It's like it was specifically done on purpose, which is fucking. It's a bit metal on Roswell's end to be just willing to just fucking kill himself in so many of the endings to cause one outcome where something. I'm also not entirely sure what he's trying to accomplish still, because even in route A, he just goes, "Here's a letter, Dave." It dies.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's
Unless
funny.
he's expecting the true ending to happen, which we still don't know what happens, but I imagine is a magic everyone lives ending.
Yeah.
Like, he must really be dedicated to that in the Akane sort of way, but this is insane. This is an insane death scene. I can't, given the context of the rest of the story, I can't say it's bad. Like, this is technically, like, this should line up with everything else in a way that actually makes sense storytelling wise, given the story they've chosen to tell.
Unbelievable. It's just like genuinely just stupid and funny, and I shouldn't laugh, but I'm laughing because
I mean the underlying thing is extremely funny.
The underlining thing is extremely funny. That is true.
He was alive, smiling yesterday. When did this happen? Who did it? The bloody book nearby looked to be what he'd been hit with, and it had left enough of a wound to, well...
You know.
You're saying he hit him with the book and his head exploded? A book?
So it was blunt force trauma.
What the fuck?
He just left him there to die.
That's an exit wound of a gunshot. That's not a book.
Oh, that's deeply funny.
How hard do you think a book is compared to a human skull? You might be able to concuss someone. I don't know if you can cave in their fucking skull and leave a hole.
Deeply fucking funny.
He'd been reading a book, it looked like. A lot of his blood had obscured a lot of the text outside of the title above the page, which seemed to sit above a line of blood. There's so much blood on the page, it's all obscured. Can't you tell? Discovery. No, it's in caps, Dave. You're quoting it wrong. In a twist of cruel irony, this wasn't a pleasant discovery. It's like the fucking...
that is very funny.
Oh my god, you can almost it's like the fucking, you can read it in the tone of like all those gumshoes, but like in the parody of a not a genuine film noir style gumshoe, but a parody of one. Like
it's like Soprasada, Alimony, my fucking little kobold detective who's like my wife left me in the war 12 days ago. Like exactly. Oh my god.
The book, the discovery was underlined in blood. In a cruel twist of irony, this wasn't a pleasant discovery at all, says Daffy Duck in a hat.
God. Fucking stupid. So dumb.
I wish this game was funny. I wish this game was funny on purpose.
Yeah, I wish this game was funny on purpose as well.
Super goofy.
Fucking A. It would just it's just something else, you know. It just like it this shit is hysterical.
That's a line where that's such a line in a story that uses the word dame.
Yeah, very much so.
And whatever it was Roswell had been looking into was now the last thing on anyone's mind. In that next moment I was pulled away from Roswell's body by Sal, who then got down to try and it looked like CPR. You're not gonna get him, buddy.
I mean, points for trying, I guess.
Yeah, it's shock. I get it, but
fuck.
It's like, dude, his head exploded.
Shit makes me laugh.
Sal, I don't think that.
I have to try.
There was a cracking in Sal's voice, not something that was usually there, but betrayed his otherwise calm exterior. I felt someone pull me back until I was around the corner and Roswell was out of view. I saw Haas on the phone, hopefully calling the police. It wasn't until we'd gotten down to the foyer again until I had really clicked who had dragged me off. So, are you okay? Huh? You know, like... Roswell? Oh. I didn't really know. It takes a lot of it. I think a lot of it was shock. And that it still felt surreal enough that it couldn't possibly be real. Who do you think did it? You think it was one of us? Dean's silence speaks volumes. But why? I don't know. All I know is that I don't want to be here anymore. And I want you to come with me. What? This shouldn't have happened. And out of everyone here, I trust you the most. I don't think you murdered Roswell. I'd bet my life on it. Once again insane, because Dean should be suspecting Benson for 1 million reasons, obviously. But from our perspective, it's so hilariously suspect that we're like, dang, where's Roswell? And then Tyson's like, hey, check. Tyson's like, hey, check it out. A hole where a gun was taken out. That's crazy, right? You could like shoot someone with that. Look how easy I could shoot Haas right now. Thinking about guns. Thinking about guns lately. Anyway, let's go to the basement. I'm gonna drag you there for a suspiciously long time. And I'm gonna talk about Roswell while I'm there. I'm just gonna keep you here. You don't get a choice. Like an alibi? So from our perspective, Tyson's the most suspicious character ever. But from any normal human's perspective that didn't sit through all that, Benson obviously killed Roswell.
Completely.
But like, But then on top of all that, after setting up the gun, the game's like, he's been killed by blunt force trauma. And you're like, what? The fuck are you talking about? But what if you killed Roswell? What? I don't think you could have done it either. I don't think anyone could have. But we can't just leave. What about finding out what happened to Roswell? What about everyone else? And the police? Dean wandered off after that. He seemed angry and sad at the same time. Leaving seemed like a good idea, but something in the back of my mind felt off somehow. Also, the police are already coming, and how do you leave? No one has a car. You think the Uber's gonna beat the police here? Hey, you went back to the body. That's a choice.
Hey, Dave, police are on the way.
Roswell. Orlando was sobbing uncontrollably, barely able to get words out in between sobs. Oh. Okay. I wandered around to where Roswell lay. Sal was still sitting nearby, arms covered in blood. Sal?
I couldn't. He was
The semicolon there. Don't think. Maybe that's okay. That's permissible. Never mind.
Using semicolons is brave. Okay.
They link two independent clauses. They're easier to use than you realize. People should use them more. In fact, they are good punctuation.
It's literally just a piece of punctuation that no one understands in normal society because it just isn't ingrained in anyone. It's not really taught.
Yeah.
You learn it for like 10 minutes in one class once, and that's the end of people teaching you semicolons, and everyone just forgets.
It's like the most useful.
It's like in the part of your brain that tries to remember exactly what adverb refers to. Like you use adverbs.
An adverb is an adjective.
What they're called.
No, it's an adjective that modifies. It's like running quickly.
Yeah. Quickly
is an adverb.
Yeah.
How do people forget this? Never mind. I'm not going to get into this. Never mind. I can't. My expectations for humanity are too high. Let's move forward.
It's just how grammar works.
He was already.
Even the stuff you understand, as far as like its terminology goes, it came in 130 seconds in one class once, and you just like, if you don't commit to it, you don't actually remember it. Even if you know how to use all of it. Yeah.
They'll be here soon.
The police?
They'll want to question us.
I know. I'm a cop's son.
And they'll find out who did it.
Okay, you don't need to be propaganda about it, but yeah. They definitely won't. In fact, I think in none of these endings do the cops solve the murders, making this game an accidental indictment of the police. Like, it's like, cops are so good, and my dad's a cop, and Sal wants to be a cop, and it's like functionally propaganda-y on that level, where it's like, oh, cops are good, and this is written in the intrinsic assumption that cops are good. But it accidentally writes a story where the entire police force is corrupt, and also they never solve a single murder in a game that consists entirely of murders. While also the crime family can only exist and function because they're not stopping them either. Despite the time it took for us to get to the mansion, the police arrived fairly quick. As Sal said, they questioned all of us and did a thorough investigation. For whatever reason, they decided I wasn't their top suspect and was able to make a clean enough break from it. Really, I don't know who they ended up suspecting for it. The whole thing caused a rift in the group that just drove us all apart. We just stopped talking. Well, almost. That just feels like you throwing up your hands and giving up on writing who the police decided was the suspect in the situation. I had a coffee in my hand despite it being lunchtime. It had been weeks after the investigations had stopped. Hey. Oh, hey, Ty. Oh, hi, Mark. Ready to get going? Yeah, I guess so. Well, come on then. What? Fascinating.
Driving on the wrong side for America.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it can't be America.
Right, yeah, this is it's an Australian-oriented car. You weird island nations. It's weird to call Australia an island, but now I'm just thrown by there being a CG for this. A finished CG for like just one of the vestigial endings of one specific route's murder. And it's not even of the route character.
Yeah.
Like they all have a murder CG, but none of them have had ending CGs. This is a level of effort that went away in development. That's kind of sad to think about. So, yeah? How are you holding up? Fine, I guess. Still shaken. Heard from anyone else? No, not since everything sort of died down. Not since the funeral. I noticed Dean wasn't there. Yeah, he went back home apparently. Don't know for sure. We drove for a bit longer in silence. Tyson barely smiled. He looked tired. You didn't have to do this, you know. Oh. Yeah, I know. I wanted to. I'm not gonna get mushy and gay on you, Dave. I got your back, remember? Good to know. Listen, if you want to take a nap, it'll be a while until we get there. That coffee isn't going to keep you awake the whole time. I don't mind the quiet. Alright. Sure. Thanks. I must have dozed off pretty quick. Next thing I knew, I was being woken by Ty when he'd arrived. Hey, we're here. We were back at the manor. Okay. Just standing in front of the place sent a chill down my spine. You okay? Yeah, just give me a sec. Even after being so long, maybe it was still too soon. Okay, let's do this. I'm right behind you. I walked up to the front door and knocked. Seconds ticked by until the door opened, the boar who opened it giving a sad look before stepping aside to let us in. He led the way to the museum in silence, knowing where we wanted to go, and gestured to the room before wandering off somewhere. They just straight up meet Oz in this ending. Alright, we're here. Yeah, I'm surprised that they said that we could look around. Maybe they had some sympathy for us as his friends. Maybe, you know, I don't even know. I'm just thankful I can get some closure. Well, okay. I don't know that they're going to have the books he was looking at. The evidence bullshit and all that. Okay, so I reckon if you want some closure, let's start walking through what happened. I'll be Roswell. You do what you gotta do. Tyson wandered over to where he was found, folded his arms over his chest, and kept his eyes on anywhere but me. There were things that I never got answers to, things that just didn't make sense. Who killed Roswell? First, this is...
We don't know.
This has...
Or we do know. I don't know.
This has never... This is weird.
Yeah.
This is so much more proactive, and it's also like a weirdly more complete ending than any of the other ones. Like the complete... This is happening on a completely different scale than every other murder. Huh. Okay. Well, we don't know. Or what happens if we do say we know the murderer? We know the murderer? The murderers, well, we don't know for certain, but it was probably Benson. If it wasn't him, then we don't know, not 100% at least. Second, when was he killed?
I don't know what time of day it was, so...
Yeah, I don't know exactly when we left. After dark? That would make sense. The sound I heard, the person I saw wandering around in the dark, that was them, right? That was the murderer? There was one thing that gave the biggest clue of who did it. Why was the door locked? Huh? The door. We had to get Sal to break down the door, but why was it locked? Dunno. Let's see. Tyson went over to the door and had a look. Don't know why it's got such a heavy-duty lock on it. Seems overkill. Is there anything in here worth taking? Not gonna shit you. I checked the place out for that. Short answer is no. Wouldn't want to take anything from here. Maybe there's info in the books? That's a lot of effort to go through unless you know what you're looking for. But locking the door with Roswell inside, maybe because he found it. Or stop us from finding the body? But then who locked it? Depends who had the key, right? I don't know. This is already in the dialogue thing where we said it was Benson. I don't think we'll ever know. Who could have possibly had the book, the keys to the house? Could it be the butler? Or Dean?
Or this is all just a comedy of errors, and Roswell reached too high up on the shelf and knocked a big book down on his own head.
Yeah. Okay.
And
so
this is why that's a 7,000 IQ master play.
Oh my god. He committed Rube Goldberger's side. I don't think there's anything concrete that will tell us what happened. We're not the police, and we don't know when he died or like anything. No kidding, after we found him. Just couldn't take it. Felt sick, really. I thought you didn't like him. Well, no, I didn't, but I didn't want him dead. Yeah.
I did.
I'd kill
Why
him
doesn't
right
anyone
now.
ever ask what Toaster wants?
Yeah. It's Toaster's year. He'd been hit with a book, yeah? Looked like it. Well, at least that's what was next to his body. I can still picture it in my head. Thanks.
Yeah.
Discovery. That one word stung, but carried some meaning with me that I couldn't quite place. Maybe it was something of a dying message left for us. Discovery. What did he want to discover? It didn't really matter now anyway. So we left. You know? Maybe it was what was in the vault after all, you know? Huh? We never found out. Maybe someone did. Oh, maybe. I just don't know. At this stage, I'd rather forget it and let it be a bad memory. Ty? What's up? Thanks. Ty kept his eyes focused on the road, smirking just a little bit. Where do you want to go now? I don't know. I don't care. You can pick. Alright. And so we just drove. Over time, Ty and I just settled into a rhythm. I had him, he had me. It didn't matter where we went. It didn't matter how we got there. We had each other. It's so arbitrary who he ends up with in each ending after these deaths. Just completely different people. As bad as what happened was, and how it estranged all of us, I discovered something I probably wouldn't have otherwise. Bad end, Roswell. Weird.
That was a really weird ending, and Dave's tone at the end is really strange because he's like, well, my best friend is dead. At least I discovered something.
Yeah.
For a mystery I have no intention to solve. have absolute no actual connection to. Like, he doesn't realize that he's going through a time loop, so why would he be trying to, like, why would he think back on this as discovering something he wouldn't have known?
I was thinking about that too, and like my guess is that maybe it's supposed to be he discovered something as in like him and Tyson, but them ending on that note has the double meaning to us that we discovered something, but it just kind of gets incoherent at that point, the way it's used, and you just get confused. I get the feeling that this was the first ending that was written.
Yeah,
it has the feeling of this is the idea of how the game will work, and then once the task came to do 5 more of these for this day, they got more iffy and shaky. Like, this was like the most, like, if this game was going to be good, this was the best sign that it could have been good, because like there was like an effort to set up a mystery. There was an effort to deduce. There's a follow-up that has a scene where they revisit it years later or months, a month later or something, to like poke at it, and like as an expression of the helplessness of the mystery, having the player actually pick what they think that they could have gotten about the mystery so far, even if it doesn't amount to anything, is actually a pretty compelling choice for a game like this to do. Like, what do I think I know? Do I think I know the murder or not? Do I think I know when it happened? Is like presenting those choices, especially if they aren't answerable, is actually pretty interesting to do, to the player, and then have Dave think about why he thinks those options and so on, because that not only proposes a level of thought about the mystery on the author's behalf that makes it more compelling, but also like makes you feel more engaged in the mystery directly.
Yep.
But also, like, then you get when you look at everything else, everything just looks less fully featured and less in depth and less thought out and has dumber explanations for the most part.
Yeah.
Like, now even the passwords make more sense here. Like, oh, as goofy as it is, the password is literally incorporated into the murder. Like, the word discovery is physically present, and every single other password is so awkward that it's like, we talked about Somno a while, right? Unrelatedly, a different character died. That was the password. And then you're like, what? And then the game has to give up and just caps lock it at you at the end and just say, the password was this, because of how poorly integrated it was. But like here, it's like he was onto the thing. Whoa. Even if it is just a study in Scarlet, like it is straight up like that might even is that the first Sherlock Holmes story? I don't remember.
No.
But that's a thing. I have a study in Emerald, which is Neil Gaiman's Cthulhu version of that exists for some reason.
It is the first appearance of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's like a cute genre nod in itself. Even it's like there's things to like about this specific one, that it's tainted by the fact that it's in Password and we've been here for 300 hours and I can't fully like anything at this point. Oh, I'm off center. But yeah, this if this was our first one, I would have had a better impression for a while. Although at this point in the game, I hadn't turned on it fully yet. Because even when it seemed like it was poorly written, it had momentum back when it was doing all the murders. When it did first your route character, then it did Benson, and then it did Orlando, all back to back. And it was like Dragon Mafia ending. You're like, what? For like the first 7 days, the game had promises of being at least schlocky fun, but then it got incredibly boring for hundreds of hours. There was a moment's pause before the LED panel flashed vividly. Suddenly, thoughts filled my head. I wasn't sure what I was seeing. Was this a hallucination? Roswell died? The mental image of him face down in the middle of what seemed to be the museum sent a chill down my spine. It looks like he'd been hit on the head by a book. But why? When? Was the museum that dangerous? It couldn't possibly be what the future held, right? I really struggled to accept the idea that the floor of the museum is blue. Which probably means it's a carpet? I don't like that. The vault came back into view, and it seemed like at some point I'd passed out and ended up on the floor. How long was I can't accept that any room of this entire building is blue on the floor. That's wrong. That's just wrong. It's like a big, like, dark wood building. And the idea that that this whole room is all hardwood floors, then the museum is exclusively a carpeted floor is like, that feels weird. The vault came back into view. It seemed at some point I'd passed out and ended up on the floor. How long was I out for? Groggy, but otherwise none the worse for wear. What was left, though, was that I had the gut feeling that the museum was dangerous. I figured that if trying to find out the password was going to involve premonitions of death, I'd hold off until Roswell showed up. Oh my god. Roswell is the main route.
Yeah.
This is the fucking cover that Doom... This is the picture that doomed us.
Yeah. Correct.
I put this in the vote, and people saw this and were like, oh, cool, tense puzzle game, probably. Can't wait to see him play that game. This was the image that people basically voted on because they wouldn't have actually played Password. It's kind of traumatic to see.
Yeah.
I figured it was best to keep the password that worked for secret for now. After all, I wasn't sure if it had worked. And even if it did, what could I tell Roswell? Hey, dads, I guess. Brrr. Oh. Which book was in the vision?
Red, I think. Maybe. I don't think it was any of these, but we can try red.
I pulled a red book off the shelf and began to flip through it. It didn't seem to be of anything important, but the title seemed promising. The Genealogy of the Hammond Family?
Wow, it's literally the exact book we were looking for.
Flipping through the pages, it depicted pictures, old sepia ones of finely dressed pigs and boars. The book didn't seem all that old, but the pictures seemed to be from a time where the cameras were first invented, maybe a little bit before. What? How can they be older than cameras?
Well, it's saying, oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Some of the pictures were painted portraits of the individual family members, either one's deceased or just lacking a photo. Yeah, because he says from older than the cameras. But there was one, though, that seemed to be depicted as the family's patriarch. R. Hammond, huh? There was a family... Why wouldn't it have its name? R. Hammond? There was a familiar look to him compared to Roswell, although I'm not sure how much of that was just because they were both boars. Would it be racist to ask? They didn't even have the same last name, so chances are they weren't related. That's famously how names work. Although it would explain how they managed to wrangle the house for a month. So even he thinks that. He connected the dots that they're probably related, and that's how they have access to this fucking place. God damn it.
Yeah.
Find anything interesting yet?
Oh, I snapped the book shut, putting it back on the shelf. Whee! As I turned to leave, suddenly everything I'd seen came flooding back. Poof. It's a black book. Okay. I was or maybe blue? I think it's black. Or purple. It's dark. I was, once the choices came up again, I was paranoid. I'm like, oh god, was I supposed to piece together which thing to say I'd used with the money, and that affects whether or not I can pick the right ending? Blood everywhere. Roswell faced down in the middle of the room. That one underlined word he left behind. Discovery.
Dave, are you okay? You look white as a ghost, and you sort of just stopped there for a few minutes.
Had it really been a couple of minutes? Roswell was still alive, but unless I said something now, chances were it wasn't going to stay that way. Say nothing. Yeah, let's just let him die. It wasn't worth the risk. Roswell! Before I realized, I almost jumped back towards Roswell and roughly grabbed him in a hug.
Wow, I mean, I appreciate the hug, but is everything okay?
You can't stay here.
Wait, what?
What do I say? Should I just flat out tell him that he'd die if he stayed here? Question is, would he believe me? Truth. I look him dead in the eye. Roswell.
What?
If you stay here in the museum, at some point someone's going to murder you. Tonight. You can't stay in here. Roswell searched my face for the lie, brow furrowed for a second before looking off the side, thoughtful.
I have a question for you, Dave.
Oh yeah?
How bad was it?
I blinked. How bad was what?
I think I know what's going on, although you should have just told me straight up.
I am.
Not only that, but I think your delivery needs some work. Shut
Fuck
the
you.
fuck up, dude.
My delivery?
Dude, shut up.
Well, yeah.
Honestly, didn't think you'd end up using those tarot cards I got you for your birthday this year. I honestly just sort of like the art.
What?
Yeah.
But telling someone their fortune, gotta work on the delivery. Shut up. Oh my god. You know what's going on, you idiot. Stop just, why are you yanking us in different directions?
He's being annoying.
Don't put much stock into it myself. I prefer sleight of hand sort of tricks, but I reckon Haas might be into it, right?
You've lost me.
Horoscopes and stuff. Some people are into knowing what the future holds. I tend to, see what happens. What's the fun in trying to figure out what's going to happen?
It's your entire mission. That's your entire mission.
Yeah.
That's literally all that drives you as a person.
I just don't understand what his goal is, because when you lie to people, you have a specific goal for them. But we know that Roswell knows how all of this stuff works, and we know he's waiting for characters like Dave and them to have their vision so that they can actually figure out what's happening and solve the problem. So you think this would be the moment that Roswell would drop the facade, but we can't do that because we haven't gotten to that point in any of the other routes. So Roswell, because all of the routes were written at the same time, Roswell needs to sit here and be deliberately misleading for no particular reason until like day 24 when everyone gets on the same page.
Yeah,
If that's what happens in this route, that's going to be rough.
Even if he wants to be misleading, it's just like, it's just unnecessary for him to be like, why invent the whole tarot card conversation? You could just be like, you could just believe or not believe him while pretending to not know that the whole reason why he's having this comment.
Yeah, exactly.
Takes the magic out of it, you know?
I'm pretty sure that knowing the future and divining that is literally putting the magic into it. It's actually magic, I guess. But seriously, you can't stay in here. You're in danger.
Sure. I think you're just overreacting.
Roswell, I opened the vault.
You didn't open it. You put in a keyword. There's a difference. You don't know that yet, but there is a difference.
What?
Yeah, this is like, that's actually misleading to say that. Like, that makes it like, when people are like, oh, excuse me, actually, I never said that Dave opened the vault. I'm like, apparently in some of the net routes, he does say he opened the vault. Like, almost like they forgot that they wrote. Yeah, before you arrived, I lucked into the password, I guess.
You lucked into the password? The door was still locked when I arrived and still wanted another password. Maybe you just think you opened it.
What the fuck would that mean?
You put in a key code and then knocked yourself out and didn't actually open the door, because that's how this works apparently.
Well,
and he knows that and you don't.
You know? Well, either way, I saw you die right there in the room.
Do I want to know how?
You literally just asked how, and you were being coy about it. Like, shut up. You don't ask. We're not gonna. Why would you rephrase the question twice?
You were looking at a book, I guess. You'd underlined a word in blood or something, and that turned out to be the password that let me know what happened. Look, I know it sounds like a tall tale, but I figure if it did end up happening, I'd feel horrible if I didn't at least try and stop it from happening. Roswell looked at me with a steely gaze for a while before sighing.
Okay, I get it. We weren't making much progress here anyway. Maybe taking a break would be for the best.
I sigh in relief.
Maybe I can go look for some mushrooms or something in the forest.
Oh no.
Fucking, I've got a nose for it at least. Couldn't hurt to try and get something fancy for Orlando to cook with.
I'm sure he'd like that.
One last thing, though.
Oh yeah, what's that?
What was the password you used anyway?
Oh, it was Discovery.
In all caps.
Yeah, only now. It's never been in all caps so far, besides in the CG's picture itself.
It's funny.
Funny how?
Discovery. The concept of it. We're looking for medallions. You discovered the password. I'm about to go discover some mushrooms.
Okay. And that's funny?
Well, that's not all. The term also refers to sharing a crucial testimony and other documents relevant to a trial. You know, so you can weigh up how you should plea.
In case you weren't aware, the creator of this really likes Danganronpa.
So in a way, you shared your testimony of my fate, and that helped me decide on whether or not I should stay.
So you really believe that I opened the vault?
Full disclosure? Not really. But I'd rather not take the risk of dying over it, and you seem invested.
I don't understand why he would lie about this or why he wouldn't trust him, because Roswell knows. Roswell knows what's going on.
Yeah, like what is your,
like explicitly?
Like what are the ends you're going for? Because it feels like you're trying to gaslight Dave into thinking he didn't open the vault, and then he's just gonna like, oh, maybe I was wrong and I shouldn't think about this anymore. When your goal is explicitly for him to develop this ability,
yeah, exactly,
and solve this place somehow.
Friends trust each other.
Which is why I'm not trusting you.
Right?
Right, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going into the forest.
You need some company?
Yeah, it should be fine. I've gone mushroom hunting before and not had any troubles. Besides, should be fine as long as I'm out of the museum, right?
It's fucking hysterical that this is the day he goes into the fucking woods, and so they just have him just on a whim just pivot directly from the museum to the
one murder to the next.
Yeah, just immediately goes like, I'm gonna get lost in the woods now, bye. Like, it's like this is where the story's outline says I need to go next, so just the next sentence he just decides he's gonna go run into the woods and get lost.
Yeah.
Right.
Just don't lock me out. If you run into Benson, just let him know where I've gone and he should leave the door unlocked. Or worst case scenario, leave a window open so I can smell dinner.
Worst case scenario. So that still feels like it's not. That even further buries the lead that was supposed to be the plan, because Dave's supposed to feel bad he didn't leave the window open, which was their plan, but now it's not even like their actual plan.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I watched as Roswell wandered on past, amused expression on his face. As long as he didn't return until tomorrow, he should be safe, and should now survive to see morning. Just really mean to Dave that on top of everything else, now he's going to feel really guilty about the Roswell and the Woods situation, on top of how things were going.
Yeah.
Like, that's just going to also happen to him now. Just slightly different versions of the text throughout the whole part where he's missing. Roswell's avoided his fate, but he's still out in the forest, yeah. I wandered over the side of the house where the hedge maze was. Maybe it was partially because I was thinking of Roswell's scavenger hunt and assumed he'd be nearby. Roswell? Calling out to the forest did nothing, and I edged forward. Dean said not to wander to the woods, but, well, that'd make things easier. Roswell, are you there? A rustling in the bushes just a little ways in made my heart stop for a second. Was it Roswell? Throwing caution to the wind, I stepped just to the other side of the tree line and called out again. Lazily, Ty sat up and looked over the bush that he had been rustling. Ty? You're not Roswell. You're a fucking genius, Dave. What are you doing out here? You looking for Roswell too? No? Can stay lost in the forest for all I care. Serves him right for wandering off. That's a little mean, isn't it, Ty? He shrugged, shuffling around in the dirt. What are you even doing? I found something. Figured I'd show you, but, well, you came to me instead of me coming to you. Okay, what did you find? Bullet. I wandered closer and Ty showed me the bullet in his hand. Didn't look overly large, but I hardly knew about guns outside of the ones that came with foam bullets. What kind is it? Dunno. Doesn't look like it'd go with the ones from Pa's shotgun. Just found it was weird that someone would dig up a gun. How do you know? You can tell by the ground here that someone dug something up. Bullet, gun, you know. Dave, where are you? Oh, there you are. Dean wandered in to meet up with Tyson and I, notably without Orlando. Where's Orlando? Talking to Sal. What are you two up to? Looking for Roswell? He wishes. Well, I am. Ty's just talking about a bullet he found that someone dug up. A gun? Where? I pointed and Dean wandered over to where Tyson was crouching, inspecting the soil. Well, whatever was buried here was dug up a couple of days ago by how the soil has started to dry up. So someone dug this up after we got here? Great. Someone has a gun then. One of us, you mean? Or the butler? Fuck if I know. A twinge at the back of my mind made me flinch. Roswell getting killed. Did the person with the gun do it? I shook my head. That vision made it look like a bludgeoning. No, it didn't. Plus, a gun would be noisier. Well, less people that know about the gun, the better, I think. No need to get everyone panicked over it. What? Well, unless you go blabbing, you're the only two that know outside of me. It's already half of everyone knows about it. What's the point of keeping it a secret? What, so if someone gets shot, it must be one of us? Don't think you could shoot someone, pup, but yeah. That's not what that means! if someone gets shot, it's one of us. No, none of you have the gun or know where it is. That means there's easily a fourth person.
It just doesn't. Yeah, the idea that this is a locked room, like this is the one thing in the house that could be a locked room mystery, and there's still people, like everyone other than Benson has an alibi, and you don't even remember much about it. What the fuck? Why do you think that it's one of us? I hate this conceit of this dumb game.
No, it's so frustrating because even ignoring the locked room mystery, even if it was successfully set up as a locked room mystery and it couldn't ever be anyone from outside, there's no reason to think that just because these three of them found this hole together and the hole is a secret between them, that doesn't mean that the gun being used has to be one of the three of them. None of them have it. And they can all find the hole and keep that a secret without being the person that dug up the gun in the first place.
It's just like astonishingly frustrating. That's all.
Yeah. It's like people are on the wrong page constantly in the mystery, but not for reasonable reasons. They're just written to be stupid. Like they don't, there's not even a lack of deducing information in front of them. They just make shit up instead of deducing anything. Like instead of the information pointing them in the wrong direction, they look at information and then just interpret it wrong and make up insane things instead and then commit to that. You're like, no, that's not what this thing means at all. I wouldn't shoot someone either. I don't think Dean could kill anyone. You though. Well, yeah, I'd kill someone. Fuck yeah. You would? Why? It came down to it, yeah. Depends on the situation, I guess. Like self-defense, yeah, I reckon you're fair game at that point. But killing someone? What if Dave was in danger? Not gonna kill someone to save his life? I can see the gears turning in Dean's head as he mulled it over, looking Tyson up and down. It won't happen. Not while I'm around. I'll keep him safe. I wonder if I could do it. Kill someone, I mean. What? Well, yeah, it's unlikely to ever happen, but I don't know if I can go through with it. I'm too delicate for prison. What? That is not the moral justification for not killing somebody. What a strange thing to say. What, where you're gonna drop the soap? Well, hey now, if that's what you're worried about, I can, What? 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 Why are we laughing now? We're all laughing about the idea that there might be a gun in play, and, and Dave thinks it might have killed someone in his vision. We laughed it off, much to my relief. I didn't want those two going at each other's throats every single time one of them jokes about raping me. Well, all right. No sign of Roswell, I guess. Knowing that Tyson does sexually assault you in his route, the idea that Dean's joking about you dropping the soap, it's just not great.
Yeah.
It's just not great.
Correct.
It's also just really weird that it's a popular joke about prisons to villainize gay people, essentially. What should we do? First step is to get everyone together to make sure we're all on the same page, and then I'll probably head out to look for him. He's back. He needs medicine. Even though he already has medicine. I volunteered to take Roswell upstairs, still feeling guilty.
I want medicine.
I want medicine. I want a whole bottle of medicine. I want to just finish the medicine.
Please.
I would like one
this
whole
game
medicine,
is my
please.
medicine. I'm just taking my medicine right now. No matter how bitter it is, I just have to swallow it.
Am I your spoonful of sugar?
No.
Fuck.
No. You're my Ipecax to make me just puke it all up.
Oh, that's why you never remember it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to figure it. No. It's depressing. Roswell needed a shower anyway, and under the hot water I just accomplished two things at once given his cough. I felt better after a good shower. Not only that, but I wasn't convinced that he was in the clear. After all, who would kill Roswell of all people and why?
You didn't need to come with me, you know.
Weird, I sound like a raccoon for a second there.
Yeah, I tried to get to the voice when I'm sitting funny, so it just didn't come out.
Yeah. You just get warm. I heard Roswell grumble from the other side of the door.
You know, the forest is much denser than I gave it credit for.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Huh.
On one stage I found a camp. Looked like it'd been used recently, too.
I
Almost as if there were more people on this island.
I recommend making the music fade there.
Island mountain, that's what I meant.
The music hard cut to a different song, but it sounded like it just cut out because the new song was much quieter. So it's like Roswell appearing was a jump scare that cut the music.
I just have the music muted because
Yeah, I know.
that saved my sanity 100
you don't know the
hours
hell
ago.
that I'm in of listening to the same two piano songs forever.
I have escaped it completely.
Huh. How strange. Aren't we on privately owned land?
Well, I know the mansion itself is private land. But I don't know how much of the surrounding forest covers it, too. Maybe some, maybe none at all.
Huh. It feels strange having people, I guess, wandering around in your backyard.
Given how dense the forest is, I guess, I don't know, hunters? Scouts?
Scouts? Did you find game out there, or see any?
Signs? Sure. Didn't see any for real, though. Oh. I did find the shack, though.
The shack?
I can't remember if I mentioned it or not, but I heard about a shack inside the woods where someone used to call home. I say used to, but...
Suddenly Roswell was doubled over, almost coughing up his lungs. Whoa, are you okay? Maybe you should lay down.
I'm fine, really.
I helped Roswell up and put him to bed. You just rest up. I'll go get you some more tea. This is more comfortable than whatever it was you slept on last night. Roswell whined but rolled over, almost aggressively hugging the plush bed cover. Hang tight, I'll be right back. I didn't even make it to the door before I heard him quietly snoring in bed. That's astonishing. Worst case scenario, I'd figured I'd make a cup of tea anyway, just in case it helped Roswell feel a little better. That cough was not doing his throat any favors. Oh, Haas, Orlando. You both here still? That line that Roswell said right before he coughed implies that he found Jack? Living already in the hut on day 5, I guess?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Preparing for dinner and all.
Oh, hey, Dave. You almost look as red as Orlando here.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Do I want to know what's up with that?
I'll tell you later. Long as short of it was...
It's nothing. I was just daydreaming, I swear. Dave. Yeah? Why did you come to the kitchen? Oh, well, I figured I'd make Roswell some more tea. He's asleep now, but that cough is pretty bad.
That shouldn't be too hard to fix, the tea part, I mean.
He is resting, though, right? Didn't even make it out of the room before he was asleep.
Poor guy must be exhausted.
If I'm brewing some tea, did anyone else want any?
Sure, I'll take some.
May as well if you're making. Thanks, Orlando. Hang tight. Shouldn't take too long.
So did you find out why you got lost?
Apparently it's just that deep. He found a shack but spent the night at a campsite instead.
Campsite? Doubt he had much in the way of cover from the elements, or that he knows how to start a fire, so hopefully this isn't too bad.
Better than the alternative. The words right out of my mouth before I'd realized what I'd said.
What, you mean like in his own bed?
No, wait, I mean, I don't really know what I was saying. Haas looked across to Orlando, who was too preoccupied making the tea.
You know, I read something interesting this morning. The main point was that sometimes spirits commune with the living to forewarn them of things to come. Shamanistic stuff, you know? Honestly, I think Roswell would get a kick out of reading it, but... You wouldn't happen to have had an experience like this recently, have you? Where
no.
was
No,
this
of course
level
not.
of perceptive Hoss in Hoss's route?
Yeah, and what about Roswell's route would cause Haas to have this dialogue? Like, he's the lie detector. Like, one of my go-to ideas for the ideas of how to rework password is to make Haas's lie detector power mean that he figures out that Dave knows things very early, and then he has like a person to bounce ideas off of and actually investigate things. But he just doesn't. And him being a lie detector also just never goes anywhere besides him constantly gaslighting you in his route. No, of course not.
I feel like you're lying to me, but I can't disprove it. Oh well, I suppose it doesn't matter. You don't really strike me the type anyway. Well, you would know, because you're the lie detector. Still,
Yeah,
the fact
what?
you think Roswell spending the night out in the woods is better than what he was facing otherwise. Almost as if you think he was going to get killed in the middle of the night.
Despite having a good chuckle to himself, I paled, gulping. He had no idea just how right he was. Tea's ready. What's so funny?
Oh, just thinking about something I read. You wouldn't like it.
I caught the wink Haas gave me. How do you know? I'm sure I'd find it funny too.
Oh, well, in that case... I was just telling Dave about this horror story about a mansion where ghosts...
Second thought, I think I'm fine. Never mind. Here's the tea, anyway. Thanks, Orlando. Oh, you're welcome. Hopefully that helps Roswell, too. It smells good, that's for sure. I'll go take it to him while it's hot. Immediately waking him.
Careful not to trip on the stairs, but do hurry. It's probably better for him while it's as hot as possible.
Burn him with the tea.
Attack him. I'll keep that in mind. Oh, that's you.
I'll keep that in mind, thanks. Roswell, you awake? He's dead.
God, I wish. If only.
What if he died like 30 times in his route? It's like a 700-hour route.
Every single time, every single new scene is just a dead Roswell. We put in a new password, and the next immediate scene is him being dead again.
Like, every time he leaves your line of sight, he just immediately commits suicide again to trigger another route. It's just the longest thing ever to read through. Hey, I brought you tea.
Tea? Okay.
Before I even got to the bed, he was doubled over coughing.
It hurts.
It's my fault. I shouldn't have forced you out.
You didn't force me outside, though. It's okay. I'll be okay. Eventually.
Here, Orlando made it. Apparently
I just
it'll help.
injected myself with 47 million pathogens, but I'll be fine.
Yeah.
It smells good, at least. Hopefully it does the trick.
Don't worry, my death will be really funny later.
Careful, it's quite hot.
It would be really funny right now, frankly.
Roswell is just a funny character to kill.
Yes, he is.
We sat on the bed, Roswell still mostly under the covers, his tusks clinking against the china as he sipped. It wasn't all that bad. Relaxing for sure, easy on the throat too.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah?
I think I want to apologize.
I racked my mind as to what he'd want to apologize for, but nothing came to mind.
I'm sorry if I wasn't more thankful you saved my life.
Wait, what?
To be honest, being alone in the forest gave me a lot of time to just think about what you said.
Oh, don't worry about it, really.
You said I was in danger and that I was going to die. Just think about what would have happened if I did stay.
I didn't want to tell him that the vision of it was still vividly flickering in the back of my mind whenever the subject came up. The visions are vivid now? I thought they were so vague and illusory that he could barely even tell what he saw most of the time. Hey, it's just what friends do, right? I don't want anything bad to happening to you.
I do.
I just...
Whoa, hey, don't cry. It's all right.
I'm sorry. I just...
And in came the coughing again. Thankfully, he'd mostly finished his tea, so spillage was almost non-existent. As soon as he'd managed to put his teacup down, he latched on, uncomfortably doubled over so his forehead was against my chest, as he held on by my shoulders. So much for the tea helping, huh?
I'm sorry. My nose...
Oh, it's alright. I'll go put on another one or something. Maybe you should get some rest, huh? I don't think you'll be missing much. Hey, I'll go down and take the mushrooms down to Orlando for you.
Okay, but don't move the mushrooms just yet. I still want to make sure they're okay.
Oh, good point. Don't want anyone else getting sick. I lay Roswell down and made sure that he was covered properly. I felt his head, and he was running a little bit of a temperature, but it was hard to tell if that was because of the bed or tea, both or neither. I got thrown off because everything's in the past tense, but I laid Roswell back down, and I'm like, wait.
Yeah.
You might have a temperature. I'll check in later to make sure you're okay. Maybe someone else will know how best to deal with that. Yet again, all that greeted me was soft snoring. He must have been exhausted to fall asleep again straight away. I'm realizing how relatively unusual it is that this game's written in the past tense. I could smell him before I could see him heading towards the stairs, as I was making my way back to the kitchen. Oh hey, Ty. Just finished working out? Yeah. Why, that obvious? Well, I could smell you coming. It's, well... Yeah, I know you like it, though. You little pit slut. Just because you say it doesn't mean it's true. Don't worry. I'm gonna have a shower now, then probably kick back until food happens. Gonna have you boning up over this musk at dinner. Ugh. Even if I did, I'm sure Dean would just find an excuse to make it about his natural charm working or something. How is it always about Dean? Good point. Oh, before I forget. Can confirm, Roswell is not dead, but he has some nasty cough, though. Spent last night in the woods. Fuck off. No kidding, huh? Well, at least this means you can stop being weird about it now. Either way, I'm gonna grab that shower. I'll catch you later. Hey, wait a sec. What? I was wondering, like, instead of, like, you working out all the time, maybe we could do something together? Aw, are you asking me out on a date? You're gonna make Dean jealous. No, you seem to be in the gym all the time. I like it down there. Yeah, but you're not going to last a whole month down there doing the same thing. Come on, we can just chill and watch a movie or play games upstairs. Really bothers you that much? Well, yeah, a little bit. Alright. Movie sounds alright. Been a while since you've done that anyway. Fuck it, invite everyone. We'll do it as a big group. Whoa, you sure? Not gonna have you talk my ear off about how I'm not making friends. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, that's it. Alright, fine, deal. Now go shower, you stink. You're lucky I don't drag you in and make you wash my back. I'll catch you later, pup. Yeah, see ya, Ty. A lot of communal, familial bathing in this series. That's interesting. That changes Ty's characterization a little bit for him to actually call for the group TV thing to happen. Like him functionally causing it in this route. And not in his route, in Roswell's route. Orlando said he had something special planned for dinner, right? There was still a ways to go before it was this time, though. What to do? Oh, hey, Dean. What are you doing at the pool? Oh, hey. Just taking a break from the greenhouse, but, well. Why not swim, right? Swim or the hot tub? Honestly, both. I know I'm a bit on the stout side,
Don't want to become a couch potato, though. Figure swimming is, at least a little more enjoyable than running.
I can see that. You don't really strike me as the running type.
Yeah, only time I'd run would be if my life depended on it.
Well, don't let me stop you. I'm just gonna chill here until it's dinner time.
Hey, nothing stopping you from joining me in the hot tub later, you know.
Dean jumped in the pool and started just padding around, watching me from the water. How's the water?
It's colder than I thought.
It's not like a bath, you know.
Yeah, but damn. I'm probably shrinking. I wasn't ready for this.
Well, good thing no one's going to judge you for it, I guess. Dean grumbled and kept padding around, occasionally shooting me dirty looks.
So this is where everyone is hiding.
Dean's taking a break. From what? Taking a break? We're on vacation. I'm waiting for dinner, and I assumed Sal would be here too?
Oh no, he's giving Orlando a hand, actually.
Good for him. What, with dinner?
Yeah, he sent me out here to gather everyone up, or at least give them the warning that dinner isn't too far off.
Early dinner, huh?
Well, he did have something special planned after all.
Honestly, I think he's just planning on making a whole bunch of pizza and making us watch a movie together.
You're not far off, but he is quite smitten at the moment.
What? What? That was Tyson's idea, and you didn't tell anyone. And now you just think Orlando's already planning the same thing? He looked into the pool, and Dean was already out, slinking across to the hot tub. Hey, Dean, not much for swimming, huh? Dinner's soon anyway.
How long do we have, anyway? Hopefully enough time to enjoy the tub.
Hey, get back here. Maybe just wait a sec. Tell you what, get ready for dinner and I'll join you in the tub after we've eaten. I have never seen Dean move as fast towards the shower. What?
Because he thinks that we're gonna think his dangle is tiny.
I don't...
Because it's so shrinkaged by
so
the cold.
Strange. I checked in on Roswell on the way, though, making sure to... managing to get out of him that he wasn't all that hungry and mostly just tired. He also mentioned that Benson was coming back later to check on him, so it was alright for the rest of us just to do whatever without him. Oh sure, we need it.
Oh, you know how it is.
Oh boy, you're smitten, all right. I've never seen you this bad.
I don't... How?
Hey, no judgments here, Orlando. Just don't go getting yourself hurt, alright?
Hey now, I still don't know.
Well... I'm going to get out of the way.
Need help getting dinner, or...
Nah, I'll just go downstairs and get it later. No problem.
Is Sal not here? Oh, Sal's with Orlando in this route, so he's disabled. Got it. Let's hang out with Tyson, because we'll skip it. Oop. I don't remember which one we picked before. Oh well. At several points I noticed Orlando cowering next to Sal, almost trying to hide behind him. Oh, it's just one line about that, because he's with Sal. This is just the specific route where he really dates Sal? Or not really date, he's gonna go bad, but there's a lot of specific dialogue here. Hey, Roswell? I figured despite him not being able to come get pizza for himself, I'd bring him some slices. At least that way I can make sure he was eating.
Oh, hey, Dave.
You alright?
I'm okay, just tired. Hurts a little bit in the chest, but I'll be okay come morning, I think.
You sure? Do you need medicine?
Oh no, Benson brought some around. I don't really know what they are, but they're helping.
Well, so long as it's helping. If it gets worse, though, we're gonna need to get you a doctor before you get really sick.
Well, we could always rig an IV drip of orange juice as something to tide me over.
It was good seeing him more chipper than when I left him. The rest must have been doing him some good. Here, I brought you some pizza. Orlando made it.
Oh, I wondered what I was smelling. All I've had is some crackers and water. This has picked my appetite back up, though.
I watched Roswell chow down, almost as if he hadn't eaten in a week. Whoa, I'd almost forgotten you hadn't eaten since yesterday. I don't mean anything of it, just surprising.
Sorry, it did taste really good, though.
Did you want more?
Is that okay?
Oh, sure, there's heaps. Did you want me to get it, or...?
No, that's okay. I can get it.
That feels very Australian. There's heaps. Some
Yeah.
people don't use that word, but I think they do a lot more.
It's exclusively, pretty exclusively Australian sounding.
The way that the flavor of this game might all be different if we could
It's
hear
like-
all the characters the whole time.
One of the things too about it that's it reminds me of like playing I think I've said this before, but it reminds me of playing a Japanese game where they try to like make it feel American, but instead it just feels slightly off and very
Yeah.
Lynchian, where it's like Silent Hill. It's like these people have, or like Deadly Premonition, where they don't have a really strong grasp of what actual American life sounds like, or what
They
American
learned
people
it
sound
from
like.
Twin Peaks.
From Twin Peaks, or from like soap operas and stuff like that, or just like even less than that,
Yeah.
just the perception of a foreign world that is very different from yours culturally.
Yeah. I was thinking about my favorite gaming webcomic ever was the one that's like "Eat Your Hamburgers, Apollo."
Yeah,
It's just incredible. Come to the American tonkatsu.
it's just funny to me to see some of that and think about it, just because it is like, I mean, I'm sure if I tried to make an example of like, here's my story that's set in Germany, like the characters would be like, yeah, we love Wiederhosen, like, like just like random shit like that, but like that's kind of what this is like a little bit sometimes.
Yeah. How about we go get it together? Or maybe you get some fresh air before you head back to bed.
Okay.
After getting Roswell sorted with leftovers from the kitchen, I was wondering why you backed out of the hot tub. What? Well, yeah, it didn't seem fair that he spends the whole evening by himself in his bedroom. I agree. Feeling any better, Roswell?
Yeah, I think so. Once I get some sleep tonight, I think I'll be good in the morning.
Because we're already after dinner, right? Fingers crossed, at least. Otherwise, we might have to put you in the hot tub to try and burn off whatever's gotten to you. That's totally how that works. Can confirm, it's a great feeling. To be honest, if you guys hadn't showed up, I probably would have stayed in there for too long. If you think it works, then just fucking do it right now, but it doesn't work.
Maybe I'll jump in tomorrow. Now I'm just tired.
That's the normal time to go in a hot tub. Probably time I turn in as well. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow, after all. So, bedtime? Is Roswell not here shirtless for the purpose of getting in water? Bedtime. You guys have a good night. I'm going to shower here and head up back up later. Dave, you take care of Roswell, yeah? You got it. I took Roswell back to his room when he was out of it the moment his head hit the pillow. That was a weird detour where Roswell just goes down to the pool with no shirt on and then walks back to his room.
Yes. Quick detour. I'm just gonna make myself something to drink. I'll be right back.
I also could use a drink. My throat.
Yeah, I desperately need like hot water, so I'm gonna make like tea or something. I'll be right back.
Yeah. The characters made tea, so we made tea. I got 2 teas. I just made 2 mugs of tea separately. One is a breakfast blend, and one is a raspberry hibiscus, so an herbal tea.
So one is for fun and one is for power.
Yeah.
Ugh. I'm beat. Huh? Something felt off about the room, like someone had been in here, and it wasn't the first time. But that's when I noticed something on the bed. It was a note, folded and hastily scrawled. Bold again.
Wow.
I know what you did. What? Who was this from? What did I do? I looked around the room and wondered if I was being pranked, or if someone else was somehow watching me through some hidden camera. What had I done? What was it? Was it talking about the gun? What about what happened with Roswell? It seemed needlessly threatening, but it wasn't signed. Why would it be about the gun? You didn't do anything with the gun. You saw a hole. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. It was surprisingly late after making sure Roswell was fine. I told myself I'd shower in the morning. I just wanted to sleep. But it wasn't a peaceful one. I assume it's Roswell fucking with him, because it makes no sense for Thanatos or Oz to do this, because we've been through every other route and this never happens. So it feels like, oh, Roswell knows that we got into the vault, so he's specifically like, he's going to be a weird little serial killer about it because he's trying to experiment with this. I must have drifted off to sleep. The next thing I knew, I'd been shaken gently. Blue text?
I don't know. Big Thanatos, maybe?
No idea. Hey, wake up. Huh? Oh, it's just you, Roswell. What time is it?
Early.
Oh. I sat up in bed, and Roswell sat down next to me, fidgeting. Is everything okay?
Couldn't sleep. Maybe because I slept so much yesterday? No, that's not it. This is gonna sound nuts.
Well, I'm awake now. What's up?
I want to know how I died. Specifics.
What? Roswell's fidgeting stopped, and he looked me in the eye, resolute.
Please, I need to know. I just keep thinking about it, doubting it, but I need to know the details. I don't want to doubt my friends and Tyson, but if you say that someone is out to kill me, then I need to know for sure.
What if it's Benson? Shouldn't we be worried about a potential murder butler?
That'd be just our luck, wouldn't it? I can't think of why he'd want me dead, though. I'd been polite enough, right?
I think so. Wouldn't help if he's just a serial killer, though. Okay, so if we assume that what I saw was real and not a hallucination that could have given you the flu, who's the prime suspect?
Oh, geez, I haven't gotten that far. It could be anyone, right?
Alright, well, if you think it'll help, we can go check out the place it happened.
Thanks.
But I'm taking a shower first.
Okay, should I just...
Watch?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Need help? There's fine. I won't be long. One shower later, Roswell and I headed back to the museum. Roswell leading the way.
Okay, we're here. It does feel sort of cool doing an investigation, huh?
Yeah, don't cops normally have coffee and donuts when they're doing a stakeout or something? This is not a stakeout. That's not what that word means. Don't worry about it. Let's just get this sorted and we can get coffee when we're done.
Okay, let's do this. So there's a few things we need to cover. For starters, where specifically in this room? Then, with what? I guess we can't cover the who part, but maybe we can narrow it down from there.
Which topic to tackle first? I guess location.
Yeah, just go top down.
Well, remember where we were looking for clues? Around there. Maybe the other side of the bookcase?
Let's see.
Roswell led the way to where he thought it might have taken place and started looking around.
Was it about here?
To be honest, the only thing I saw was you dead on the ground next to a book, I guess?
Book? Maybe. The book you saw, what did it look like?
Well, it was open, so I couldn't tell you. Didn't see the front.
Anything else special about it you remember?
Well, you underlined the word in the book I used to open the vault.
Right, you said it was Discovery, yeah?
Oh, it was the blue book. Or purple? I can't really tell what color that is.
Yeah, no, I still can't tell if it's purple, blue, or black. It's like...
In the light parts, it's like lavender. But then it's just messy, I guess, so never mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was the book the murder weapon?
Looked like it. It didn't. That's what the drawing is supposed to convey. It failed. Roswell paced the room a bit, sizing things up, looking things over. Did you think of anything?
It doesn't make sense.
There's no telling what I saw was even real, right?
Well, yeah, okay, sure, but that's not what I'm getting at. The biggest books in here are the ones up to the very top, right?
I guess. Sure, why not?
Aside from poor planning on where to put the heaviest books, I can for a fact say that wasn't a murder weapon.
But it was covered in blood. It's not in the drawing. You forgot to do that, if you want to draw that.
I understand why you'd make that conclusion.
But you
It's
see,
like-
Dave, it was sitting in a puddle of blood, you fucking moron.
It's just... It's so weird. If you're gonna say that many times, why not draw the scene so the book looks bloody?
Correct,
It
yes.
looks basically immaculate, which is why you can so clearly see there's one
The
line of blood
underline,
drawn
yeah.
on it, because it's the
Exactly.
only blood.
I can also understand that you may not know why that's impossible.
You're stupid, Dave. We all
You're
know
a big
this about
fucking
you.
moron, Dave.
Huh? It's too early for this, Roswell. Just give me the answer, please.
Well, you're no fun, but fine. Blunt force trauma.
You've lost me.
Any fatal wound incurred by blunt force trauma would likely be to the head.
Okay, sure, but why is that important?
Because if someone was hit on the head, say by one of those big books, they'd be knocked out instantly. You could cave their skull in assuming you had the brawn to do it, but they'd be out like a light.
Okay, so...
That's not true. I just want to put that out there. That is fully not how blunt force trauma works. Some people definitely can get knocked out by blunt force trauma, but people can also fracture their skull and then still be awake and conscious and have
Yeah.
extremely impaired function. This is absolutely a real thing that can happen.
Yeah.
So if I'd been hit,
Yeah, yeah, in that way, yeah.
so if I had been hit on the head by a giant book,
Wait.
right. The book can't be the murder weapon because I'd have been dead before getting to underline the word discovery.
I stared at Roswell and I wasn't sure if I wasn't processing it properly because of lack of coffee or
that we were back where we started. Well, great. Then what was the murder weapon?
Hard to say. Was it for sure a head wound?
Looked like it.
Okay, well that narrows things down. We can rule out a stabbing then. Even stabbing something into one's head is near instant if they get to the brain.
How do we even know this?
Combination of medical curiosity and a stint in looking up how to deal with zombies.
I was gonna say, like, what do you mean, how do you know this? The basic idea that if someone's head is gone, it's dead. They're dead?
That said, evisceration could fit the profile.
What? What? Evan, what?
Think like if you hit someone in the head with a sword that the suit of armor over there is holding.
I didn't think the word eviscerate was compatible with heads.
No. Or better yet, rather than it being a blunt surface, something more narrow without being sharp, if it makes sense. I have no idea why he picked the word evisceration for this.
Yeah. Eviscerate. Definition 1, to disembowel.
Yeah.
Which is distinctly not the head. It specifically refers to a part of the anatomy that is not the head.
Yeah.
Next one is deprive, and there's a surgery term for removing the contents, as in like removing an organ. None of these apply to hitting someone in the head. Right, okay. This is probably the lack of copy talking, but that's fucked.
Sorry.
Okay, so we narrowed down the murder weapon to not be one of these books, but what would fit the profile?
It's hard to say. None of the things on display that, minus that sword, would really do the job. I guess someone would have brought the weapon with themselves. You don't happen to remember anything beyond me being dead, do you?
Not really, why?
No reason. But, well, I feel a little better now, if only because I can reason out what happened to some extent. Much like you, though, I think I could do with some coffee, or at the very least some more sleep before breakfast.
The way that Dave's just refusing to bring up that they found a gun that's missing, and like, it instantly seemed like it was that, and it's just like, it feels like these are the most like fucking like Olsen mystery agency level mysteries. Like they're for like toddlers. There's just so little going on with the mystery.
I like that Mary-Kate and Ashley is where you go immediately.
Yeah. Well, it would be too nice to bring up like children's cartoons that from an older age. Like I'm not gonna bring up Sherlock Holmes in the 22nd century because that probably had more sophisticated mysteries. Probably because honestly, there are probably adaptations of the books that I didn't know about back then.
I mean, it's just incredible that you still jump to Mary-Kate and Ashley and not, you know, Encyclopedia Brown or Nancy Drew or Hardy Boys or Scooby-Doo.
I do know Scooby-Doo, but I don't know any of these other things. I mean, I know they exist, but I had a VHS of Mary-Kate and Ashley as a kid.
Okay.
So that's the reason why. I had a copy of the one where they're trying to solve the mystery of the singing whales at the aquarium, where they just show footage of whales and sharks going sped up or or even like looping. And it's just, the mystery is that they're playing music. The mystery was that music was playing in the aquarium. It's like literally like the dumbest baby mystery possible. It's like, what the fuck is happening?
Gotcha.
And I had that. I had that, and it was on a shelf next to like Warriors of Virtue and the History of Trunks.
Just sometimes this has come up in other playthroughs before, but sometimes I'm just met with like the realization that my cultural upbringing was very different than yours.
Yes, you had parents that engaged with culture.
Not
on some
necessarily, but yes, I had parents who liked things.
Yes.
So they bought stuff for themselves and then neglected me enough that I was allowed to also participate in them, despite what was probably smart to do.
Is that I got the B-52s from my mom and cake from my dad, musically.
they didn't care about books or games or movies on any particular level, and watched boring things like Survivor and basketball.
My parents also watched Survivor, but and that kind of stuff. But
on top of this, I grew up culturally separated because instead of having like schoolyard friends that I hung out with and stuff like that, I just got like wheeled off to my dad's shop, his upholstery shop, and there was just a back room with a tube TV that had bunny ears, and we had like a Nintendo 64 or a PS2, given what year it was. And so like I would just pick stuff at random that seemed neat with no context for what normal people were playing at the time. So I didn't grow up with like Mario and Zelda. I grew up with like Mischief Makers, Silent Bomber, and The Bouncer and stuff like that. And I just randomly would have like the Android Saga and Trunks, History of Trunks DVD or VHSs of Dragon Ball, and it'd have like Warriors of Virtue and just like random, just very esoteric and strange choices of tapes. I did grow up with Star Wars. That's like my I grew up with both Star Wars and Star Trek. I used to watch TNG like every day, but besides that, I was so out of step with what people normally played growing up, which has been to my advantage as a Let's Player, because I can actually do blind playthroughs of like classics, because I'm like, I've never played anything. Chrono Trigger? Nope. No Earthbound, no Zelda.
Yeah, I mean, I have that because I didn't own a Super Nintendo. My cousins did, so I could only play Super Nintendo games at their house. So my thing is just like the media. I just take so much TV and movies for granted. I just sometimes realize that's all.
Nope. I don't know any of these things people like.
Much like you, though, I could do with some coffee, or at the very least some more sleep before breakfast.
I think I'm too awake now to deal with more sleep. I'll probably have a nap later to make up for it.
To the kitchen, then!
Roswell and I sat up at the far end of the table with a coffee pot between us, sipping from our cups gingerly. At some point, Roswell passed out, using the table as a pillow with his coffee clutched in front of him. It was still real earlier than when Haas and Sal got up to do physical exercise. Hadn't even seen Benson about yet. Morning. Oh hey Ty, you're up early. No shit, can't sleep. Been awake most of the night with a pounding headache. Been drinking enough water? Need aspirin or something? I'll be fine. Maybe just slept funny. He reached over Roswell's sleeping body and slipped the cup from his hands, drinking deep before almost looking repulsed by what he'd put in his mouth. Oh, what the fuck, Roswell? How many sugars are in this? I need something strong to get that taste out of my mouth. A kiss? What is Roswell's route?
Yeah.
Is this just the main route? Like, it's weird.
It's interesting that we've gotten more Tyson this route than we have Roswell.
Yes, because Roswell has so much downtime as a person who's sick, but it makes it like Tyson.
Well, he also just has to be doing secret shit off screen for half the game, so it's like.
So it makes itself like it's like Tyson route B, but it's like, that can't work like that, because that means you're further fragmenting Tyson's personality in a confusing way.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to mean that. It's just in Password it does. That's how it's written. Whenever a certain stuff is explored in a certain route, they're like, well, time to never bring that up in any other route. A kiss? Haven't brushed my teeth yet, but you could always kiss me. Wait, what? Seeing Tyson stagger was amusing to say the least. Oh, har, Mr. Funny Guy. You're lucky you haven't had any decent coffee yet. Oh yeah? Or what? Tyson came in real close, almost touching his nose against mine while he wore a wicked smile.
Oh no, we're not gonna get romance points with Roswell because we said we were gonna joke kiss Tyson.
I do things.
We're gonna miss the hot Roswell sex scene.
No. Stop putting the oinker words in my brain. I do things that make you squeal louder than what Roswell's capable of.
How capable of doing?
I assume they mean how loud Roswell can squeal because he's a pig.
Yes,
And not that
that
he's
is
going to
what they
make
mean.
us, and not that he's going to make us squeal because he's better at sex than Tyson. Even with coffee in my system, I wasn't ready for that blindside. That blindside of him yes-anding the thing you said. You're blindsided by basic escalation. Maybe he is, honestly. I've spoken to some 19-year-olds and they don't seem to understand basic beats like that, I guess. Thought you'd know better than to pick fights you can't win, pup. Tyson disappeared in the kitchen right as Roswell began to stir. He's so gay in this route.
Oh, good morning again. Wait, where's my coffee?
Tyson took it.
Uh-oh.
I think you're fine. He's pretty placid before coffee.
You sure?
Yeah, like that lake that was full of crocodiles. Just stay out of his way and you'll be fine. Does that make sense to literally anyone on the planet?
A Lake Placid reference?
Yes. Like, is anyone catching that one? Fucking 2024 Lake Placid reference. Jesus. Sure enough, Tyson came out of the kitchen a short while later with a mug of his own, plus a plate of toaster waffles.
Wow.
What a weird thing to specify. It feels weird to I guess it's normal to specify because it means not waffles that you made. They have mix that they use to make waffles, but they also just have waffles, like in the freezer to put in the toaster. They have both versions of waffles, I guess. Because I think they make waffles in a different route. You've ruined all of us, toaster. Now whenever we see the word toaster in something, we all pog and point as if it's not a normal word.
It is, yeah. I have copyrighted it, and everyone owes me royalties now.
Damn. Here, made you guys waffles, whatever. He helped himself to coffee, resting back with a sigh. So, how'd you two sleep?
Okay, I guess.
Slept okay-ish. Not for long enough. Oi! I'm never quite ready for how Australian Tyson is because it doesn't come across in the text.
Yeah.
until it very occasionally does. Oi, Roswell. Oi, Roswell. You feel? I can't even do the voice. It always turns English.
Nope. Don't want to hear that right now. Thank you.
Bird's been doing an Australian accent for our entire playthrough of Undefeated because there's a kangaroo. And
Is it good?
Ask Australians. I have no idea.
My favorite band is an Australian band, so I guess I would be the expert.
Okay. Or the Australians, but okay. Oi, Roswell. You feeling better after yesterday? Roswell shot me a look of surprise equal to my own.
Yeah, I guess so. At least physically. Still sort of stressed over something Dave told me, though.
Equal to my own. So they're both acting shocked in a visible way to each other over Tyson asking a basic polite question of whether or not somebody feels better today on a vacation. Dave's expectations of Tyson are so fucking low. What? He tell you he was freaking out over leaving you outside?
Sorry, Milo got into a drawer and I had to pull him out.
He was? I mean, that's flattering, but no, it's not that.
Oh, then whatever, I guess.
Right.
You're not dead, for starters, so that's something. Not as if anyone would try anything with all of us around unless they're fucked in the head, probably. Not wrong there.
Not wrong there.
Oh, that's Dave.
The more I think about it, the sillier it is, right? I couldn't help but laugh at myself over it, but it was Tyson that nudged me before motioning to Roswell. Oh, sorry, Roswell.
It's okay. There's really no reason not to laugh about it. There's not even a murder weapon that was around. Even then, no telling who could have done it.
Can I just say how dumb this is? Nothing happened. Nothing. You're freaking out about nothing. Tyson grabbed a waffle and began chowing down, leaving Roswell and I to mull over what he declared. I have such a specific nostalgic memory of just getting shitty toasted waffles and just eating them with nothing. It's like just burning through a box of Eggos while I was playing Lost Odyssey. A very specific memory. Several entire bedrooms ago. Just like, it's funny. Never beat that game.
When I worked at the job I worked at in Seattle, the kitchens were like really poorly stocked. But they had lots of like vegan options, and so they had like vegan Eggo things and vegan Nutella. I think regular Nutella might be vegan. Vegan Nutella though, it was specifically labeled as vegan. And I used to toast myself a vegan waffle and spread vegan hazelnut spread on it, and then cut a banana and put it on top, and that would be a treat to myself when I hated my life at work. That was very good.
As a fun little thing.
As like a fun little dessert that I would eat. And I remember that. That's what I think of when I think of Eggos. Or toaster waffles.
Toaster, like dessert could just be like better when you put like a little bit of effort into it. You're like, I got a fucking treat now. I've been taking there's this Rice Krispie treat thing that's like, it's called Homestyle. It's like the kind of like bigger, softer, fluffier one.
Yeah.
It's like a brick. I've been taking those and then just spreading Nutella on the top of them, and I'm like, this is nice. This is significantly better than either of these things individually. Like this is a good time.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, well, whatever. You say that a lot. Oop.
Why don't you join Dean and I, Dave?
What, at the pool? Yeah, who knows? Could even check out the hot tub later, too.
Now that I'm feeling better, it'll be good to try it out for sure.
Well, alright, I guess I'll join you guys today then. We pretty much set out right away, telling the guys we'd reconvene at lunch. This is Roswell's pool. We've never seen this pool sprite before. It's got some kind of transparent tube. Silly goggles. The sun was out.
He looks like a Where the Wild Things Are. He does.
How often do you get to have a pool in your backyard, Dave? We've been here a week, sir. Never?
How could you not be excited, Dave? It's a pool!
I've been here a week. You act like we just got to a place with a pool. Careful or you start to sound like Dean with the hot tub. Hey now, it's a hot tub. Was there supposed to be an adjective for the hot tub? In fact, I'm going into the hot tub right now. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna see if I remember how to swim.
You don't know if you remember?
Hey, it's been a while. I figure it's like riding a bike, right?
Well, maybe stick to the shallow end until you're certain you remember. Like he's talking to a child. Roswell eased into the pool and began to paddle in place, although I could see he still had his feet firmly in the bottom of the pool. Who should I check? It's the Roswell route. I slipped into the pool and joined Roswell, watching him splash around in the water. So what happened to actually swimming?
Hey, I'm swimming.
Looks like you're just paddling around to me.
Well, if I'm being honest, you're right. I'm too distracted.
Is it because of the whole forest ordeal, or...
Less is more. The reason why it happened in the first place.
Ah. Roswell floated a little further into the pool, talking as he did.
It's like Tyson said, nothing happened, but just the idea of someone wanting to do me in is just...
I mean, there's no reason anyone would want to do that, is there?
Can almost say for certain that there's absolutely no reason I should be on anyone's hit list. You're on mine, buddy. At least I can't think of any motive that someone might have against me.
I suppose that's true. It also puts more stock in what Tyson said, though.
What's that?
Well, think about it. If someone killed you with no motive, that'd mean that someone here is a serial killer.
Okay.
Outside of Benson, you know everyone else here well enough. Reckon any of them could have secretly been a killer this whole time without us knowing?
You're right. Chances are no one's a serial killer among us. Could you imagine, though? Scary. How are things with you, though?
Me? I'm fine, I guess.
Feeling less uneasy about being here? Or was it just about Benson?
Honestly, haven't really interacted much with Benson since I spoke to you.
I hope this was going to be a bunch of fun when I found out about this place. Seems to be one problem after the other so far.
It's not been that bad. Sure, the first couple of days were rough, but that's kind of what I expected given I wanted to bring Tyson. Which, yeah, my fault for not clearing that with everyone first, but he's still my friend.
Okay.
Roswell floated in place for a bit, sighing out. You sure you're recovering all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I bounced back from getting sick pretty fast.
No sooner had the words left his mouth that he was coughing up a storm. Well, that cough doesn't seem like it's gotten any better.
That still hurts too. Better than last night, though.
Maybe we should get you in the hot tub. It's not quite a bath, but maybe burning out the cough might work.
I would like a hot tub. Just thinking about that. That would be nice.
Hot tub
I would like
good.
one of those nice cedar ones. That would be cool. And a sauna. That would be cool too. I'm just thinking about all the things I would like more than playing Password.
But all those places have people in them.
No, they're mine.
They're mine. I have one. With all of my YouTube money.
Yep.
I got out of the pool with Roswell in tow and headed over to the hot tub where Dean was already enjoying the bubbles. I eased myself into the tub, with Roswell soon to follow. Just still with his tube on. All three of us sat in relative silence, enjoying the heat and the bubbles.
Oh, that's right. Did either of you have an interest in magic?
What, like wizards or like Vegas?
Well, more like Vegas, I think.
You think?
Although if you're a wizard, Dean, you'd better share your magic secrets.
Well, I do know a few tricks, but I don't think that constitute magic given the wand I use. Penis. He like quickly goes like, wait, you have a what? Moving on. Did you pick up on a few more tricks since the last time, Roswell?
Well, kinda. Although more importantly, I wanted to know if either of you would be interested in being my assistant.
Assistant? I don't think I'm svelte enough to pull off those skimpy costumes. That's all on Dave. Hey, now we don't know if we need to wear a costume. We don't have to. We don't have to wear a costume, do we?
No, just wondering because it turns out all the neat traditional tricks are better done with an assistant, and I wanted to give them a try.
Well, like sawing someone in half?
Exactly.
Well, count me out then. I don't want to get sawed in half.
Well, you're a killjoy.
Three of us talked until it was time for lunch, each of us heading back inside to get changed before heading down to the dining room. It is time. No.
Dave.
What's up, Roswell?
Oh, nothing really.
Sure. Why don't I believe that for a second?
Well, seeing as though Dean didn't want to be my assistant, I guess that falls to you.
Oh,
Come on, it's not that bad, I promise.
okay. Okay, fine, lead the way.
All right, this way.
Roswell led the way out of the kitchen, through the foyer, and up to his room. The first thing that I noticed upon entering Roswell's room is that it was a lot messier than I remembered it being. Whoa. Your room wasn't like this when I checked on you last night, was it?
Well, I may have been a bit reckless in looking for something. I packed. Found it eventually, though. That's...
Suspect. Looking around the room, hopefully he didn't need to find anything else with how messy it was. You don't need to find anything else, right? You'd have an easier time hiding something in here than finding it. Why'd you bring so many clothes anyway? I picked up a shirt and tossed it at him, watching it fall to the floor after colliding with his face.
Hey, I'll clean up later. They're only clothes.
But why so many?
I wanted to be sure I had enough for the whole month.
Surely they have laundry here. It's a house, right?
Oh, well, yeah. I guess that's true.
They do have one, right?
Oh yeah, I found it down in the basement. It's tucked away for some reason, but it's got huge machines. Could probably wash all of our clothes together in one machine.
Somehow I don't think that'd be a good idea.
Imagine getting your laundry back smelling like Tyson.
I think that means you didn't do the laundry. Or anyone, really. We all smell sort of different, right?
Mm-hmm. That natural musk or whatever. Granted, you can always just use scented fabric softener to neutralize it somewhat.
Okay, as much as I like talking about laundry, you wanted to show me a trick?
Oh, right. Let me go get my deck of cards.
Roswell wandered over his suitcase and began to rummage some more, pushing aside more clothes. How do you even have more clothes in there? Still, he began to search. It almost seemed as if he was intentionally making a show, wiggling his butt in my direction.
I could have sworn they were in here. Oh, here they are. Okay, this should be an easy one to start. Let me just make sure I've got all the cards.
We both sat down while Roswell finished the cards out of the package. He fanned out the cards and scanned over them, brow furrowed for a moment before fanning the cards face down in front of me.
Go on, pick a card. Don't show me, though.
I took a card and looked at it. What suit was the card? What's your favorite suit, and Toaster?
What's the suit we should pick?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You have agency.
Hearts, because we love him so much.
Oh, what type of card is it? It can't be a number, apparently.
Sorry, Milo's being annoying again. Jack. Because we're gonna jack him off. Am I right, fellas?
Oh, yeah. The card in my hand was the jack off hearts.
It was, correct. We figured it out.
YouTube comedy.
The best kind of comedy. The funniest comedy, famously.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now put it back into the deck anywhere and I'll guess your card.
Now that Vine is dead. You're going to shuffle the deck, right?
Oh, well, of course.
So you'd have no problems if I shuffled it back in.
I guess not.
Begrudgingly, Roswell passed over the rest of the deck and I shuffled my card back in. Okay, let's see you guess now. It's not the top card, is it?
Maybe just give me a sec.
Roswell picked up the deck and started looking at the cards, brow furrowed.
Okay, I think I know. It's this one.
Roswell thrust out a card face down before flipping it over. That's the card Roswell had flipped was a rules card. You didn't take them out beforehand?
Okay, let me try again.
Roswell looked at the deck again, stopping with a grin.
All right, I've got it. 100%.
Oh yeah?
Your card was the 5 of clubs.
I stared at Roswell, slightly concerned. That wasn't my card.
It wasn't?
No.
Well, damn.
End of the day, you had a 1 in what, 53 chance of guessing correctly?
55 if we include the rules card. I like to keep the jokers in there. But even then, there's always a way to collapse that down to an almost certainty if you know how.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
How did I go from 53 to 55? How did you start at 53?
52 cards plus the rules card plus... I guess, I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, the idea is you add 3, so it's 52 cards plus the rules card and 2 jokers. But I think that the 52... No, the 52 doesn't count the jokers.
Yeah, it's normally 52 cards, I think.
52 cards plus 2 jokers plus 1 rules card is 55.
Yeah, but what was 53 then? Because specifically, it can't be the rules card because fucking Roswell was like 55 if you count the rules card. I'm like, what?
It is 55 if you count the rules card though, because
yeah,
it's...
but that means that means that the rules card is not the 53rd card. Because he says 55 if you count the rules card. That means he's adding the rules card, which means it wasn't in the 53. Why? I don't know why it's 53.
I think it was in the 53, and he was just, the way it's written makes it unclear that he's adding 2 from the 2 jokers, because he says, I like to keep the jokers in.
Yeah, because for some reason he names the rules card and like he shouldn't, because it was already in the first count. Just baffling, just very strange. Roswell shuffled the deck again, but with a level of finesse I hadn't seen him display before, sitting it down between us on the floor. Another trick?
Of sorts. What card did you have again?
Oh, it was the Jack of Hearts.
Okay, so we know that there's a total of 54 cards in the deck. So the chances of your card being on top is 1 in 54, right?
Right.
Wrong.
No, it's 1 in 54. You even shuffled before I told you what it is. You can't have done any card manipulation to put the right one to the top when you shuffled.
You're right. I didn't need to do any tricks to put your card on top. Quantum mechanics has already done the work for me.
Come again?
To put it another way, fate or destiny has made it so your card is on the top of the deck now. I'm sure you've heard of Schrodinger's cat, right?
Whether it's alive or dead or something, sure.
So it's kind of like that, except instead of just alive or dead, you have every possible card in the deck as an outcome. I'm declaring here and now that the top card of the deck is the Jack of Hearts. Flip it over, and you'll see that I'm right.
There wasn't any possible way that he'd been able to just decide that my card was on top. But sure enough, I flipped it over, and there it was. The Jack of Hearts. But how?
To be fair, there was only about 2% chance that I got that, or more like a 1.85% give or take.
Sure, but how'd you make that happen?
Well, that's probably the true magic, isn't it?
I mean, if you opened with that trick, I probably would have been amazed from the get-go.
I suppose that's true.
I remember back in the day, you were all about tricks, except it was more with a top hat and a wand. You've gotten better if you can just decide what the top card of your deck is going to be.
Well, I could tell you how I do it, but that'd ruin the magic, right?
Sure, but I'm wondering how you did it.
Maybe I did nothing.
We both laughed it off, once again with Roswell's cough causing him to double over in pain. Whoa, so much for you getting better, huh? Almost reminds me of the time you got the flu when we weren't at school for a couple weeks.
Don't remind me, it's a different kind of pain than back then. Still, pretty bad though. I'll be fine.
I don't think it was the flu. I think that's when he got his diagnosis.
Yeah.
You sure?
Really, I just need to somehow get my card trick working on a bottle of mystery pills or something. Or maybe I can use the trick to open the vault like you did.
Well, hey, if you did that, we wouldn't need the medals anymore, would we?
Guess not.
For the rest of the afternoon, Roswell and I just talked and played Go Fish. The worst game. At some point, we went downstairs and grabbed some more leftover pizza, then headed outside for some fresh air.
You know, Dave, it's nice having you around again.
Huh? Like,
how do I put it? I miss this. Just us, hanging out. It's been a while since we've done it proper, you know?
I think the last time was what? When we were kids?
Right.
But ever since he moved back, they've just never hung out at school.
I guess not.
What great friends.
I feel as though despite having to move away, nothing changed between us after years, right?
Well, we're friends, right? All the more it's like, if Dave's just been ignoring you ever since you moved back, why did you invite him on this trip out of anyone you could have invited?
Yeah. To be honest, even since being here, it's been, well, I was looking at things as someone who's older now. It's a bit different.
Different how?
Well, maybe I wouldn't mind being more than just friends.
Nah, you've still got the spot of a best friend. Don't worry, Roswell. Dave did not register at all what that meant.
Yeah.
And also, we know Orlando's your best friend, Dave. What are you talking about? Orlando, your best friend. The fact that every time somebody says they're their best friend is always a jump scare. We're like, what the fuck? When were we supposed to know that? That doesn't seem that anything about this character. But then learning the fact that fucking he says that in his monologue, his narration about two different characters is extremely funny. I love that we learned that.
Oh, I mean,
It's okay if you don't feel the same. Really, it's okay. I'm happy. I really am.
Roswell had always had a special place in my heart, if only because he was the friend I'd had the longest. I hadn't really given much thought about it, but if there was anyone I was comfortable around unconditionally, it was Roswell.
Wow, imagine that.
That's a
That-
really weird thing
You
to
have
know
really-
about a character.
You have really bad danger sense, Dave.
This is like the fastest escalation to romance, isn't it?
I don't know or care.
I don't think, like, Benson's not even dead yet, and already Roswell's like asking us out. And I'm like, huh. The more my mind lingered on it. Yes, sure. Oh my god. There are a lot of CGs for this route.
That's
a different art style.
Yeah, there's a really different art style. The place that they're hanging out seems weird. Also, way more dilapidated than I would assume this mansion to be. And also, there's something just weird about them.
Something about them and the perspective all looks kind of weird. I wonder if this is like the oldest drawing in the game.
Maybe, yeah.
It just looks older than like the drawing that we had of us in the car with Tyson, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. This did remind me of a thing, which is that I recently saw a piece of a screenshot that was, I think it was fake or whatever, but it was like, it showed the lineup of all of the route characters and then Dave in the same screen together. And it kind of shows why that never happens, because Dave does not match the rest of the route characters, like in proportions and like art style. When you see Dave's sprite, it doesn't work if you let us see Dean at the same time. Like like Dean's head is fucking massive. All of their heads are absolutely massive, and Dave is actually like really narrow and small, and his like number of heads, like height is different. Like his ratios are all different. He looks like a different art style too, because he's probably drawn like years later when that part of the story was being written or something. It's actually really jarring to see him next to anybody outside of CGs. I grabbed Roswell quickly by his bandana and kissed him. I heard him gasp, and he didn't move. In fact, he just started shaking. A moment later, though, he had his arms around my neck, holding me close, trying to kiss me back. Congratulations, Dave. Now you caught what he has.
Yep.
As far as we know, I think, like, the players, it's like something not contagious, but as far as Dave knows, it's still something very contagious. Because it's just an illness that he caught. Kissing is hard, apparently. I never really had the chance to kiss anyone like this before, and neither had Roswell, from how we were just sort of winging it. Our weird fucked up snout shapes. When we broke away, I made sure to grab his hand and hold on to it, opening my eyes to look at him again.
Wow. I guess you feel the same way, huh?
I've never related to a protagonist less.
Yeah.
I do, but it's hard to figure out where the affection beyond friendship starts, yeah?
Yeah, but we have time to figure it out, right?
You're really just setting him up for
Yeah.
the fridging. Like,
One thing,
you know you're going to die soon, and you're just like saddling him with all this emotional baggage that he doesn't know he's what he's opting into.
one thing I'm going to say, and I'm sure that the game is going to trip over itself as this progresses, so take this with this compliment with a gigantic grain of salt, is this so far is the one post-kiss romance confirmation scene in the game where a character has acted normal and a relationship has progressed in a way that is not immediately insane. Which is to say, Roswell admits he feels a certain way. Dave is forced to take an action. We get to choose what we do. We respond back with a kiss. Roswell says, I guess you feel the same way. And Dave's response is very clear. Maybe, but I can't tell if we're just friends or not. And then Roswell says we still have time to figure that out. The idea here being,
it's the most bizarrely mature and even headed like regular ass interaction in a way that's like it's almost confusing. Like I don't know how to process it in this game.
Like there have been other routes where people straight up fuck for days and then are like, are we dating? You need to go on your date with Dean before we decide. Like, and don't get me wrong, that kind of relationship doesn't.
If the fucking Dean date happens again.
Yeah.
They're laying it on thick with Dean and Tyson, which is weird because Roswell's becoming a romance so quickly that they should be relevant to the route from that perspective.
And I mean, that is fine because that stuff is insane, right? That part is like in those particular routes, those relationships are so the progression of those relationships is so insane because Dean becomes a factor in them when a previous relationship has been established the entire time, whereas here they set up the ambiguity of it already, where it's like, yeah, maybe we're just friends, but like, I'm going to be super frank. Like, I have fucked just friends and then like been like, yeah, this is only going to be friendship. You know, like that's like a normal thing that can happen. That is a thing that can happen.
Your friends. It's weird that Tyson said that, but
yeah,
you
exactly.
Can, in fact, just fuck your friends.
Yeah. And like, even like something as loaded as like a first kiss at the fountain, like you can do that and then immediately after be like, I don't know. You know, and like, that's okay. And that doesn't need to be a gigantic blow up and it doesn't need to be dramatic and it doesn't need to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, Roswell's response to this and Dave's response to this in the moment is the most real and emotionally sincere and secure example we have seen of this in this entire story so far. And I just hope that it doesn't get in the way of itself, which I know it will, because it's gonna be fucking insane, I'm sure, by the point we get there.
No, you got a practice kiss on me for Dean.
Yeah. Like, that's the shit that's crazy.
Orlando,
that shit is
like
nuts.
It's just... Orlando, no. Don't kiss people under false pretenses. Just fucking be normal. Right.
Hooray!
It's weird to read it out loud, right? Like, it's just like, how do you say it? How is someone saying this in conversation?
Yeah.
It's like the moment you're like, this is the most normal conversation ever. And then she's like, hooray! Like an elf.
Yeah, exactly. It's like when people say huzzah in real life.
Huzzah.
It's just like, that doesn't fit anywhere in a conversation.
God, hoorah. We settled back, my arm over Roswell's shoulders, the both of us looking over the backyard.
It's gotten a bit nipply out, huh? That's when they take their shirts off.
Yeah,
I'm going to head inside. Maybe get an early night, you know. Good night, Dave.
Now that you're good and sick, it's time to have my first kiss. What a setup. All right. For whatever reason, Roswell hurried inside, tripping over the threshold of the doorway. He was right, though. The night air had started to settle in, bringing about a chill, followed soon by the faint rumble of thunder in the distance. Oh, it's the storm night. Oop. In the strangest way, I could still taste Roswell on my lips. The whole experience seemed so surreal. That silly boar. Nope. It's time for Oz to happen at us. The note.
What note?
The response sounded genuine, and I checked. I still had it laying around. You didn't leave the note in my room?
I tend to not leave...
Right. I tend to not leave my room, nor send Benson on minor tasks like that.
Oh, I forgot. We did find out that this was Oz speaking through like a loudspeaker.
Yeah, because Oz speaking in first person. We know that it's technically Thanatos, but it's Oz's voice.
Yeah.
Before we met Thanatos. Not to mention that the impression I got was that he'd do everything he could to avoid killing someone, even if it was in danger. The fact that that's a route-specific thought about
Yeah.
Dean. Only in Roswell's route do you think that Dean wouldn't kill someone. He said so himself earlier. Comes so small and weak. Thinking back to check it out, he was always the one to follow someone that was stronger or take comfort in the security of a group of people brings. He smiled at me sweetly from the other side of the table, my cheeks going red under my fur, thinking about back to last night. I looked down at my coffee, smiling to myself. I don't think I was all that much stronger than he was, but I felt stronger with him around.
Milo just straight up knocked a light off my shelf.
Just coming at you?
You know, he walked over to my TV stand and jumped on it and then stopped and looked at a lamp I had and just smacked it over.
I don't know how you live with a cat, like a creature that just attacks your stuff.
He's just a demon. He's just literally from hell.
Like, he just comes in and just attacks things and destroys them.
Yeah. Now he's sitting on top of my TV, my monitor, my CRT. Okay, whatever, dude.
While I was looking at the pumpkin, Roswell got closer, nestling up against my side. It lasted for maybe a few seconds before he shuffled away slightly so there was more space between us.
Oh, did something happen between you two? Don't think I've ever seen you act so coy, Roswell. Who? Me? Yes, you. I caught that blush on your cheeks, fawning over him like he's a husbando you're too shy to approach.
Too shy to approach? They literally were touching. What are you talking about, Haas? And also just being a weird asshole.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you guys have like up to something a little bit. Let me loudly announce this. Let's make you the topic of conversation. Like, he does it a lot, and it's like a deeply off-putting character trait. Like, don't just loudly announce observations of people in a room of people. Like, it's just really, you just make that person anxious, no matter what the context is, basically.
Oh, well, you see...
Roswell started to giggle, unsure of where to start explaining. It felt bad, but figured I should probably step in before it gets out of hand. Reaching out, I took Roswell's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. We're engaged.
We're pregnant.
We're pregnant. Both of us. It's more something we need to figure out. I don't know what it is yet, but we're going to figure it out, I think. Cool. I don't know why you said that twice. Right, Roswell?
Right.
Don't know if I'm feeling it.
Yeah. You have any better ideas? He pulled his hand away from mine, posturing proudly.
We have the time and the enthusiasm to boot.
Oh, is that so? The joys of young love, I guess. Very on genre. Here's some advice. Don't go flipping out on one another for anything that may come up as a problem. Just talk it out. Don't run away from the problem.
Wait, really?
Yeah, why?
It's just something about how you said that seems off.
Off how? Seemed like good advice to me.
Off like he was lying?
Now, wait a minute.
Almost like I remember another time Hoss lied and he sounded the same back then. I think it was...
I have knives! Oh, did something happen? I looked between Haas and Roswell, neither of them wanting to look at each other. No, nothing bad happened, I think. Oh, but this feels like a really heavy silence. Weren't you guys happy when I left? Oh, yeah, we were. I looked between Roswell and Haas again. Talking about relationships. Have you got any advice on that, Orlando? I laughed, nervous, trying to hold Orlando's attention. Well, I'm not an expert. Not in your route. You literally posture yourself as an expert.
Yeah.
You're the coach. What do you mean you're not an expert? But I'd imagine that communication is the big one, right? Talk about things. Don't keep secrets. That sort of thing.
See, I'm not the only one that thinks so.
I guess not. Sorry, Hoss.
All good, buddy. Now let's get to carving.
Pumpkin day.
For some reason, I thought this was Orlando.
It was old dialogue.
Yep.
A medal? Really?
Yeah, I found it in the greenhouse. Wait, hold on. You just found one in the greenhouse? Under the pumpkin, actually. I pulled up the medal properly and showed it to both Roswell and Orlando. Well, drat.
Oh, this is Taurus, right? At least looks like it.
Yep, it's me. I'm Tauros, and I'm under the pumpkin because you should sit on me.
Look out, Orlando. We're tied now.
Oh, jeez. Hero's hoping I'd be able to enjoy being in the lead a little longer. It's been like 3 days. You gotta step it up. At the rate where you're finding these things, no one's gonna win, so hurry it up, yeah? Nope. Never gonna be mentioned again. It'll come up briefly on like day 13 for 5 minutes, and then never again.
Well, if it's time to clean up, I think I'm going to take a shower. It'll be easier, more pleasant than standing around all day like this.
Probably not a bad idea. I should go do that too. I'm gonna sort out this pumpkin before I get clean. Saves me having to do it twice.
Think I'll go have a shower myself then, unless you need some more help, Orlando.
Oh, that'd be awesome, Hoss. Thanks. Those that weren't helping Orlando finish portioning up the pumpkin went to go get clean, myself included. Making sure I had my scrubbing brush, I got to work trying to get the orange out of my fur. I must have scrubbed myself all over twice before enough of the smell was gone and the stains were no longer noticeable. Ooh, boy. That feels a bit better. As I stepped out of the shower, still clad in only a towel around my waist, I almost ran to Roswell, pacing about my room. Roswell. Without a word, Roswell came in and hugged me around the middle and sighed out contentedly.
This is nice.
Yeah, but did you have to hug me now?
I'm sorry. I was just feeling a little lonely.
I felt my cheeks go red. Looking down at Roswell, was this where we normally kiss? I wasn't sure if I should just go for it, but Roswell pulled away before I had the chance to act.
I don't think I'm quite at the stage where I want to see you naked, Dave, but I like the closeness of hugging you like this brings.
As in, without my shirt?
Is that bad? Isn't that what boyfriends are meant to do?
Oh, well...
Don't get me wrong. I know we're not, at least not yet. Unless...
I thought that was Dave for a second.
I laughed, nervous, made sure I kept one hand on the towel for modesty. I don't know?
I'm only messing with you, Dave. We're a long ways off anything like that. All I know is that I like being near you. That's all.
I smiled at Roswell, watching as he wandered towards the door to my room. Well, maybe that's fine, but maybe wait until I'm dressed next time?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought...
I mean, at least let me be in my underwear next time.
All right, well, I'll let you get dressed and meet you downstairs.
Roswell gave me one last wave before leaving the room, closing the door behind him. Do-do-do. The idea of getting that kind of contact and being that awkward about it is like intense.
Yeah.
Like that basically was just a negative response. Like, don't touch me. You're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
No kidding. You're lucky he didn't shut you down in public.
He could have, and it would have been my fault. Only one that has to wear that is me. Okay. Bloop. Brr. Brr. Tyson versus thing. Let's see. Ask who. Okay. Am I still flattered that you saw me as an older brother, Roswell? But no, this is new anyway. And that's where we put the password, but only after Benson dies. We...
Earth to Dave.
Oh, Roswell. Sorry, I was just...
Thinking things over again because you're tired?
I gulped, nodding quickly before he came over and gave me a tight hug.
You know, you can talk to me if you want. That's what I'm here for.
I sighed out, hugging him back and steeling myself to ask him about the thing playing in the forefront of my mind. Are we in trouble? Like, really in trouble?
Not that I know of. Is that what has you in a daze?
That and something else.
What's the other thing?
You were really unfair to Tybo today.
He deserves it.
Does he, though?
Hypocritical if he can't take some of his own medicine. He said and done worse to both of us growing up. You remember that, right?
I do, but...
But what?
I just want everyone to get along. Roswell sighed out, stepping back and pulling at the bandana around his neck, thinking.
That's maybe a little too much to ask, at least for me.
Please, Roswell, for me?
I'm sorry, Dave, but I don't want to forgive him yet, if at all. He's not a nice person.
You literally pledged yourself to behaving better like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Like already in your route. But does that mean he's unable to be?
Fair point.
We spent a few seconds in silence before Roswell's coughing spiked again, him breathing in deep soon after and composing himself as if nothing happened. That was a weird way to say that.
Yeah.
I should remember to take more of that medicine before bed.
Is it at least getting better?
It's just slowly. It is just slowly. It's just the price I pay for wandering too far into the forest, I guess.
I'm still surprised it happened. You seemed so sure of being able to navigate.
Well, I was...
Until?
Something caught my eye in the forest. I followed it out of curiosity. I almost thought it was a ghost and wanted to see if I could make contact.
A ghost during the day? Is that a distinction?
Hey, a sudden white entity disappearing in the mass of trees could only be a few things, and I thought, ghost. Also, I'm a moron.
If it was a ghost, then don't tell Orlando then.
Probably a good idea.
And on that note, I think I'm going to turn in. I would benefit from getting some more bed rest, I think. That's you. Fuck. Okay, well, sleep well, Roswell. Thanks, Roswell. Sorry, Roswell.
You too, Dave.
I didn't know if you wanted to take that one as well.
Just take all your lines. Like that
Oh,
time-
I mean, if you're offering,
like
certainly.
like that time you quit on me. You just said no, and I'm like,
All right, here I go. I'm Roswell. This is what I sound like.
I watched as Roswell wandered away up the stairs, waving to him when he looked back with a smile about halfway up. But soon he ascended the rest of the stairs and disappeared out of view. Brrr. Oh. It was now I remembered it was when I was in here with Roswell last. Nothing overly special beyond the things he'd pointed out. My eyes went to the top shelf where the thick books were, and I gulped, wondering just how likely one of them was to fall and hit me in the head. To play it safe, I backed away from the bookshelf and continued searching. He still doesn't understand that he was shot. Like, they just never figured that out. He's just written to be that stupid.
Yep.
The suit of armor on display still held its sword, bolted in place despite me jiggling it around. Not that I needed a sword, but it was good to know that someone couldn't just randomly pick it up. Okay. Oop. Oh, well. Benson's dead. In unison, their attention on me shifted to Benson's body, notably the gun still in his hand on the floor. With one last look to one another, they both made to dive for it. Time to shoot Orlando. He's dead. Okay. Fuck. What was the Benson password? Because we can just skip to that one. We don't have to use the Orlando password. But I don't remember it ever.
Orlando password was Peacemaker, I think.
I think so, but we want to save Benson to skip the loop. Otherwise, we have to loop back around and save Benson anyway.
I don't know. You might have to look it up.
Betrayal. There it goes. Got it. Oop.
Again?
What do you mean again? You opened it before? Anything good inside? Can we maybe not skip past that he somehow opened it in the first place? Well, it wasn't so much opened as I messed with it and saw, well...
The first time it was me, dead, in the museum.
Really? Yeah. Well, that's fucked. This time, it was Benson. And...
If I hadn't already, probably be a little more skeptical myself. What did you want to do about it, Dave?
Just small inserts. Dean and Tyson look at each other before collectively looking at me. Referring to two people as collectively sounds weird to me for some reason. I knew Tyson had found a bullet, but Dean said that whenever had been... Oh, it's just the wrong word, got it. It says that whatever had been buried was dug up recently, but that didn't tell us where the gun was now. So we are relating that gun to this situation. Roswell was cuddling a pillow, a dopey grin on his face as he slept. I wondered if he was dreaming of something happy, and admittedly, I was a little jealous. Laying down, I mirrored him, cuddling into my own pillow and watching him sleep as I got comfortable. Opposite of me was Roswell, still sleeping peacefully. He seemed just as happy as I remembered, but my smile faded upon realizing everything else was still on my mind. I rolled back into my bed, letting my hand rest on my chest as I stared at the ceiling. Would Roswell be a good person to ask for advice on this? How he seemed to tear into Tyson yesterday seemed out of character too. Did something happen? I stole a look at his happy face again before going back to the ceiling. Must have been eating him if he was having that good of a sleep. Mustn't be eating him if he was having that good of a sleep. Roswell had changed over the time I'd known him, and I was only really starting to realize it the longer we were living in such close proximity. He used to be much more of a pushover, timid, but now? I hadn't realized it properly, but he'd become a lot more sure of himself. A lot more confident. Something that I wasn't sure that I was matching him in. I looked at him again, just in time to see him start to wake. The others seemed to still be out of it as I checked. Orlando was sprawled out on his back, fingers twitching every now and again. Haas, meanwhile, was curled up on his side, looking placid enough that the only sign of him still being alive was the steady rise and fall of his chest. Roswell yawned, drawing my attention as he slowly opened his eyes and looked at me.
Good morning, Dave.
Morning, Roswell. Did you sleep all right?
I did. I had a pretty good dream. Don't think I've had one of those for a while.
Oh yeah? What was it about?
Oh, well, it's probably going to be silly, but cake.
Cake?
Decadent chocolate cake. Whipped cream, cherries, the works.
Well, that sounds pretty good. I don't think we'd be able to get away with it for breakfast, even if we asked nicely, though. Who's gonna stop you? There's no staff here. As I headed back to mine, I noticed that Roswell mumbling to himself, dipping into his room and shutting the door behind him quickly. Something about that seemed odd. Odd enough that I doubled back to his door and knocked lightly. Roswell? Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay, Dave.
Roswell picked up one of his shirts and threw it on, sighing out. They all look like that.
I have a lot on my mind, okay? I'm tired, stressed, and a whole lot of other things.
Tired? But didn't you have that nice dream about cake?
It's a different kind of tiredness.
Oh, well, is there anything I can help with? I don't like seeing you upset, and you've been acting all weird lately. Roswell looked away from me, not wanting to make eye contact, and he went quiet. Did I do something?
Oh God, no, not at all. Well, it's complicated. Something I'm still trying to sort out.
Is this what caused yesterday?
Don't. It's still too early for that talk.
I did a double take. It was unlike Roswell to be so fired up about anything, even this early. But, am I right?
Partially.
Well, hey now, that's not fair, Roswell. Weren't we, the other day, I was gesturing loosely with my hands between us, hoping that my explanation was coming across clear enough without having to explicitly say it.
Well, maybe. It's not like I've had any experience with this sort of thing.
You think so?
Well,
Roswell, is everything alright? Like, really, is this something I can help with, or is this another one of those things that you need to work through by yourself?
I don't quite know yet. Can I get back to you on it? I think for now I just need some time alone before breakfast to think.
Oh, okay. I started to back out of the room before tripping the door, hand placed on the handle. You said I was like an older brother, right?
I did, yes. Why?
Can we stop being referred to as family by every person we date in this game? Do you see me as someone able to help too, or you've always been the smarter of the two of us, but...
Like I said, it's complicated. Sorry.
You were not helpful.
No. Well, I guess we'll talk later then.
What a way to exit the conversation.
Sure. See you downstairs, Dave.
Remember when we got the lesson about how we should always talk to each other? That was like the main thing. I left Roswell to his thinking and headed back to mine. It stung a little to think that he looked up to me, but at the same time didn't see me as reliable enough to help. I could totally help, even if it was just listening to his problems. But if it was something more than that, well, I had my job to do today. Maybe finding out some information about the vault from Oz would be a good start. Roswell was smart, but he didn't know everything. Even then, maybe if I just asked Oz what the code to the door was so Roswell and I could open it together, it might put him in a better mood. Once I was changed, I double-checked I had everything I needed and headed downstairs for breakfast. Support, do not reveal Oz. Let's not fuck that up. Fuck your dishes. I don't need to be reminded that Roswell and I were in the library once. Oh.
After all, we're partners, right?
I can still try. After all, after yesterday, I don't want to be the one everyone's protecting.
Because if that's what we're doing next, more than happy to start going through the rooms with you. You're not gonna let this go, are you?
These single line inserts are so confusing out of context. Okay.
It's yeah.
Let's see, these are incomprehensible.
Oh, it's just like this conversation again.
It's a slight variation on an existing conversation, but it's like actively confusing. Family? Let's see. Yes, he's saying that Tyson's family.
Yep, Tyson's family. And we've already had that conversation before. And yeah, don't bully Tyson anymore. He says sorry. Yeah, we've already had that actual conversation in the past.
Aren't there spare towels in the lockers? Let's see.
True, but then you'd be naked beyond that.
Why is that a route-specific piece of dialogue? Well, I don't understand the variations that exist sometimes. Like, just acknowledging that there's things... Let's see. After my first run-in with the vault, he's been thinking about his own mortality a bit recently. What, he's afraid of dying? Well, I think so. I understood it more as him not wanting to have any regrets about his feelings towards Tyson.
Is this what Orlando was telling me about?
Depends.
Hate something.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. But, no, I think it's more like an eye for an eye sort of thing. Maybe. I talked into at least patching things up, though. Well, great. Looking forward to that. Okay. Each of them wandered off to go find towels, leaving me in the hot tub. Having not gotten into the water, I had time to kill, and wandered over to the bridge and that sat over by the pool. Looking to the surface, I could see my reflection, rippling gently on the water's surface. I almost had to do a double take, mistaking the person I saw staring back at me for someone else. It was different somehow than looking at yourself in the bathroom mirror. Maybe it was that subtle ripple that made things seem older, or maybe it was just where the past couple of days had put my mind. I pulled out my phone and sat down, letting my legs dangle off the edge as I sent an SMS. Specifying it as SMS is interesting. It wasn't a long message, just one asking how his day was going. I sent many of them before and had stopped bothering to scroll up to count them. No sooner had I sent it, I shoved my phone back in my pocket. I think a part of me deep down knew that I wouldn't get a reply, but it made me feel better knowing I could still send the message in the first place. Why is this route specific? Huh. It's more texture for the dad plotline. You doing all right? Huh? Oh yeah, I'm good. Ready for lunch? Yeah, I could eat. I got up, dusting myself off. Just thinking about things? What do you mean? Told you wouldn't realize. No kidding. You've been sitting there in just a bit of a daze. Better get used to it. Happens often enough. Everyone should... Gotcha. I'll keep that in mind. How do you not know this? Aren't you friends? I don't know why it would be Tyson specific. We've been through all these before. Yep.
I'm sorry for kissing you, Dave. I shouldn't have done that. So I should ask Orlando for tips on how to romance?
I chuckled, nervous, happy, and embarrassed all at the same time. I looked between the two of them with a frown. Just a chat, huh? Yeah, a chat.
It really wasn't anything important. The conversation was over.
I'm gonna bail and do some weights. You wanna come with, pup? No, I'm good, I think. Oh, well, alright, I guess. Catch you at dinner. I looked to Sal, who seemed to be watching Tyson leave with a slight frown. When Ty was out of sight, he looked back at me carefully.
So...
Yes?
You and Tyson.
What about me and Ty? Sal scratched his cheek briefly before shaking his head.
Don't worry about it. I'm imagining things.
Imagining what?
If I didn't know better, you two were close. Very close.
Yes. We basically live together. He's about to be adopted. Well, we are, but...
Really close.
What's with this judgy face? He's just Tile, right?
If you say so.
Are they setting up Tyson as a romantic rival on the Roswell route and only the Roswell route? With a shrug, Sal slipped back into the water and began to swim around, leaving me to my devices. I came out for some sun and figured that I might as well sit back on one of the pool chairs and maybe have a nap. I closed my eyes and let my mind wander. Tonight was going to make everything make sense again. I just had to talk to Oz. It was almost becoming like a mantra, a grounding statement to keep me on task. That said, with how tired I was and the warmth of the sun above, I was quickly succumbing to sleep. I've been tired a lot lately. More tired than maybe I should be, even with coffee. Was I not drinking enough? Was I drinking too much? The next thing I know, Sal's gently shaking me to bring me inside for dinner. He'd apparently already showered and changed back into his clothes and was walking inside together. With who? Weird use of together. Roswell was in the museum. You don't have to correct yourself. You guys were literally calling it the museum in the story when you were there before.
Like, they called it the museum throughout the entire Roswell scene, then he calls it a library when he thinks it's the library for the other storyline. Attacked from behind next to a book. Anything distinguishable about the scene? Not that I can think of aside from the book he was next to. Just a big one left open. Anything of note with it? Looked like the word discovery was underlined in blood. By chance, did that happen to be the password? Yeah. And then for Benson, there's no follow-up on that? Alright, question. Discovery. He's just not going to answer that one. Cool. Question. Stolen valor. Ring. Seem to be struggling. You can't ask him about a stolen valor ring. I want to piss him off. Yeah, I still don't really get how you're supposed to come up with stuff for the scene.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Question. Thanatos. We can't talk all night, Dave. You just... Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what you're supposed to think is the thing... what the logic is here. Because I was like, okay, let's do the thing that I originally hypothesized, which is that you come here and ask questions about stuff that we haven't learned about yet. And then he'd be like, whoa. Florencia. Yeah, you can't say Thanatos or Florencia. I have no idea what the keywords are. Like, it's cool. Like, it's conceptually cool that there's a big spreadsheet people exported of what all the options are, but if you can't functionally actually get there, then like, who cares? Like,
yeah,
I can never find anything. I've played this game for hundreds of hours. Oh well. Bye. You're a stupid character. The steps were uncertain, unmeasured, and...
Wow, no.
I opened my eyes, just enough to see Roswell halfway to my bed, desperately clutching a mug of coffee that was threatening to spill over with how full it was. With a sigh, Roswell got himself back under control and edged closer to the bed. In fear of him spilling the whole cup, I chose not to move until he sat down on the bedside. Morning.
Good morning.
He sounded chipper, or at least in good spirits. If only I could steal some of that.
How did you...
I flashed him a weak smile, but he saw through me.
What's wrong? What happened?
I had a rough night.
Did anyone do anything? Rough nights are usually caused by something after all. If it's because of me, I'm sorry. Really.
No, it's not you, Roswell. I promise.
Then what?
I looked away, ballooning my cheeks with air and wondering how much I should tell him. When I looked back at him, he seemed genuinely worried.
If you don't want to talk about it, I understand. These last days have been rough.
The song keeps crackling. It's weird.
The best I can do is promise that I'll help where I can, so long as you let me know, I guess.
I nodded slowly, looking him over. Well, the moment I started speaking, his eyes shut up to me expectantly. I guess a lot of it is the vault stuff, but my head is all over the place.
Did you want to talk about it?
Roswell sat down next to me, assuming the answer was yes regardless. Not that he was wrong, I did want to talk about it a little. Maybe for a little bit? I messed with my hands, shooting him a look. So, I guess it's about family. Watching Roswell's expression shift told me that he was listening, if confused. Combined with what you said yesterday about death and all that, you know.
Oh, you mean...
Oop. I nodded meekly, and Roswell shuffled closer again. So, that, combined with finding out you saw me as an older brother, plus sorting out you and Tyson, it's just... I'm exhausted. Roswell reached over and took one of my hands, squeezing gently.
Well, is there anything I can do then?
Friends, look out. Oop.
Friends look out for one another, right? And if I have any hope in more than that...
Oop.
That is to say, if we... I mean...
I couldn't help but chuckle a little bit at how flustered he was getting. It was hard to tell if he was completely genuine about it or not, but it was enough to make me feel better, if only a little.
Now that's better. But still, I'm sorry. You've gotten like this before. You get sad, distant, and normally you just sit in the corner on your phone.
He wasn't wrong. Thinking back to the other times thinking about Dad had put me in a slump. I managed to make my way to Anime Club all the same, but despite their best efforts, they just didn't know how to make me feel better. Not that I didn't try or ask, I didn't know how to make myself better either half the time. Roswell looked at the floor before catching my eye. His voice held the slightest tinge of shame.
I was thinking about what we talked about yesterday. Spent most of the night laying in bed thinking about it, really. Probably would have even if you didn't fill me in on how Tyson had changed.
Oh? I wasn't sure where this was going, but I tried my best to ensure Roswell knew he had my attention. He nodded, looking me in the eye.
It's a couple of things, really. The first being, well, I should have been the better person about it, and revenge is really unfulfilling. Sure, I don't think I forgive him for what he did, but I can't hold it against him forever, right?
I just nodded, keeping quiet so he had the floor to continue at his own pace.
And after talking to you, I don't think there's anything left to do but to just talk about it, talk to him about it either.
You're sure? I mean, it'd be great if you guys got on, but... Roswell nodded, thoughtful.
I guess today's apology day. Be it, I don't know, something long and drawn out or just a quick one, he's a hard one to read.
Oh. It was nice to hear that he was going to be apologizing for his behavior, but a worry in the back of my mind made me fearful for how Tyson would take it. Did you want me to be around for that? I'm happy to be if it makes things easier.
No, this fight I want to handle myself. No offense, but if I can't do this by myself, then it's not going to mean as much, right?
I guess so, but if you want help...
I'll be fine, I think. Once I figure out how I want to phrase things, I should be good to go. Speaking of, I should let you get up and get your day started, huh?
Oh, yeah, I guess I've slept long enough, huh?
Yep, well, see you later, Dave.
Roswell shuffled off, making me wave as he closed the door behind him on his way out. I downed the coffee he brought me before taking on the monumental task of effort of getting out of bed. Wee, come get me, Jack. Oop. Then clicked. I knew what he was about to say. Okay. Wee! Oh. Oh, the weird part where we play cards. And they make you actually pick things. Right, they literally have you play, you play Uno, I think, and you get exactly one choice in how the game plays out. After glancing between the two, I followed Roswell towards the kitchen. Roswell wandered over to the pantry, throwing it open and looking around. Roswell?
Yes?
In the next moment, Roswell had already grabbed a bag of chips, turning to me while rummaging still with his free hand. What are you doing?
Stocking up.
For what? Won't you spoil your dinner?
Not when I'll be the one making it.
Wait, since when?
Oh, just now. No problem, right?
As if making his point further, he lightly jostled the bag of candy in his other hand. I don't think that's how that works. Besides, what do you need all of this for anyway?
It's a snack, for studying.
You're studying? But we finished school. You don't need to study.
Okay, then what if I want to study?
Oh, well...
Also, I have something I wanted to show you. Something neat.
This sounds like a ploy to get me to study with you.
I solemnly swear on the candy I hold that I won't make you study.
Okay, but I do get some of that, right?
I don't know, you seem to have issues about it spoiling your dinner.
But you said...
Got you. Now come on, to the study. For some reason, I read that sentence. For some reason, it just didn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Roswell led the way, snacks bundled in his arms as we made our way backstairs. We've been doing this for 8.5 hours, like 8.5 hours now, so...
And we've gotten a usable amount of footage around 2.5 hours of length.
Yeah, we have spent a lot of time just not recording.
Keith and I just haven't spoken in a while, so we're just... we've just been busy, so catching up
on and off between the Roswell route. Maybe that's making the Roswell route more pleasant.
It is, like, so far it has not been insufferable. I do feel like I have taken my sleep medication and I've just dissociated the entire time. Not exactly, but it feels like that at points. The thing is, with this route so far that's like kind of exhausting, not exhausting, kind of nice maybe, is it would be exhausting to play, is that so much of what we've seen is just very slight variations on stuff we've already seen like 100 times.
Yeah,
like
which happens a lot.
Even compared to like the Tyson route though, where I felt like we were getting a lot more scenes with Tyson, all of what's his name scenes have been like Roswell scenes have been like short and to the point, which is at least a relief.
Yeah. There's kind of a building relationship that kind of makes sense. You do have this weird sense that it's two children that are dating, where it's like they're just like so young and immature that it's like, it's like, oh god, there's no one here to like be the adult in this relationship. They're just so fucking immature. It's like,
no, I get the candy. No, I'm gonna get the candy. And like, let's kiss.
I'm like, okay,
this
never related less.
Route does make me feel like this game was written to be two different age groups, and like one of them was like, it was like switched at some point. Because like there's so much indication that they were college students at one point, and then they aged them down for some reason, which I don't understand. Like, why couldn't everyone just be a college, like full college age or full ass adult? Like, I still don't understand. You want to know what? Actually, this would make Password more realistic, is if it was just 6 adults in an Airbnb. You know what I mean? And the Airbnb just turns out to be freaky or weird. Like I have, as an adult, gone on vacations, long form vacations with friends of mine. So the whole idea of it like being like a high school, post high school thing for them is just like, it introduces more questions into the plot than it solves.
Yeah. A post high school free vacation with your friend you haven't hung out with since you were a kid.
Yeah.
And no one asks questions.
Yeah. And still seemingly everyone knows each other somehow.
But also they don't know each other at all.
Yeah.
There's a lot of strange dynamics going on in general. Roswell led the way, snacks bundled up in his arms as we made our way back upstairs. Something seems off, and it was only when we reached the top of the stairs that I realized what the problem was. Roswell?
What is it, Dave?
This is the museum. You said the study, right?
Right, that's where we're going. Okay, just here, hold these for me.
You thrust the snacks at me and I scrambled to keep them from falling.
Alright, check this out.
Roswell wandered over to a nearby bookcase and with it a confident smile started to push. Or at least he tried.
Come on, move already.
I watched as he strained against the bookcase, trying to push it with seemingly no effect. Meanwhile, we know that literally there are windows to the outside world above each bookcase that can't be external. They can't be going to a secret room.
No, I can do this, just...
So he thinks he found a secret entrance in the book or something? He doubled over, bracing himself, already out of breath. What are you trying to do?
This bookcase is actually a door. I was trying to slide it aside so we could get inside.
Into what, the study?
Exactly.
Oh, well, now I have questions.
Questions?
Well, yeah, like, I thought you didn't know about any secret passages. At least that's what you told me when I was stumped yesterday.
That's still true.
I gave him a look, gesturing as best I could to the bookcase with the bag of chips. Secret passage, right there, right?
Technically speaking, no. But I guess it's sorta true. But for the sake of the argument, it's not a secret passage.
I give him a look, trying my best to look unimpressed with what his reasoning was. Don't make me drop these snacks, Roswell.
Okay, fine. I just discovered this, let's see, probably the first day we got here. There isn't really anything important in there, it's more like an adjoining room. But very much like a little private study nook.
I swear, Roswell, I will slam dunk these chips so hard.
Hey, wait. I just thought it'd be a neat thing to show you is all.
But how are we meant to get in? You sure this is the right bookcase?
Positive. But I don't remember how I opened it last time. Maybe it was already unlocked. I sort of just leaned on it and, well, it moved aside.
You've just been hiding this from us this whole time when this secret passage is probably how you got murdered behind a locked door? I looked over the books and noticed two that seemed familiar. I wonder.
Wonder what?
If the locking mechanism was the same as the one in the conservatory, then opening it seemed easy enough. Given that one of the books was on the higher shelf, Roswell would have had no chance of opening this without some sort of footstool. I pulled two of the books and heard a familiar click. Can I try pushing?
Why? You think you'll be able to magically open it? Because I doubt that your magic outstrips mine, Dave.
I rolled my eyes, taking Roswell place as he shuffled out of the way. He was more than happy to take his snacks back while I sized up the bookcase.
Well, go on then.
Giving him a confident smirk, I lightly placed my palms against the bookcase and pushed without breaking eye contact. Open sesame. Sure enough, a gentle push was all I needed now that the way forward was unlocked.
How?
Magic. I chuckled to myself, seeing Roswell bothered about my answer, but he seemed intent to stare me down all the same.
It's crazy that Dave has a personality.
What is it you always told me when I asked you how you did your magic, Roswell?
Yeah, good magician never reveals his secrets.
Now you can never use this trick to save yourself in danger. You would have seen what I did if you were paying attention. It wasn't that complicated, really.
So it wasn't magic.
Nah, just a trick, though. I'll show you later. For now, just show me what's so special about this study. Roswell scurried on forward into the next room, gesturing me to follow with the bag of candy. I stepped in the next room and looked around. It looked very much like a private nook that Roswell described. If he hadn't told me that it was just an adjoining room, I would have thought it was a completely different one.
Ta-da, study.
So these fuckers sent us on a challenge to go find the library, and they have like 3 or 4 libraries.
Yep.
Huh, neat. So this was here this whole time.
As far as I know, there isn't really anything in here of note, though.
As if it just appeared. He was right. There was very much just a desk in here and very little else. Given how much material was in the museum itself, it was surprising to see even more books on display here, although none seemed to stand out. That said, when was the last time you were here, Roswell?
Let's see. Not for a while, at least. I was considering coming in here the other day, but I couldn't get it open.
And you thought today would be different?
Hey, that's not fair. I could have gotten lucky in opening it this time.
Yeah, well, it turns out your luck this time was just me knowing how to open it.
Hey, I'll count teamwork as a form of luck. Maybe we were just meant to be in here today.
I took another look around the room before looking back to Roswell. I'm not too sure about that.
Things just have a way of working out. Maybe it's providence, maybe it's some magic, but it's always been something I've liked about being around you.
Me? What did I do?
Sometimes nothing at all, but maybe it's just some guiding force that makes me feel as though you and I were always meant to cross paths.
I don't get it. Roswell set the bag of chips down and opened the bag of candy, digging around for a handful before shoveling in his mouth. He chewed, looking thoughtful before turning to me once he'd swallowed.
Okay, so whenever I find myself having trouble and you show up, a lot of my problems just disappear, right?
Oh, really? Like what?
It's just little things, but let's take the bookcase. I wanted it open so I could show you, and who just so happened to know how to open it after I failed.
Oh, I think I get it.
It's always been like that, though, ever since the first day we met. You remember, right?
Not really.
You don't?
I mean, we were really young, right?
Well, yes, but do you remember specifically?
I just said no. Give me some candy first. Oh, wait, that's it, wasn't it?
Whatever do you mean?
It was a cold winter when Roswell and I first met. Very cold. But it didn't put a damper on people's spirits, though, given Christmas was right around the corner. I still remember how bitter the cold was, but how pretty all the snow made the street look. Maybe it was just Christmas skewing my views on it. As a kid, playing in the snow was something you just looked forward to, even if it came with being bundled up by your parents. The memory was something that was slowly coming back to me. After all, most days from back then bled together. Oh my god. Tiny baby Roswell, he blinks? We're just introducing that?
Interesting.
Out of nowhere, a character blinks? That's unnerving, kind of.
Is this
like
completely different art? Like, I mean, like, I know it's a different sprite, but I mean, like, I don't know if something looks slightly different about the style as well.
It looks like it's the same artist, but probably drawn like a completely different time from everything else. Like they keep being drawn in different eras while the art style drifts. But it's just very, very surreal of a choice to just suddenly add blinking to one sprite that we encounter hundreds of hours in. Like, what the fuck?
Just like the bold text we were encountering. It's like, why is this different from everything else? I don't understand. On one hand, there was something I hadn't seen before. The house next to us had been empty for a while. But a week or so ago, my new family moved in. A new family moved in. Dad had let me go outside on my own to play. And what greeted me was a young boar, desperately trying to build something in the snow. Wait, where is this? So Roswell and Dave were next door neighbors. Are they next door neighbors now? Or has Dave
I don't
moved?
remember.
I don't know if Dave has moved or not. I wandered over. He noticed me, dropping all the snow he'd amassed in his hands.
Oh, hello.
Hello? The young boar sniffled, talking in, well, I guess it wasn't any higher than you'd expect from a kid, but...
Who are you? Are you...
Why is his hair a different color? Why are his eyes now beady instead of normal? Like, those parts are weird because it makes it off-model looking.
I think he looks better like this, like in terms of his design. Like he has more character to his design.
Yeah, but the issue is I wouldn't ever guess that this is Roswell. Besides just being another boar in this setting.
Yeah.
His eyes darted from me to the snow structure he was working on before looking back at me again.
Are you here to help?
Oh. No, not really.
Oh, okay. Bye.
We started
He just leaves.
and then they never met, and Dave never went to the mansion.
Where's the password for that route?
Yeah, give it to me. We stared at one another before I remembered what I'd been taught about good manners, or at least remembered what Mom and Dad had told me about meeting someone new. Oh, I'm Dave. Nice to meet you.
Oh.
There was no follow-up, just this exclamation as if realizing what had just been said to him, answering his question from before. Who are you? Do you live in that house?
Oh yeah, Mommy and Daddy and me came here before. Now it's our house.
Oh. I'm your neighbor. I live in this house next to yours.
Oh. Then we can be friends. I'm Roswell.
Suddenly, Roswell had grabbed me and hopped up and down on his feet, gesturing to his creation in the snow.
Mommy and Daddy said that I might make a friend when we get the new house. That's you.
So we learn about Roswell's parents, like, in the story, but we didn't know them from when they were our next-door neighbors?
I guess not, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I need help. Can you help me?
I can ask my dad. He can help us.
He can? Is he a friend too?
God, I hate him. He's so annoying.
Yeah, he's my best friend. That comment seemed to turn the boar off, making him shuffle uncomfortably on the spot.
Oh.
He almost sounded sad at that remark, looking to his snow sculpture.
I'm making a best friend. I never had one before. You're so lucky.
Oh, but I can be your best friend.
Really?
Roswell squealed happily, once again hopping up and down.
And best friends get chocolate.
We do? Now it was my turn to bounce happily. Dad had always kept sweets high above where I could reach for some reason, so any excuse to have some was fine by me. I remember Roswell holding out his hands expectantly for me to hand him something.
Chocolate, please.
Oh. I don't have chocolate.
I know, but what will we do without chocolate? First I couldn't make a best friend, now my best friend doesn't have chocolate. No best friend for Roswell now.
What? He sniffled, hanging his shoulders. I felt bad, having let my new neighbor down. I didn't see it as blackmail at the time. What?
It was...
What?
What?
I didn't see it as blackmail at the time.
Do you see this as blackmail now? I'm confused.
What if we
What
finished
dirt
making
is
the
this?
snow fiend? Snow friend?
Snow fiend.
Kill me. You'll help me finish it?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Then Roswell will have a friend for Christmas.
Oh.
I hate that he speaks in third person.
Yep.
What's wrong?
The anime has infected these characters to a degree that the only solution is to put them down.
I thought that we could be friends.
Really? Then let's be best friends.
No one should ever write children. Just stop trying.
Yeah.
But I don't have chocolate.
I don't mind.
Oh. The two of us started to assemble this creation he'd planned, scooping snow into a pile until it was too tall for him to reach. That's why he couldn't finish it. Without the height to put a head on this thing, he was stuck making something smaller than him, and apparently that wouldn't do? Sure enough, when the time came, I rolled a ball of snow like Dad had shown me, and placed it on top. It was wonky, but what we'd made looked something like a board, to say the least.
Okay, now we need the teethies.
Yeah, like yours.
Like yours.
Or yours.
That's mean. You're a meanie.
Oh, I'm not. You're a meanie.
No, you.
He pushed on me, trying to knock me over instead of falling into the snow, flat on his face.
Ow.
Are you okay?
I'm okay. But what can we use for the teefies?
Huh, let me go get something from my house.
You'll come back?
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember running inside and bumping into my dad, trying to explain what had happened. He just laughed and helped me find something to take out to continue playing in the snow. When I got back, there he was, sitting in the snow. I'm back.
You're back.
I held up the carrots that my dad had given me, one in each hand before plunging them into the head of the creation. They jutted up like tusks, and I turned to see what Roswell thought of my finishing touches. He seemed to gently touch his own tusks before reaching out and lightly poking at the carrots before bouncing on the spot.
It's done. It's friend-shaped. Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
You really are the best friend. My best friend.
Oh, thank God we're free.
It's really hard to parse that character versus this character, and I know the point is to show us that, like, Roswell has changed, but it doesn't feel like he's changed. It literally just feels like he's a different person.
Yeah, like it doesn't feel like it calls back to anything about his like speech patterns or like what level of detached and strange he was raised up or whatever.
Yeah.
Like he was just he's a really odd kid and isn't anything like that. Really.
Yep.
Like
he's annoying in a completely different way.
Yeah, his behavior's just not similar. He also just doesn't look like the same person on a basic drawing level. I feel like he had bigger tusks when he was a kid, and not because he was shorter.
Yeah, he had bigger tusks as a kid. Honestly, again, he looks like a Where the Wild Things Are here,
Yeah.
whereas as a kid, he looks like a pig.
Yeah, his normal sprite looks like he's made entirely of like vacuum lint.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other guy looked like a boar. Like it was just a better sprite. But
he looks like a pig. Yeah,
it is
whereas
strange
here
that like,
he doesn't.
he had little beady eyes and they blinked for some reason, and his hair wasn't colored and so on. There's just a lot going on.
Yeah, honestly,
with his
I don't
design.
know. I don't know if I would clock just looking at Roswell's face right here. Like if you remove the rest of his body, especially, I don't know if I would clock this as a boar.
No, it's just like, oh, he has a pig nose, I guess. But even that's like a little.
I don't even read that as a pig nose because it's white.
Yeah, well, so the fact that it's a different color than the rest of his face.
Yeah.
Because usually most animals have like black noses, so that shape and it being a white kind of tells me it's like maybe pink, like it's like flesh colored or something.
Yeah.
It does look like a weird color. He's kind of a.
It looks like they forgot to color it in, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Because I would just imagine you would color it like a darker version of the red on his hair. or like maybe a slightly lighter version. Like it could go either way.
There's a lot of struggle that comes from making every single character be completely looking at you head on.
I think, I think the issue too is you just can't see his snout as much here as you could see in the last one.
People universally have issues with like drawing furries head on. So the entire game's cast being like that, it's like, huh.
Yeah.
Then comes a strange choice where only the main cast is like that, and the entire non-romantic cast has completely different poses. So it's just these 6 people. I had a smile on my face, having recalled Roswell and I first meeting. From the looks of things, he'd been reminiscing as well, his eyes darting to catch my gaze before looking away just as quick.
If you remember our first meeting as fondly as I do, Dave.
It was cold, huh?
Right.
Roswell shoved another fistful of candy into his mouth before holding the bag out to me. They were fruit gummies, so I took a couple and chewed on them while Roswell wandered over to the desk in the room.
Dave.
Yeah?
I just,
He was fidgeting on the spot, unsure of what he should say or do as far as I could tell. What's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just ever since then, I've always seen you as my best friend. Whether it's more than that or only that, I don't know. So, even if Orlando's your current best friend, you're still mine. Always have been.
What is this fucking ranking? We've been over how weird it is that people rank their friends like this in this game, but also it's like...
Yeah.
Like,
It's a very childish way to look at the
Roswell his
world.
best friend in his own mind.
Yeah. It is just a really juvenile way of looking at the world.
And also, Dave said that out loud. He said out loud that Roswell's his best friend. Why is he sure that Orlando? How does he know Orlando? Dave's fucking leaderboard. I laughed, nervous, somewhere between flattered and nervous that I didn't. No, you already said it was nervous. You can't just walk that back. Somewhere between flattered and nervous that I didn't really know how best to respond. Almost in response to me starting, Roswell started to snicker to himself, moving into a full giggling fit. Almost in response?
So, we should probably get to studying, huh?
Oh, right. You came here to study and wanted to show me the room, right?
Right.
But what were you studying?
Oh, well, I've been trying to find this book that you were telling me about.
I gave him a blank stare, confused.
You know, the one you described seeing.
He finished this thought by tapping his head, getting his point across. Oh, neat? Roswell shook his head, sighing out.
I think I found it, but I like having a place to sit while I look over books.
Oh, well,
Here, let me just go get it. Just a sec.
I watched as Roswell abandoned his snacks on the desk, doubling back into the museum to retrieve something. When he hummed to himself in the room next door, looking at the chips that he'd grabbed, the assumption was that Roswell would have grabbed something he liked, but maybe it was just something that was in the pantry, still. I don't mind barbecue. I opened the packet and grabbed a few, cradling the packet while I had a snack, watching as Roswell came back into the study.
What are you doing?
Chips?
I can see that.
Fuck off, man. Did you find your book?
Right, yeah, I think I found it.
He set a large book down on the desk, patting the dark blue cover.
This look familiar?
Well, I swallowed, figuring that talking with my mouth full of chips wasn't the way to go. Maybe? Remember I told you the book was open, right?
That does make things harder. Well, anyway, let me show you what I found.
When did you find this?
You seem pretty, keen on asking me when I did anything.
Can you blame me?
No, I guess not. I'd try and find time to come back in here after we did impromptu investigation. After all, only way to discount it as a bad dream is to search everything, right?
I guess, but you seemed a lot more torn up about it when we went looking. What changed?
What? Am I not allowed to think about my mortality and choose to face it head on? I doubt any of the others would be so willing to disprove their own demise.
Sure. So long as you're okay, I think I'm fine with it. I have other things on my mind to work through anyway, but if you want help with your stuff...
Come on, Dave. It's not all doom and gloom. I don't know, prefer things this way. It's like a game almost.
Well, alright.
Now on to the discovery. Forgive the turn of phrase.
Roswell flipped open the book he'd found and turned to a page. Sure enough, it looked familiar. The word discovery right there in plain view. That's it, that's the page.
You're certain?
Pretty sure, yeah.
How fascinating. Well, maybe not fascinating so much as just a coincidence.
Why is that?
This book in particular is about the development of cures for anything and everything going on in the brain. Most of it is just theoretical stuff, but still.
You've read this whole thing already?
Don't be silly, I've only skimmed it. But I do have a copy of this book back at my place. I think it belongs to my mom.
That's... Huh.
The thing is, the section that this is, the one that you're finding familiar, it's about brain cancer.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Explains how you get diagnosed with it, plus the treatment plans, but it also goes into some theoretical stuff about potentially using plants for new drugs to combat the spread of the cancer cells in your body. Does he have brain cancer? Is that what we're learning?
Probably is where it's going.
It just makes it funnier that he's like, here, Dave, I'm completely functioning. I get tired sometimes, but I'm totally okay. Please read my letter. Like, it makes it so much crazier.
He died of brain cancer.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the cocktail of things he injected himself with, who knows?
Yeah.
I took another handful of chips, crunching on them loudly. I watched his Roswell expression shifted as I crunched, shooting him a confused look.
You are listening, right?
Nodding quickly, I swallowed. Yeah, but I don't get why it's important.
Well, I have brain cancer, Dave. Just some of the things around here hint that maybe someone was stockpiling materials to make something like a drug to combat cancer.
Someone? Like who? Roswell scratched his chin, thinking.
Maybe someone that lived here? The person whose house this is makes the most sense to me anyway. Does really the presence of a medical book imply that there must be research here on this? Like...
Yeah, not really.
No.
Especially with this many books here. Like, or was he working on a cure based on every book that's here? Sure, but you haven't said why.
A lot of the books here cover medicine. Some of them are research reports, and others delve into medicinal properties of various plants and fungi. I was curious and took a peek in the greenhouse myself. I even asked Dean what he knew about what was in there, and most of what he could identify readily lined up with what I'd seen mentioned in the books.
Like the pumpkin.
If I had to guess, the mansion doubled as something else, maybe as a research facility at some point. That or someone's got a really quirky hobby.
My hand was already rummaging in the packet of chips, still waiting for Roswell
The answer is so much more disappointing in that it's just some neat's house.
Yeah. Or even if it is a doctor's house, but he just has textbooks, but like doesn't mean the house is a facility.
He
might go to work.
The big thing is just that it's like this route. If you do this route first, it sets up that this house is like a mystery box mansion that's going to turn into the Resident Evil underground. You know what I mean? Where it's like he's researching a cure, but in reality, like Osmond's just a hikikomori, and
there's no more.
Yeah, it's just like this is the secret room. There's another library somewhere with even more books.
Yeah,
and Osmond's a hiki who doesn't leave his house and
just has a lab underground, I guess, but it's a single room and it's just filled with rubber gloves. It's just like,
I'm just like,
it's very weird.
I live with the medical professional, so like there's medical techs in my house. It's not a secret lab.
Yeah, exactly.
People just have stuff in their house from work. It doesn't mean that they're doing their work there.
I can't tell if Roswell's trying to lead us to some conclusion because I think we already know about Oswin. So it's like,
Yeah, we already know about Oswin. I already did the question scene.
yeah, exactly. So it's like, why would Roswell still be leading us on? He knows all the details. Why is he still lying to us? I don't get it. I don't get what he gets out of it.
I think Roswell might somehow... yeah, I don't know. Roswell has to have known about Oswin the entire duration of the story, right?
Yes, correct.
Otherwise, nothing could happen.
The stuff in the past also wouldn't have happened, which we know we know that he grew up around Oswin because of their in-jokes about eating each other's cereal and Benson's relationship with Roswell. Like, Roswell has been here. This is, like, doesn't matter what version of him he is, what memories he has or doesn't. He has been here chronologically in the past. He knows all about this.
It's frustratingly hard to keep track of because the stuff has surprisingly little payoff to actually show you at post-revelation.
Yeah, well, we know from Benson directly that they have spent time together. That, like, Oswin was Roswell's tutor for years, and that he thinks that he's his uncle because he is Florencia's...
You almost said it.
I almost said it. He is Florencia's brother. So, like, it's not like that's a secret to Roswell. Roswell doesn't learn that here. Roswell's known this whole time. So he's just deliberately lying to all of his friends for some reason. My question is, why? And if the answer is because that gets them to the golden, the miracle cock era, then, like, there has to be some impact that lying has on the group that is beneficial. And I still can't figure what that is because it just takes Dave forever to catch up. Like, it's just so weird. I don't understand what's going on with it.
Yeah, because as far as I can tell, it's like he's just lying to them to make them be in the death game.
In the dark about things, yeah,
the
exactly.
Death game that's not really much of a death game. They just kind of show up and are marked for death or something.
Yeah.
Even then, like, someone in your group is marked for death, and then you finally get the seemingly the good ending, and then it ends with Roswell dying. I'm like, that sure seems like he died of being marked for death. I'm like, did we win? We think we still didn't win.
Yeah, I got nothing. I have no fucking idea.
It's kind of hard to piece together what the narrative's point is supposed to be, which is made frustrating by the fact that we've beaten it so many times at this point that it's like, it just should have been clear by now.
Yeah.
Like, at some point you just, like, actually sit down and, like, reveal everything and, like, aha, and then this was the person who murdered Sal on day 5 and this is why this all happened, and all, like, make it very concrete, and then they actually show, like, maybe do a flashback of exactly what happened when Dave's dad came to the mansion, and a flashback of Oz giving up Roswell and so on. Like,
yeah,
just actually show these scenes at some point, given that, because otherwise, given how the storytelling is handled, it's way hard. A lot of these revelations are like a line of dialogue, and so they're just actively hard to remember, even because they're just not impactful enough, and nobody acts on them, and there's no scene cementing the revelation. So it's just like, I'm thinking about how, like, I'm watching Arcane, and it's just like very impactful storytelling, like, at all costs. Like, that's a show that is so emotionally oriented and so about cementing things through visuals and about making beats land. Like that's its priority over anything else almost. And how different that is. Because I remember, oh, those two characters that had it out for each other in season 1, they're at a bar together, and then they had a different past together, and they were happy once. And it's like, oh, like, that visual does something for you. And so on one hand, like, child Roswell is a thing that I'll remember, but I have trouble remembering how the story ends half the time, as beyond the obvious part of beating Memphis. Because I'm like, wait, what was revealed over the course of, like, the year Roswell for 10 minutes part and stuff like that? Like, it's surprisingly hard to remember narratively what the point of stuff was, because there is no big, like, Columbo reveal of, like, who killed who on each day and everything. I'm like, am I supposed to think that every unexplained murder ever was Roswell specifically? Or was it Jack? Because it could be both for different reasons, because it's Roswell's plan, but Jack's a psycho, and they're both suggested to be either sometimes. And the lack of like concrete, emotionally cemented closure makes the story really unmemorable, and it's literally about those mysteries. So I don't remember what answers we even have sometimes because they just aren't delivered well. Because this is the game that doesn't know how to deliver like an action scene, because you're like, wait, what's happening in this fight? My hand was already rummaging in the pack of chips, still waiting for Roswell to tell me how he thought it was important.
Maybe just find the irony that I was bludgeoned in the head by a book about curing head-related issues a bit on the nose, honestly.
Waka waka. Well, I
Tee-hee.
didn't know what the book was about, so...
And if I told you that the book was written by my mother?
Well, you kind of buried the lead about it being at your house then.
Yeah.
You can't be serious. Roswell closed the book and showed me the cover, pointing to the embossed name on the bottom. Roswell, that's not your mother's name.
It totally is.
Your mother's name is Guy Mannington? That's stupid. That's so the joke is that it's a pen name for Ferenica. He just laughed, setting the book down again.
It could just be a pen name, you never know.
Roswell grabbed his candy and shoved another handful into his mouth. Handful, 2 words. And that was a crossfade. I can't... Ever since I called out the lack of a crossfade earlier, I was at it, but then it started doing instant transitions more. I was like, oh, maybe I imagined that it was crossfading, but that crossfaded, and those are like adjacent rooms, so... I'm not really totally clear on his logic for doing a skip versus a crossfade versus a fade out.
I don't know.
Because I noticed that it's fade outs when it's long distance jumps, but this was the next room and it was a crossfade when the other adjacent rooms were just... So I don't know. We left the book in the study, heading back to the museum. So, time to study?
Something like that. I figured I'd maybe do some sleuthing of my own and maybe piece together who actually lives here. You know who lives here. It's just, I understand he needs time to run around and do secret Thanatos shit, so every single time he lies to us, he's probably walking off to do Thanatos shit. But, like, God, it's annoying.
Yeah, it's annoying to know because then it's just wasting our time every time it's said again.
Yeah. It's the least I can do for not paying attention to my parents beforehand, right?
Oh, then can I help?
What happened to not wanting to study?
Well, sure, but this is less studying and more like a game, right?
Well, in that case, grab a book and let's start looking into things. Like, my question is, Roswell knows who lives here. What does he think is going to happen if Dave finds out? You know what I mean? Like, Dave's just going to turn and look at Roswell, and Roswell's going to be like, oopsie, you caught me. We just wasted 36 hours. Like, I don't get what the outcome is, you know?
I kept track.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't understand what the outcome he's looking for is, because he knows the answers. He can just give them to Dave. And it's not like he's like, I'm taking up your time because you're going to die on this day. We know what's going to happen to Dave. We know exactly when everything happens as players. So it's like, it's not like you're just tying him up. It's not like you're keeping track of him so that something bad doesn't happen. You're just being annoying. That's what I mean when I say I don't understand what his goal is with this.
It's very odd. It's hard to square with what we know about the ending and like why he'd be spending this time this way. You think he'd be like running interference and wasting our time by going, just doing anything else.
Especially with all like the Thanatos rules and the fact that he's trying to like basically kill Tyson and like, you know, murder off people in the group. Like, it just doesn't really add up what Roswell is doing right now. And we know he's the mastermind. So it's like, like this is
knowing
as if
that this is all a scheme just makes it so that it just makes you aware of the fact that none of his behaviors make any sense throughout the entire story in any arc. And he's also just actively wasting his time all the time. Like he's mostly just not doing anything on most days. So it's unclear how's he plan on accomplishing anything here? And why would he lead us in this direction but not just tell us? Because he wants to know or not.
Yeah.
Are we just doing it at random like we did the other day?
I think we're being reverse Edge of Tomorrow'd. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Because Edge of Tomorrow is about the 2 different people that are looping?
No, well, what I mean is, like, there's that scene. I'm going to spoil Edge of Tomorrow for people. Great movie. Just rewatched it recently.
Yeah.
And so there's the plot of the movie is that there's a woman in a war who is able to loop every single time she dies.
The Full Metal bitch.
Yeah, she loses this power, and then it goes to Tom Cruise, who he's able to do it, and he eventually convinces her that he has this power too, or she realizes he has it, and then she's like, all right, from here forward, you meet me every single time you die, you tell me that you are looping, you catch me up to speed on where you are in our training, and I'll train you to do this. Over the course of the movie, of course, he gets feelings for her, and there's a big arc in the middle where it doesn't tell you, but a bunch of time passes, and the main character has looped and died a whole bunch of times, and now he's like basically just wasting time with her because he just wants to spend time with her because he can't figure out a way to like keep her alive through the rest of like everything that's going to happen, right? And the only logical explanation for Roswell wasting our time right now is that Roswell is doing that to us. But we don't realize it. And he's just like, I just wanted to spend time with you before I fucking croaked, Dave. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't make any sense because Roswell's own motive is to solve the mystery and then relay information to Thanatos, who will remember it. So it's like, it doesn't add up. It does not hold water at all. I don't understand what's going on with it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. I just can't come up with an actual, like, when you know stuff already, it should then be satisfying to go back and see oh, that's what he was doing the whole time. But mostly I'm just like, what the fuck is he doing?
Yeah.
Well, we could, but I'd advise against it. Chance of you finding anything of worth randomly is, well...
I wiped my hands so that it was clean enough to handle books and look over to the bookshelf I was next to. All these books look the same, Roswell.
Who knows? You might get lucky and pull the right book. Here, I'll even let you officially borrow some of my luck if you're that worried.
Well, I reached out to the books on the shelf, trying to decide which one to pull out first. Some of them had words on the spines, others were completely blank.
Just pick one, Dave.
Okay, fine. How's the... I turned to him as I pulled a random book off the shelf. It sliding free easily enough, but dragging something along with it that had landed on my foot. What? Oh, huh.
What, You can't be serious.
I placed the book down on the floor and picked up the metal that had landed on my foot. Guess that was tangled up against the cover or something?
Okay, that's enough borrowing of my luck. I want it back now.
Aren't we on the same team, though? This is just a win for us, right?
True, but I feel like that's maybe a little too convenient. Maybe best if we don't tell the others of this find right away. Why?
Why?
Why? What do you mean?
I don't... If you say so. Which one is this anyway? It looks kind of like a... handcuffs, maybe?
Handcuffs? Let me see. Pisces? I don't know what it should be, what it would be.
I handed over the medal for Roswell to take, and his face scrunched up a moment. I flipped it over to see what I was talking about. The moment he threw the medal the next moment he threw the medal down hard, narrowly missing his own foot.
I swear, today's a mess.
Did I do something?
Of course not.
Okay. Did the medal do something? Roswell knelt down and picked up the medal, shoving it in my face, lightly brushing it against my nose.
What an aggressive dick. Do you know what sign this is? No, Dave already said he doesn't know.
Yeah, we already said this. Handcuffs?
No.
Space handcuffs.
Dave, come on, be serious.
Only trying to lighten the mood. I don't know which one that is. With a
You
sigh,
need to say
Roswell
it,
shook
the
his
law
head.
of password. You need to say it 3 times before the word count allows you to move forward.
Yeah, it's like we don't get to see it, so we don't even get to know what he's misrepresenting. It's like I don't know what the fuck he's saying.
Cancer, the crab.
You can't recognize a crab? Or is it a different symbol in addition to the crab? Huh. Oh, so it wasn't handcuffs, but pinchers? Pincer?
Oh yeah, Cancer is the one that I thought was Pisces. That makes sense.
I suppose so.
I only know them because of Homestuck. Fun fact.
Of course.
Yeah,
Got it.
because astrology is stupid.
I suppose so.
I glanced at the chips in my hand and offered them out to Roswell.
No, it's all right. Although,
No, what?
Dave, up for some fun tonight?
What kind of fun?
Think it'd be good if we got to unwind a bit tonight, relive some of the old times. A good old slumber party with just the 2 of us.
Didn't we do that the other night?
No, something for best friends only.
So Orlando's coming?
No, Dave, just us. I have the snacks and everything already prepared.
Well, yeah, obviously just us, but where did you get all the snacks from? You didn't bring them with you, did you? Roswell, tell me you didn't bring them with you.
Then I won't, but after dinner, let's just, I don't know, would this be classed as a date?
I don't know. Is it one?
I'll leave that up to you, but I figure something to take your mind off things would do you some good. I know it's what I need, and I can involve you as well, then all the better. If I can involve you as well, then all the better.
I nodded slowly as he reached out and put a hand on my arm, flashing me a smile.
So how about we just relax in here until it's time for dinner, and then when that's all done, we can get this party underway.
I watched as Roswell pored over books for most of the afternoon. He looked so determined, if troubled by something. He was in the zone, though, and I knew better than to take him from it while he frantically searched for answers to questions he hadn't voiced. At some point, I moved from playing catch with the metal to pulling out a book from the shelf and settling in. While Roswell had opted to continue to pull books on stuff far too academic for my liking, I started working through easy-to-read stories. Where the wild things are. There was a pattern I soon discovered after flicking through some of the books. In all of them, not one of them seemed to have a rabbit as a good guy. In fact, most of them seemed to go out of their way to cast the rabbit as a villain. I looked to Roswell to see if he was in any state of mind to have an opinion on this, but he was still focused on his own reading material. Isn't his dad a rabbit?
His dad's a rabbit, and
He just specifically is buying every evil rabbit book?
yeah.
Weird. It's very spiteful.
Or is the implication? No, I guess it's Roswell, yeah. No, if it's because if Oswin bought a bunch of the books here, then he hates the guy who's raising his kid, which is petty and funny.
Yeah, that's the implication as far as I can tell, is they're just
Yeah.
he just hates the guy that raises his kid, so he just has a bunch of books about evil rabbits.
Yeah.
Instead of spite. Like what the
I was
how do you
saying
even
if
go about
Roswell
looking
was
for those.
well, the other idea is Roswell picked out a bunch of books as a child that had rabbits as a villain because he hates his dad and doesn't realize why. And I think the rest of the family also hates rabbits. Florencia is a rebel because of that. So maybe they were raised prejudiced. Maybe those were books that Oswin got to read as a kid as well. Who knows?
Is Florencia not Roswell's mom?
Florencia is not Roswell's biological mother.
Right, because wait.
Because it's Oswin's son.
Right.
And Florencia is Oswin's sister. So
Yeah.
Oswin had his son with an unnamed woman, and then Florencia, who got in trouble for marrying a rabbit in the family, adopted Roswell secretly and raised him as her son so that Oswin didn't need to raise him.
Right, that's what I meant, is that she says his mom is in like who he refers to as mom.
Yes,
I was like, hang on
correct.
a minute. Well, then why would she hate... She doesn't hate rabbits because she's married to one.
Yeah, but all like the rest of the family hates rabbits. Oswin mentioned it. He was like, and
Is that
Benson
a
mentioned
thing?
it as well. And it became, yeah, they were like, we have like a grudge against rabbits. It's like
I don't remember
she
that.
went off and married a rabbit. Like it was like there was like a whole thing about it.
That's really weird.
Yeah, it was really weird. I pointed it out in the moment. I was like, that's odd.
Let's see. Closing the book I had last grabbed, I leaned back against a bookcase and thought, don't do that. Were these originals or edits of originals to cater to someone's racist preference in reading material?
Yeah, that's what it was. They brought it up that there was like a specific thing as well about Florencia and her relationship with a rabbit that was a shocker for the family, or something like that. Not those specific words,
I
but
just remember it being a shocker for us.
yeah, no, it was a thing in text. But yeah,
It was something I tucked into the back of my mind, just in case it came up again later.
that's telling the audience to tuck it into the back of their mind because it will come again,
Yeah.
come up again later. Yeah.
Roswell and I followed in the kitchen, a notable spring in his step with him leading the way, seemed that he was serious about taking charge of dinner tonight. Still riding high from before? Looking forward to this slumber party?
Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
Roswell wandered around the kitchen, picking up bits and pieces from the pantry before turning back to me.
You know, I think today turned out pretty well, don't you?
I wasn't expecting him to apologize to Ty so quickly, and then all the coincidences in the study. It seemed to be the wrong thing to say, as his expression soured quickly. That is to say, that I think it was good that you did that, though. Thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome. After thinking about it a bunch, I asked myself what you'd do.
Me? If it were me, I'd try avoiding the fight if I could.
Sure, but that's not what I meant. I just asked myself what you would do, and the only thing that I could imagine is you chiming in with, "Do the right thing, Roswell."
I mean, yeah, I'd probably say that.
See? So I thought about it, and I figured that the right thing to do would be to apologize. I've taken the first step, but I want to see something from him.
But
No buts. I'm willing to give him a chance, but you can't fight his battles for him. But enough about that. We have dinner to make and a party to get to.
you sure, Roswell? Like, we can reschedule it if that's better.
Of course, I'm sure. You mean well, and it's awesome that you'll jump in to defend those you care about, but you can't always be throwing yourself in danger like that. It'll be the death of you if you're not careful. Forgive the turn of phrase.
No, I mean, okay, fine, but that's not what I meant.
What did you mean?
I meant about dinner to make. We have Benson around, so...
True, but I can pull my weight too. Besides, I cooked with Dean once. I can do it by myself just fine.
And how much of that did Dean do?
Well, you see, you may have done most of the work, but I did boil the pasta.
Right. Once more, Roswell started wandering around the kitchen, collecting things before setting them on the counter.
Wait, since when is Dean a good cook? He doesn't even cook for our own date. And don't we have pasta on that date?
I zoned out a little bit.
No, he's just talking
Yeah.
about Dean cooking, and it's just like it's a weird character trait to suddenly bring up as a like, well, I've cooked with Dean before, so
Yeah,
like, I can do it when it's
I
like
don't
that's an
remember
Orlando
any-
character
I don't
trait.
remember any instances of Dean cooking, no.
Like Dean doesn't even cook on the date where we eat dinner that is home cooked. You know what I mean?
And like when are Roswell and Dean hanging out?
Yeah. True.
So it felt like I feel like we met Dean after Roswell moved, and when he came back, since he came back, we haven't really hung out either. It's kind of unclear how Roswell and Dean know each other, which is kind of important because it's Roswell's party and trip.
Yeah.
And Dean's like way older than everybody, and I don't know how they met. Okay, but what is it? I came to help, but what should I be doing?
Can you steam rice?
Maybe?
Maybe. I assumed you could do that.
And you don't?
I sorta know. I think I could figure it out.
Okay, so skipping the rice, what are we having with it?
Mushroom curry.
You can curry mushrooms?
Is curry even a verb here?
That doesn't matter, just how do we make the thing?
Well, I was thinking we could just make it like a spicy stew, right? That's basically the same thing.
Yeah, I'm here to curry flavor. Not too spicy, I hope. I'm white.
Of course not, but that'll be up to you.
Why me?
Look, if I wasn't clear by the other night, my nose isn't as good as I gave it credit for. Yours is much better.
Oh, I guess it's pretty good, but what makes you think I'd be good with spices?
Is that not how it works? Well, shoot, I'm sorry. There goes me assuming things I shouldn't.
Well,
I'm so
happy
confused.
I'm happy to give it a try. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, the worst case scenario would be we set the place on fire, right? Or at least burn dinner.
Yeah, let's aim for better than that.
Agreed.
Roswell went about chopping up some mushrooms, and I started peeling potatoes. If we were making a curry or like a stew, we need potatoes. By the time I was done, Roswell was already throwing things into a large pot along with other bits that he'd pull from the pantry.
Right, Dave. Time for you to add your special touch to this.
Oh no, I don't have any special touches.
I just...
He rubbed his temples before going back to stir the pot further.
What else should we add to this?
Well, I added potatoes. What did you add?
I cut up some of the mushrooms I brought in from the forest. Nothing overly fancy, but there were some in the pantry too.
And you sure that's safe?
Positive.
What about onion?
Could do onion.
Salt? Pepper? Nutmeg?
Does nutmeg go in stew?
I pulled a face and shrugged, only clutching at straws. I don't really know, and it seemed as though Roswell didn't know either. Why don't you guys just look it up on the internet? You have phones that still work until like day 15. So just look up a fucking recipe for mushroom stew if you guys are this clueless.
Well, let's wing it. How bad can
No.
it be? I'll do the onion and you do the rice.
It could be so bad. Oh, maybe we can add stuff to the rice to make that tasty too, like garlic?
Butter.
Both.
Both is good.
After a bit of trial and error, the two of us managed to get dinner sorted, and we brought it out so that we could all eat. Bye. Oh, damn it. What about the rice? Oh, we added butter and garlic to it before steaming it.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a little more rounded out than just normal plain rice.
What's wrong with normal steamed rice? This stew stuff was heavy enough as it was.
I was just trying to be fancy, that's all. There's not really enough for another whole meal anyway, so I guess it works out.
I don't know. It tasted fine to me. I'll help you with it too, Roswell. No point going on ahead.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. Between the three of us, it shouldn't take too long. Just as Sal said.
Can't argue with that. All right, let's get this done and settle in for the night.
We brought everything to the kitchen and started ready to start cleaning. I don't really remember the day where Roswell cooks, but apparently it's repeated dialogue mostly. Okay, time for the dishes.
Yeah, I'll wash the plates and Sal can do the glass later. But first, you're on rinsing duty, Dave. You wash the glass first. What? You wash the glass first. Doesn't matter that much, does it?
I started rinsing the plates as Sal looked Roswell over, sizing him up. He just immediately Dave just ignores what Sal is saying and does the opposite.
It matters. If you do the glass first, then the water is clear. If you do the plates first, all the grime gets on the glass and makes it cloudy. It can't really be that noticeable, is it? Fine, do the plates first. Sorry, I totally just lost my train of thought reading that.
He just already started doing the plates first in the narration. It's too late.
No, wait, I'll listen.
Sal threw his arms up in a shrug and started bringing more things over for me to rinse, with Roswell close behind.
Sal, teach me how to clean dishes properly.
Sal doesn't know how to cook, but he knows this apparently. It's this very selective childishness in the characters where it's like, he isn't a lettuce just a head of cabbage, but then he knows that you need to rinse the fucking glasses first or they get cloudy. It's like completely different. It's hard to reconcile that being the same person. That's strange. After I rinsed the dishes, I stood back while Sal taught Roswell to do dishes. What? Didn't you already do? I guess is he just rinsing them is the idea, and separately Roswell's going to clean them or something? I just assumed that Roswell would know and Sal wouldn't, but maybe this was just another thing that Roswell was eager to know. Everything about the paragraph is so weirdly phrased. Especially the part where dishes are mentioned twice. It was him to a fault, always learning, always seeking out new bits of knowledge. That's what that means. Still, Sal seemed to be a good teacher, but I got the impression that maybe he was treating Roswell a little bit too much like a younger sibling with how he was phrasing his instructions. Not that Roswell seemed to mind, at least. At some point I wandered off for this boring-ass scene, figuring that I should get a shower in before whatever Roswell's planning. Maybe it was just the fact the museum was a lot dustier than I gave it credit for, but once I stepped in the shower, I felt the dirt and grime wash away the longer I stood there. Or maybe it was the idea that Roswell put into my head about it being a potential date, and I found myself scrubbing myself a little bit harder than I normally would, just to be sure. After all, if you're gonna go on a date, you may as well look your best. But was that a bit too presumptuous? Was it just a slip of the tongue? Who cares? You're taking a shower. Even at the thought of tongues made me bring a hand to my mouth, remembering the fact that Roswell and I had kissed, and this was just another escalation from that. Would he be that bold? Would he be that bold to be on a date? What? If we were just sleeping, I figured I'd throw on a pair of sleeping shorts and grab my toothbrush. I assumed there'd be some level of sharing a bed tonight, so best be prepared. Otherwise, you'd have to walk down the hallway and get it, which would be scandalous. I wandered over to Roswell's room and found him sitting on the bed, checking his phone and for something before waving me over.
Dave, I was wondering where you'd ended up.
Just, shower and junk. Showered my junk.
Well, speaking of, I was about to take one myself.
He patted some pajamas folded neatly next to him before bundling them up under his arm.
So make yourself comfortable, and I shouldn't be too long. And if you find yourself getting a bit cold, feel free to borrow a shirt, Dave, or use one of the spare blankets. Either works.
Giggling to himself, he wandered into the bedroom to leave me with my thoughts. Closing the door behind me and shuffling over the bed, I looked around Roswell's room. It seemed as though he hadn't gone through the effort to clean his room before I arrived, but that hardly mattered. I took a load off by sitting on the bed, grabbing one of the spare blankets and draping it loosely over my head while a brief chill came over me. Before too long, Roswell emerged from the bathroom, dressed ready for bed.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Ready to get this party underway?
I gave him a look, gesturing to his room. Looks like someone already had a party, and we weren't invited.
Well, I can sort of change that.
By cleaning? Because your room is a pigsty. Don't say racist.
Phrasing, Dave.
I mean it though. I don't know anyone else this messy.
Hey, busy room, busy mind, or however the saying goes. Still, let me just get the last thing to make this complete, and we can get started.
I watched from the bed as Roswell started turning over his clothes strewn about the floor, bundling it up in his arms, into his arm bags of snacks and candy as if they were all tucked away for safekeeping. Roswell.
Yes?
Do you deliberately hide things in your clothes or just...
Oh no, just where they ended up. But they're all new packets, so no need to worry about that. Now.
Another CG. There's a lot of them in here.
He does not look normal.
No, every time we see a drawing of Roswell in this route, he looks like a different character from the normal Roswell and also every other Roswell.
Yeah.
I guess these look like the characters that kissed earlier. But it's just different again. No, you're letting all the sour gummy worms onto the... No, I don't like that there's sour gummy worms and chocolate just on the blanket. That upsets me. This is also just an upsetting amount of sweets. Oh, God. I'm gonna feel sick so fast. I don't like this. So I guess this is what Roswell's supposed to be wearing, unlike Sprite. It's just completely different clothes.
Yeah.
Roswell dropped everything onto the bed and got comfortable opposite me, sitting among a nest of snacks.
This is a party.
So we're just going to eat junk food?
Yeah, and?
I don't know. He looked around his snacks and unwrapped a lollipop, putting it into his mouth before passing me a cylindrical tube of chips. Ambiguous tube cylinder of chips. You'll never guess what it was.
You like these, right?
I smirked, rubbing my thumbs across the label. Thanks.
What's eating at you, Dave?
Just diabetes. I don't know how you can do it. Flipping between being fine with things 1 minute and worried about them the next.
Maybe that's just one of my superpowers.
I'm anxious at random intervals. What I wouldn't give to have a superpower of my own, you know? It'd make things easier, that's for sure.
Are you really sure about that? I think you're plenty special without needing, say, laser beam eyes.
I chuckled, smirking a little. Yeah, maybe.
I mean it. You're plenty special. That's one of the reasons I love you, Dave.
I didn't register it immediately after he said it, but I did a double take after realizing what he'd said. Did you just...
What?
You love me?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Isn't that, I mean, is that why we kissed? Why do you say it like that? Why is that the question?
This is what I meant when I said the game is going to stumble over itself.
Yeah. It's like, one, it's like, it's the fucking thing where Dave always resets back to like, what do you mean we're in love? I don't understand. Are we in a relationship? What could it be?
Yeah.
But it's also the weirdness of like, that's your read on the situation? Like, that's the wrong question.
Yeah.
Like, you had the normal response to love. Oh, 'cause that's like one of like the thresholds. Like, oh, we're using the L word? I don't know about that. That's like, maybe we're going too far, but then he's like, is that why we kissed? I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What the fuck? That's not what, I don't think that's what anyone's response would be to this scene. Just like, you never know what they're going to say next. It's very funny.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be.
I furrowed my brow, confused at what Roswell was getting at. Me too. I'm actually mostly confused what you're getting at. Thankfully, he seems to pick up on this and pulled a lollipop from his mouth to explain.
There is a lot of different kinds of love. Paternal love, unrequited love, familial love.
Paternal and familial love are the same thing.
I guess it's a circle within a circle.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Very strange. He grimaced, looking off to the side while I continued to think. A gesture I mimicked, opting to look instead at the tube of chips in my hands.
Fraternal love, another form of familial love.
Yeah.
Romantic love, platonic love.
He just likes to pad out lists. Roswell.
But then there's also unconditional love, obsessive love, love for sweets. Stop. I don't need the fucking.
No, he's just padding for some reason.
Yeah, I don't need the goddamn Ready Player One of types of love. Thank you.
Roswell.
He spelled Roswell wrong, didn't he? Oh no, he didn't. It looked like there was only one L, and I was like, wow.
No.
What?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention at all.
All right.
I was just literally looking at the wall for like 10 seconds straight there. Sorry.
What's the point you're trying to make?
The point I'm trying to make is, well, I know I love you. I just don't know where that falls just yet. But what do I want to find out? But do I want to find out? Absolutely. What that makes us in the meantime, I don't really know. We're repeating things we've already said. This time with a CG.
What about the others? Orlando seems pretty keen on setting me up with Dean. Who cares? He doesn't get a say in your life. Fuck him. What the fuck? This isn't actually a concern.
I think I'm fine with that. End of the day, it's your call. And if by the time I figure it out, and it's something more like romantic love, well, that's just a shame for me.
But I don't want to, upset you.
And I'm not selfish to make you put your life on hold for me to figure it out. No one has time for that. Makes sense?
Yeah, I guess so. If I'm being honest, the whole vault thing, it's really messing with my priorities.
No kidding, but still. You really have to loosen up, Dave.
I don't understand. It just fundamentally makes no sense that he's like, yeah, but, you know, Orlando seems to want me to date Dean. I'm like, so our relationship's doomed. We're star-crossed lovers. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who cares? Who cares what Orlando wants or Dean wants? You're not in a relationship with them. Your relationship with Roswell, probably. So that's it. That's the whole conversation. It's so fucking weird that they pretend that matters on any level. Roswell shook his head gently.
As much as worrying about how I died is a thing, I feel like you need to maybe do some digging yourself. Sorry, what was that? Stepping over the line?
With a sigh, I shook my head. No, you're probably right. It's been long enough.
I just miss the happy you is all.
I know. Sorry, it's... Well, you know enough about it, right?
Right. But you are working on it, right?
Slowly?
Dave.
I could be doing better, you're right.
What am I gonna do with you?
He was important to me, Roswell. I can't just... What if I forget about him? What if I don't live up to his expectations? I deflated, hugging the blanket tighter around me. Don't worry, you're not the only one that's told me that they miss the old me. That's still like awful to hear people say to you. Like,
Yeah.
what? We sat in awkward silence for a while before I popped the lid on the tube I'd been given and tipped the contents unceremoniously into my mouth, half choking from how fast my mouth filled up. What the fuck? I munched and chomped, keeping my mouth full. There was something to be said about eating your troubles away, but maybe I just needed to indulge just this once and take a page out of Roswell's book. No sooner had I swallowed, I reached for a bag of candy and Roswell joined in too, both of us ravenously devouring a large part of what we'd provided. At some point, the sugar rush turned into a sugar crash and we passed out, half cuddled up together on the bed. I felt as though I'd eaten too much, and I didn't brush my teeth, but I felt a little happier. Happier enough that I considered it a win. Time to go get almost stabbed. It's day 10.
Yeah.
Wait, I think day 10 is the confession day, and day, like, no. Oh yeah, day 13 is Jack and the confession, so we're not there yet. This is when we're getting more visions. With the added new sound of Roswell next to me, sprawled on his back and snoring happily to himself, I could have sworn we'd ended up cuddling when we fell asleep, but he looked comfortable, even with his shirt halfway up his belly. I had to give him more credit. He was trying, if not doing a great job. Not that I was doing much better. This whole dating thing was new to me, too. Not only that, if we were actually dating was something I wasn't clear on. Just fucking commit. Just say it. Just say you're dating. Also, you guys both called it a date? Just fucking be normal. Just fucking say it. It's not hard. Maybe I just liked being told up front that this was how things were. Roswell, are you awake? I looked over to him to see if he stirred, and shy of grunting and mumbling something incoherent back at me, his snoring resumed without missing a beat otherwise. Okay, I guess that makes sense. My mind went back to the dream I just woke from, and with a sigh I got out of bed. Oh. Wow, it's way happier than usual. Oh, his star's in a very different spot on his shirt, isn't it? On his belly.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
And these characters just always look different in these scenes.
Yep.
I didn't notice he was there at first, almost making me jump from his sudden appearance.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Are you sure?
Looking to Roswell, he seemed genuinely concerned, and I let out a sigh. I just need you to decide something, that's all.
Decide what? Especially this early.
Oh, do you think we're in danger, really?
From what?
Well, you know, I saw you dead. You wanted to know how, then Benson.
Oh, right. It took me by surprise, sure, but I told you I think about death a lot. Maybe more than I should, but someone's got to, right?
Their facial expressions don't work so far. It
Yeah.
looks like Roswell's just annoying the shit out of him.
Yeah.
I groaned, hanging my head with a sigh.
Well, it does work for me because he is annoying the shit out of me.
Yeah, but I'm like, this isn't the tone of the conversation that he's having. Why does it feel like I'm the one that that has to also think about it?
No one's forcing you, not really.
What if I told you I was worried that if I didn't do anything, someone might end up dead?
Everyone dies, Dave.
Sure, but I'm pretty sure you care because of
Helpful,
the story
Roswell.
of the entire game.
Sure, it might not be when you want, and it could come suddenly, but worrying about it needlessly is only going to do more harm than good. Focus on what you can change and let the rest happen, I guess.
I looked at him, and he flashed me a smile. So what, I just let everyone die?
Oh no, don't do that. What I meant more was maybe don't tackle the problem so much as keeping people alive. That's what doctors are for. Instead, maybe looking at it as keeping people safe. Be the great detective, and I'll be your assistant if you'd like.
Roswell. He beamed at me, covering his eyes as the sun started to rise over the trees.
Oh wow, pretty. Look, Dave, the sun's coming up.
I watched as the sun rose, washing the landscape over with its warm light. Hey, Roswell?
Yeah?
Everything's going to be okay.
You think so?
I'm going to try my best to make sure of it that way. Anyway.
And I'll help, really. Say the word and I'll come running. Just, please don't make me run very far.
We both broke out laughing, and we stood there watching the world for a bit before Roswell shook suddenly.
I should get back inside before I catch another cold. See you at breakfast?
Sure, and thanks for last night, Roswell. With a wave, he headed back inside. It was reassuring to know that Roswell was willing to give me a hand here. I wasn't a detective, and I could only dream of piecing things together. Roswell, though, he was clever. Between the two of us, I felt like we'd have a better chance of laying to rest my worries by finding the cause of it all. There was no avoiding it. If Roswell was already this perky in the morning, I had some catching up to do. Who knew if he decided to go on Who knew if he decided to go make a start on breakfast or do something else, but even thinking about it reminded me that I needed coffee in my system before attempting any sort of investigation. Don't worry, you guys won't accomplish anything.
Yeah.
I had the normal amount of sugar I had, and my eyes lingered on the bowl. Roswell had way too much sugar in his morning coffee, so was it worth trying? No, this is the wrong influence to take.
Yeah.
My hand hovered over the sugar bowl for a while longer before I decided against it. Oop. Prepare breakfast? Sure. Oh, someone dropped Simple. Someone prepared breakfast.
Milo probably dropped a spoon off the counter or something.
I turned to Roswell, resolved. Ready for us to revisit your murder? Excuse me?
You're excused.
Hang on. What's this about revisiting a murder? You've already gone through this once and you want to do it again? Is that bad? It's repetitive as well, I'll tell you it is, especially when the epilogue also did this.
Yeah.
And they keep not gaining any information. Orlando sighed out, rubbing his head. Well, it could be. I'm just worried this is going to make things worse. I can't really help here.
Don't worry about it. Between the two of us, I'm sure we'll be fine.
I severely doubt that, Roswell.
It will be fine, right, Dave?
Yeah. What am I going to do with you two? Is it really that much of a problem? I just don't know. Are you sure this is wise? You're already struggling, so...
Would it be better if I invited Hoss along? I'm sure he'd keep things less than serious.
It's a good time for comic relief. I don't like how you're roping Haas in after he sent us out here. But you're right. He'll keep you two in check.
Sure you don't want to come with Orlando?
No, that's all right. You guys go, do what you have to do.
All right, I'll go get ready. I suggest you do the same, Dave.
I'll, go, tell Haas you're waiting for him?
We broke off and headed to where we needed to go first. Taking Roswell's suggestion to heart, I started to get ready with a shower to freshen up. It cleared my head and woke me a little, which was a nice bonus. Refreshed, it was time to assemble the tools needed for this investigation. The first, my notebook. Roswell is likely going to be grabbing his. God, right, day 10, he always grabs a notebook that's never mentioned again for his one day of trying to investigate. So it made sense for me to grab mine too. So much for it being a nice scrapbook for our vacation. Still, all things considered, this seemed to be a worthy use for it. I didn't have a way to print out any photos to stick it in while I was here anyway. Next up, phone, just in case I need to call someone or use something on it. I guess it could be used as a backup notebook, but that's only an option as long as it stays charged. I'd already let it run out once, so having something like my notebook made sense to have as a primary method of recording information. This wasn't the first time I'd been here, nor would it be the last, especially given what we're about to do. Okay, unnecessary thing to say 10 days into a month-long story.
Yeah, this also just like randomly struck me really hard because the idea of like using a phone as a notebook makes sense. Like that's not the weird part. It's so mundane that when he said, but that only works as long as the phone is charged, my like brain broke in an actually good way because I was like, wow, phone app notes are actually immensely inconvenient. Like in a dangerous situation that you can't get those notes. This is a good example of why having an actual notebook and a pencil and paper on you all the time is super fucking useful.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to think that
this game's agreeing to go on the fucking like stationary lobby. It's this toaster core.
Well, more than that, I just mean more along the lines of like, it's been so long since I've consciously thought about what would happen if my phone died.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like when I think about my phone dying, I'm like, great, I can't use Spotify in the car. Like my phone's not charging fast enough. But the idea of like being like, yeah, that's where I take all of my notes. Like the idea of that is just like, oh wow, yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
that's the thing you can do.
Can just disappear functionally.
Can just disappear functionally. Yeah.
If you lose power.
I mean, and obviously, like, you want a GPS if your phone's dead, and that's a pain in the ass. And like, but yeah. I think of my phone as such a media device that it is easy to forget that, like, oh yeah, there are other objects and other things, daily life things you can do that your phone has replaced that are just kind of better elsewhere.
Yeah, it's stuff that's better off not being on your phone potentially because you can lose them all at once, just in one go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And just have no backups.
Yep.
It's like the idea of how people used to keep a physical record of phone numbers, like in their car or in their wallet, and that meant you could call people, even if your phone was gone, because you could get another phone and call people. But nowadays, people don't even normally know people's phone numbers by memory at all. It's just your phone's trusted with everything, and so if you don't have literally your phone, you lose your ways of contacting most people in your life when you're not on your own phone. If you're away from home, like it's actually like you'd be kind of helpless figuring out how to contact a lot of the people that you might want to contact because you're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
If I'm in San Francisco, my phone goes in the ocean. I don't know how to call Toaster on a payphone or a borrowed phone. Like,
sorry.
No.
And you never will. No one will know.